There's something about you. 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 There's something about you.
Namaskar and a very warm welcome to all of you once again to this World Toilet Summit 2025. This is day 2 and in this day 2 we are going to have a lot of technical discussions and of course I can say the creative also because मैं देख सकती हूँ यहाँ पर बहुत सारे बच्चे बैठे हुए हैं तो जब बच्चों के ideas होते हैं so it is not just technical, it is creative as well. So I am very happy to welcome all of you and the dignitaries who are here. In a few minutes now we'll be starting with the scheduled program. So I request all of you just make sure that your mobile phones are on the silent mode. In any moment now we'll be starting with the scheduled program. Thank you so much.
Something about you. There's something about you. There's something about you. There's something about you. What about a hit? What about a hit? Blood in the click. Blood in the click. I'm a freak. You turn and face me. Maybe this time I'll choose.
So friends, since sanitation is a very important subject for all of us and it doesn't discriminate the people on the line of caste, creed or the level on where they are, but the sanitation is for everyone. इसीलिए स्वच्छता का ख्याल रखना हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी है. ऐसा नहीं है कि that if the government is doing the whole work then we just have to sit idle and see. No, when it is about the sanitation, it's a collective responsibility. So everyone has to participate, only then we'll be able to defeat this evil. Because when we say that the things are not neat and proper in way, the tidy in way, then it actually affects the sanitation movement. So I request all of you that in a few moments now when we'll be starting with the scheduled program. So yes, and I'm so happy to share with you all that we have with us Shri David Mahalobo, Honorable Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation, Republic of South Africa. Let's have a huge round of welcome claps for him. We are welcoming you on the stage, sir. Welcome, sir. We also have with us on the stage Shri Kumar Dilip, President Sulabh International Social Service Organization. Let's welcome him as well. Welcoming on the dais, Mr. Jack Sim, founder of World Toilet Organization. Please put your hands together for him as well. I would also like to invite Ms. Nitya Pathak, Executive Convener of Sulabh International Social Service Organization. So she is joining us in a while. So she is about to join us in this wonderful day 2 of World Toilet Summit 2025. Welcoming you dignitaries over here. And as we were talking about that, since this is the day 2 with a very profound and comprehensive theme of World Toilet Summit as sanitation, collective responsibility for dignity and planet. So we all are here for the purpose, and in this day 2 we are going to have a lot of brainstorming, and I think Nitya Pathak madam has also come over here, so let's welcome her with your round of applause. I welcome you, ma'am, on the stage. She is the executive convener of Sulabh International Social Service Organization. So with this, our dais is all decked up with the eminent people, the eminent dignitaries. Let's have a round of applause for all of them. Most welcome. And as we all know that this is the day 2, and in this comprehensive theme of sanitation, we are going to have a lot of things lined up. But before we begin, so let us do the nobility of lamp lighting. So I would like to request all the dignitaries, Honorable Minister, to kindly do this lamp lighting and initiate this day 2 of World Toilet Summit 2025. My backstage support is also coming on the stage for this lamp lighting support. This is such a wonderful moment when we all are working towards sanitation and starting it with the light of joy and with the light of cleanliness, the light that takes us to the right direction. Thank you so much, dignitaries. Thank you so much. और मित्रों, जैसा कि हमारे शास्त्रों में कहा गया है स्वच्छता के बारे में, स्वच्छता संवर्धनम, स्वच्छता सर्वरोगहारम, स्वच्छता सर्व सुखदम, स्वच्छता सर्वलक्षणम। यानी जो स्वच्छता है उसी में सभी लक्षण आ जाते हैं, फिर चाहे वो सुख हो, फिर चाहे वो निरोग काया हो, सब कुछ उसके अंदर आ जाता है. So I would say this is very much powerful to have this as the theme of World Toilet Summit 2025. So sanitation, in which we say that it is the collective responsibility for dignity and planet, and we are so happy and overwhelmed that people from across globe have joined this movement, and the people from different countries have given their flags up to take it further. And we have with us as exemplifying this, we have with us on the stage Honorable Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation, Republic of South Africa. So I would like to request him for his special keynote address. Please welcome Shri M. David Mahalobo, and he's going to present the African voice on the comprehensive subject. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Program Director, to our host, Sulabh, led by Dr. Kuma, Your Excellency Jack, who has been leading this movement and the founder for our organization, and the fellow panelists, a very good morning to you. We convey our warm greetings on behalf of His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, who's also the president of the G20 summit that is going to be taking place in South Africa from the 20th to the 22nd of this month, this weekend. The people of the Republic of South Africa, and also the African Ministers Committee on Water under the African Union. We want to congratulate the leadership of the Indian government for hosting this important World Summit and the fruitful engagement yesterday we had during the World Toilet Day. It's not just that it's a small matter. This movement has grown. Just a few minutes ago, we had an opportunity to look at the exhibition, the quality of the work that is done by the people of this country and the other countries global. I want to congratulate you with the kind of the work that this movement has looked at. We know that we are convening here today wherein the world is actually facing several challenges, especially humanity, we are called upon to act and work with courage and do everything in our strength to deal with the number of issues where people have lost hope. We know that many people, due to a number of issues, whether the levels of hunger, poverty, inequality, the displacements, the impact of climate change, and the conflicts that are happening around the world, and the rise of unilateralism, protectionism, the issues of the economic trade wars that are impacting many people around the globe. Many citizens of our planet Earth, they are feeling that it is a dark cloud that is hovering over their head. Ours, we need to promote peace. We need to promote justice and prosperity. As we are hosting the G20, there are things that bind us together as humanity. That's why our theme is about solidarity, in other ways to be there for each other, especially those who are weak and vulnerable. It's also about equality, and more importantly, also about sustainability. The work that is being done here by the the World Toilet Organization, by SULAP, and during this summit, it gives us an opportunity to actually all start to light the light like we've done now. This light or sunshine, it must give hope to many so that they too can have a light for their future. I've indicated that the world is going through major changes that have never been seen in this particular century. It is indeed a period of turbulences, but it's also a period of transformation. We are called upon to foster new opportunities. We are also called upon to collaborate and cooperate. We are called upon to frown upon competition because it will cause us to perish. We know that most of the supply chains in terms of industries, they've been disrupted, and we are called upon to uphold materialism. We are called upon to place development and livelihoods at the center of achieving our social development goals. Those are the main issues that we are called upon to do. We know now that many of our countries in the globe, they are not going to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDG goal number 6. SDG goal number 6 around water, sanitation, and hygiene is at the cross-cutting center. It impacts on issues of health. We cannot afford to have people dying at this stage on the basis that it is a degradation of environment, on the basis that human excreta is not being managed well. Well, we know that more than 1.7 billion are exposed to open defecation. In other words, we are violating their right to dignity. The right to dignity is an important right. In certain instances, when we have so many people out of the more than 9 billion citizens of the globe, then they have to go to have a toilet that is outside their home. We expose them to high levels of gender-based violence and femicide. In other words, their security is threatened. But more importantly, the dignity of the most vulnerable and the biggest burden is borne by women and girl children. Worse, those who are vulnerable, exposed to issues of migration exposed to issues of displacements because of the conflicts that they are there. But they are also exposed on the basis that some of them, they don't have decent housing or for themselves to be in a position. Therefore, the issue of hygiene, the issue of sanitation has a security component. It has a health component. It has an impact on an environment. In our own country, we do normally do an assessment of municipalities who are at the center of delivering of water and sanitation. We produce what we call it drop reports. There is a green drop report that is about the effluent, and most of our systems, because of population growth and industrialization, they are at a stage that they are oversaturated. They are actually mechanical, hydraulic failures that are happening in the system. And sometimes in many parts of the world, partially or not treated effluent get into the water courses. It affects our lakes, it affects our rivers, it affects the wetlands. A wetland is one of the doctors of the environment. That is very important. Therefore, the issues around environmental degradation, it must be for all of us that we must feel the pain that if we don't manage our waste and human excreta in the right way, it will impact in that way. But more importantly, it has an impact around issues of energy or power. It has the impact around issues of food security. We have to address those particular issues. Equally, the question of sanitation can never be discussed outside the issues of availability of water. Access to water is a human rights matter. It's a human rights matter because it's about life. If you take the drop of water, you know that water and oxygen, they are interrelated. Without water, we can't live. We cannot be in a position to all our shared aspiration for growth, for peace, and justice can be achieved. How are we going to grow our economy? They are all related to socio-economic rights and environmental rights. Therefore, access to water is an important component. What are we called upon? We are called upon to ensure that those who have not been served by 2030, they too under the sun, they have a right to access to water and access to sanitation. In other words, we'll be restoring life and dignity. What should we do as part of our collaboration and cooperation? We have to agree that those developed nations, they have more to do as part of justice and reparation. Most of the economies in Africa, they've powered the economies of the West in terms of our mineral deposits, but also in terms of our skills capability. When we agree in the UN that commitments and the funding that has been promised around the question of the SDG, let those commitments be made. Let them be realized. We can't continue to afford where there's a reneging of those commitments, and many countries are spending billions of US dollars around proliferation of arms and ammunition, endless wars and conflicts that are going to impact on our statehood and nationhoods. We need that 7 trillion US dollars. But equally, in Africa, we are not looking for handouts. We are looking for partnership. We too, under the sun, must be regarded as part of the global nation. We are part of the family of the UN. There is no country that is more important than the others, irrespective of the population size. On our own, following the work that Jack and the team have done, we have mobilized more than 12 billion US dollars as part of our own endeavors, working with private sector, business, and state, just to raise the issues of financing. Financing is at the center of resolving our problems. Apart from financing, is about building of institutions. and the policies that most governments must be able to do. In our own country, we have the National Water Act, we have our Constitution, where the matter of water and sanitation is in the Bill of Rights, in Chapter 2 of our Constitution. The right for an environment that is free from harm, that must be protected. The right to access to water, the right to health, all those are the rights that are there. That Constitution, then the other legislation, which is the National Water Act, it makes a provision, what we call it a reserve. A reserve in the integrated water resource management philosophy is a water that is set aside for human consumption, for the environment, including international obligation. In other words, all of us globally we agree the right to water is a right to life. The right to decent sanitation is a right to human dignity. Building of institutions must also include communities at a grassroots level. That's why we must have water committees, we must have catchment management agencies until you come to subnational level and at a national level. Building these organizations, they must be resilient. In other words, they must be organic. Civic organization, non-governmental organization, experts and academia, traditional leaders, religious leaders, they too have a role to play, because experts and those of us who are politicians, we cannot claim to have monopoly of wisdom. We must harness the capabilities that exist amongst the nation. They too, they were living before under difficult conditions of their time, of climate change, of degradation that was happening there, and their methods called indigenous knowledge is an important aspect. This movement of SULAP and the movement of the World Trade Organization appreciate that nobody must be left behind. We cannot, in the high tables, discuss matters of sanitation and leaving communities behind. The issue around civic education is about empowerment to change the behavior and the relationship between citizens, water and sanitation and hygiene. Most of the problems we have today is a level of the lack of hygiene. My heart was warmly pleased when I saw young people in one of the stands right now on the work that Dr. Kuma and Jack are doing. These youngsters at an early age, they are being taught to be responsible, how to relate with the environment. This is a kind of a world we want to build, of citizens that are more responsible, rather than citizens that have issues of tendencies that are not helpful. We cannot be dumping waste everywhere. We cannot be dumping foreign objects in our sewer networks, but more importantly, we can't vandalize infrastructure, because vandalism is one of the issues that we must deal with. The other matter we must look at in terms of our collaboration is to make decisions on the basis of evidence. In other words, science, engineering, technology, and research and development is an important component that we must use to solve the social ills and the problems of the world around stagnant economy, environmental degradation, issues of poverty and inequality. We are very pleased to see how science has evolved in terms of new sanitation technologies, where less water is being used, because the world does not have an additional drop of water. Water is a finite resource. We must save it. And I could see some of the systems that were used in the main in our country. We normally use about 10 liters per flush, but the technology we have today, we can use about 1 liter to about 1.5. And I've seen there, we're saving water. It's about change of behavior, it's about issues of efficiency. But at the very same time, technology has given us an option In those communities where there is no bulk infrastructure, there is no availability of a water resource, other forms of sanitation, they can be deployed, those technologies. They remain humane, they remain dignified. In other words, non-SWAT solution for sanitation is a way to go. Technology has advanced on how the sludge and the fecal content can be managed, and that fecal content can be used in terms of reuse, reclamation for other products. In the main, it can become the biggest input when it comes to powering our plants, powering our own economies. But it also can create new industries around manufacturing as the biggest input around issues of agriculture and food security, because human excreta is not a waste, is our new economies that we must look at. And we must congratulate the Indian government led by Prime Minister Modi, His Excellency. He will be in South Africa very shortly to join his brother, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa. You have one of the biggest population in the world. We had a number of challenges, but because of the willingness of leadership had to rise to the occasion. You started your intervention in 2014. We have surpassed the doomsayers' views, and we have achieved your SDG around sanitation. I want to give you a round of applause for that. On this matter of waste management, we must promote this as a new economy. In terms of the circular system, we can be able to use and reuse effluent. In South Africa, we've done with the private sector, the mines, launched the state-of-the-art infrastructure. The mines, they want to do it. They just want only to get effluent for mining operations to work. In other words, effluent for different qualities can be used for other solutions. It can be used for irrigation, but it can also be used for the others. We have a plant in South Africa, Dr. Kuma. It produces 1 megawatt of electricity. That we did in KwaZulu-Natal in Pietermaritzburg is called the Tavel. And the effluent that goes back into the water system is of very, very good quality. As I conclude, we are looking forward to continue with our engagement. Jack, you owe South Africa, you launched your movement in South Africa in Durban. A lot of work has happened, working with the Bill Gates and Melinda Gates Foundation. Those people in KwaZulu-Natal, as we speak right now, their dignity has been restored. Even if there are challenges of access to adequate water, but they do have decent sanitation. Those vulnerable communities, we can't be worrying about the issues of health. The work that we are doing in Nigeria, in Uganda, and many parts of our continent is an important component. And the leadership of Africa, they've made a call and launched Africa SAM, which is Africa Sanitation. Those are some of the things that today we thought we should be able to share with you. We are very pleased that despite those commitments not being honored, governments individually and collectively with private partners, we are doing our best. We are responding to the call that the poverty of our people and the devastation of national environment, we can make it into our hands to change the world we live in, to make it a better place for all. It is our generational mission that we too, we cannot pass the planet Earth to the next generation in the condition of squalor, in the condition of obscene inequality, poverty, while there is an accumulation of wealth by only few individuals. when there's an accumulation and advances in science, technology, and engineering. This must be deployed to ensure that as the custodian of the planet Earth, we pass it to the next generation. And they too, one day they will come to our tombstones and give us flowers because we'll have done the right thing. They will come and leave flowers. But if we make a choice as this generation not to deal with the current challenges, we pass the liability to our children. Our children, instead of coming to our tombstones, they will come and spit at our graves. It's a choice we must make. Let's keep planet Earth in a pristine condition, in a condition of peace, in the condition of justice and development. Once again, thank you very much for inviting us.
Thank you so much, sir, for this thoughtful insight, and your messages directly reached not just to our heart, but it touched our soul. And friends, you know, whenever a clarion call of any movement is taken up by the top-notch leadership of any country, then it is bound to become a revolution. And we are so happy to share with you, because we all were here like yesterday in yesterday's inaugural ceremony as well. So it is so much satisfying to see that Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has given his message for this particular cause yesterday into our inaugural session that was being read by Shri Kumar Dilip on the podium. And today we have got this honor to have the message from Honorable Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. And now I would like to invite on the stage Ms. Nanda Shri, who is the Sanitation Ambassador from Sri Lanka, because now she is going to read out that message from the Honorable Prime Minister of Sri Lanka from this podium. Please put your hands together for her welcome.
Good morning, everybody. I am Nandasiri from Sri Lanka. I read the message from Minister of Education and Prime Minister. Virtual address. World Toilet Summit 2025. 19th, 21st November 2025, New Delhi, India. Distinguished guests, organizers, and participants. It is a privilege to join you virtually and to address the World Toilet Summit 2025. Held under the theme Sanitation, Collective Responsibility for Dignity and Planet. I commend the Sulabh International Social Service Organization and the World Toilet Organization for hosting this important global platform. Events such as this play a vital role in reminding us that sanitation, hygiene, and public health are shared responsibilities that shape the well-being of our communities and the sustainability of our planet. I am especially encouraged by the active participation of children and young people in these initiatives. Their enthusiasm, dedication, and curiosity inspire their peers and strengthen our collective commitment to building a healthier future. By creating opportunities for young learners to engage, we empower students, teachers, and school leaders who share knowledge, adopt best practices, and champion international standards in health and well-being. These efforts not only build awareness, but also cultivate the next generation of responsible global citizens. Sri Lanka remains committed to supporting such meaningful initiatives. We believe in empowering our youth to lead with responsibility, compassion, and innovation, particularly in school, health, and sanitation. Through collaboration, education, and shared global commitment, we can ensure dignity, hygiene, and a safer, healthier planet for generations to come. I extended my best wishes to the World Toilet Summit 2025 for a successful and impactful event. May your discussions inspire concrete action and stronger partnerships for a cleaner, more sustainable world. Thank you. Me, Dr. Harini Amarasuriya.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nandashri. And now, my dear friends, we are really proud to share with you that Sulabh Sanitation Club is attracting more and more children to be associated with us. And we have with us the voices of children ambassadors of sanitation. So we have 3 children from, or I could see more, from Sri Lanka who would be sharing their experience over here on the stage. So let's have a round of applause for their welcome.
And crisp. Okay. Keep it brief and crisp. You can just.
A clean India begins with a conscious India. Greetings to everyone present out here on this auspicious occasion of World Toilet Summit 2025. I am Aisha Khatun representing Sikkim, India, and I am also a member of Alkem Sulabh Sanitation Club. Today, I stand before you all to share my experiences and journey with this very auspicious sanitation club. We all complain about the sanitation and cleanliness of our country, India, but tell me, who really works for it rather than just speaking about it? This is exactly why, ladies and gentlemen, this sanitation club is special. It came as a blessing in disguise in our lives and didn't just talk about cleanliness. Rather, it turned the challenges into actions and ideas into reality. Before the introduction of this club in our school was clean, yes, but it lacked awareness. Awareness on the sanitation, hygiene, cleanliness, and a lot more things. But magically, after this club was introduced, we saw the positive impacts of this club into our schools. Where once the students were not ready to pick up the wrappers they threw themselves, were now cleaning the school premises and the surroundings. Where once they were not ready to talk about menstruation, they felt shy and they took it as a stigma, were now taking it as a privilege. Where once they were making faces before entering the toilets, we're now cleaning the toilets so that others can use it efficiently. This, ladies and gentlemen, this is the impact of Sulabh Sanitation Club in our school. And as the saying goes, practice what you preach. Our girls didn't just talk about it, they worked for it. They worked for the betterment of our school's cleanliness and initiatively joined the sanitation club to work with it. I would also like to mention that I, being the leader of our school, the Raleigh School Sanitation Club, took the opportunity to take out rallies to such places which was not possible to talk to. It was very impossible to convince people about sanitation and cleanliness, but we did it. We took our students to that places. We awared them that sanitation, cleanliness, toilet cleaning especially is very, very important to us. We also took awareness sessions in our schools where we awared our juniors about the menstrual hygiene, which is very important because we believe that juniors, the youths are the future of our country, India. And not just our school, there are many, many schools in Sikkim who are working efficiently with this project, such as Mamring School, which believes that trash is treasure and it accounts for sustainability. The Alkem Sanitation Club didn't just clean the surroundings, it cleaned our mindset. It taught us responsibility, dignity, and confidence. Confidence to speak up. It taught us that a cleaner India is not just a dream, it is a duty. And the very important message I take from this club is that a change doesn't come from big acts. It comes from one step, one value, one decision, and one chance we take.
In addition to it, I, Sparsha Sharma, also from Sikkim, India, from my lovely school, PM Shri Tikalal Nirola Senior Secondary School, is here to talk about some amazing changes that took place in our school after Sulabh's intervention. The first change which fascinated me was that the students started talking about menstrual hygiene, and they were even more curious about it. And the most fascinating thing for me was that more than the girls, the boys started taking initiatives about it. In fact, on the menstrual hygiene day, the boys played a whole skit with all the male characters, with all the male students playing as the female characters. Also, it impacted in our school as the girls started talking about periods casually, and now they can successfully take out their sanitary napkins from their bags without any hesitation and can talk about period cramps to the teachers and the boys. The second most fascinating thing for me was that now our Sulabh members, along with the Safai Karmacharis, have started to work parallel to each other when it came to sanitation and hygiene of our school premises, specifically our latrines. After Sulabh's intervention, our respected Safai Karmacharis did not take sanitation and hygiene as a mere duty, but as a responsibility that everybody should follow. Adding to it, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Kumar Dilip sir for giving us, the children, this opportunity and this platform to raise our voice. Also, I would like to thank the Alchem Foundation for always being there as a backbone to Sulabh. And lastly, I would like to thank my Sikkim government, my lovely teachers, my mentors, and all the Sulabh members for always supporting us in our journey. Thank you.
Okay.
So let me please share with you that through the day we'll be having the children voices over here on the stage, and since we have the dignitaries over here who have given their valuable time and thoughtful insights to this wonderful, I would say the first kickstart of this day too, so let's have a round of applause for all of them. Thank you so much, dignitaries. And with this now, we would like to initiate with the session one. So I'll request you to kindly take your seat in the off the stage. So maybe please have the group photograph first, and then we'll move towards down the stage. Yeah, thank you. So let me please share with you that the session one that we are starting, it is gonna tell us about the India story from Swachh Bharat to sanitation futures. And before we initiate this session, we would be having a video for all of you. Thank you so much, dignitaries. Thank you. And before we initiate this session one, let me tell you that we have got a short video from Ministry, and we would like to present it in front of you. And this video is about the wash story of India. So my dear friends, let's have a huge round of applause for this authentic subject. Let's have a round of applause.
My girl, now that you are here, I'm better.
Oh, Dadaji, is this really our village? When I was just 8 years old and first came to this village, none of this was here. Everything looked so different back then. Now it's so clean and so beautiful. And wait, no one's fetching water from the well anymore.
tap water in every house and the whole village shining. And most importantly, we have good health now.
But Dadaji, how did all this happen? And so fast?
It's a new way of imaging growth and new approach to the development that is fueled by hard work of people and community.
Dadaji, please tell me more.
It's not an ordinary story. It's a vast story of India. Come, let me tell you how it all began.
In the villages of India, dreams are now taking flight. From here began a journey of cleanliness, dignity and empowerment. Under the guidance of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, the nation set forth on the path of cleanliness, leaving footprints of change across the country. In 2014, Honorable Prime Minister launched the biggest people's movement to change the behavior towards cleanliness and to end open defecation, a spark that soon turned into a nationwide sanitation revolution. Toilets were built in every home, and every toilet built became more than just a structure. It became a symbol of dignity for women, safety for children, pride for families, and health for all. From transforming villages to transforming mindsets, India proved to the world that when purpose is pure and intent is strong, change knows no limits. In 2020, the Swachh Bharat Mission Phase 2 was launched.
WHO के मुताबिक 2014 और 2019 के बीच 3 लाख जीवन बचे हैं जो डायरिया के कारण हम खो देते थे। मानव सेवा का ये धर्म बन गया साथियों। यूनिसेफ की रिपोर्ट है कि घर में टॉयलेट बनने के कारण अब 90% से ज्यादा महिलाएं खुद को सुरक्षित महसूस कर रही है। महिलाओं को इन्फेक्शन से होने वाली बीमारियों में भी स्वच्छ भारत मिशन की वजह से बहुत कमी आई है।
Cleanliness has become not just our habit, our strength as well. We have learned to segregate waste, turning it into compost and creating clean energy. Initiatives like Gobardhan are turning waste into wealth. From biogas to compost, and plastic waste are being used for building roads. Along with this, to end the drudgery of women, young girls, and to provide clean tap water in every rural household, Honorable PM launched Jal Jeevan Mission, the water for all, in 2019. Tap water is reaching every home, bringing health, dignity and comfort to millions. Now, women found ease, children found joy, and communities shine with health and hope.
साथियों, हमारी माताओं बहनों को पानी के लिए भी बहुत सारी मुश्किलें होती थी। इसके लिए हमने हर घर नल से जल स्कीम शुरू की। बीते सालों में 15 करोड़ से अधिक देशवासियों को नल से जल की सुविधा मिल चुकी है।
Today, in just 6 years, over 124.8 million homes in India are being provided with running tap water. The global target set under SDG 6 was 2030, but India's water journey is flowing even faster, ensuring no one is left out. The mission is reaching every rural home, every family, bringing health, prosperity, and well-being of all. Today, India's villages are not just clean and water secured, they are alive with hope and prosperity. The availability of sanitation and safe water is transforming landscapes and millions of rural lives. These villages are now writing a new story of development, reflecting the spirit of a new India that inspires the world. Community participation is at the heart of India's transformation in water, sanitation and hygiene. The Water for All and Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin government programs have become people's movements or Jan Andolan. Across villages, communities lead with purpose. Women trained to test water quality. Self-help groups manage cleanliness. Operation and maintenance of tap water connections, and innovators bring new solutions. Not just this, we are inspiring India's future generations by inculcating compulsory WASH curriculum in primary education system. Together, we are building a Swachh Sujal Gaon, an India that inspires the world through the power of collective action. Through unwavering determination, Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin achieved a milestone in 2019. What the world had set for 2030 under SDG Sub-Goal 6's Sub-Goal 6.2, end open defecation 11 years ahead of time. This is not just a story of toilets and taps. It is a transformation of rural India through behavior change, community participation, prioritizing cleanliness, health, dignity of women, universal access to clean drinking water. As the tricolor rises over a cleaner, greener India, the message of Swachhata Hi Seva echoes across the world, inspiring nations, empowering people, and lighting the path towards Viksit Bharat.
Oh wow, Dadaji, that was a whole lot of story of change.
Yes, my girl. Now clean water is flowing from tap and every village is being self-sustained. And we are bringing hope, pride and health in every home. This is the true promise of our land. Promise of India to the world.
That was indeed a remarkable journey. And I must tell you that in our session 1, we are gonna dive deep into this India story from Swachh Bharat to sanitation futures. So for this, we have got eminent panelists over here. I would like to invite them over here on the dais one by one. With your round of applause, please welcome Shri Sujoy Majumdar, Senior WASH Specialist, UNICEF India. Please put your hands together for him. Let me please share with you that he is an Indian Forest Service officer with 25 years of experience, and he has shaped major national WASH initiatives as director of the National Rural Drinking Water Program and later leading Nirmal Bharat Abhiyan. He played a pivotal role in conceptualizing the Swachh Bharat Mission 2014. Let's have a round of applause for his welcome on the dais. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
And now I would like to invite on our next panelist over here on the stage, Shri Ashok KK Meena. Please put your hands together as I invite him on the dais. He's an IAS officer from Odisha cadre 1993. Shri Meena serves as Secretary, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Government of India, an alumnus of IIT Kanpur and Duke University. He has held key portfolios in finance, Panchayati Raj, industrial promotion and e-governance. He is widely recognized for his expertise in water policy, public finance, trade and infrastructure development. Let's have a round of applause for his welcome. And now I would like to invite Srinivas Katikithalaji. Please put your hands together for his welcome. He is the IAS and Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Please welcome him on the stage. He is a senior IAS officer, 1989 batch. He is the Secretary of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Over 3 decades, he has led major governance and infrastructure reforms at both national and state levels. As a former director of LBS NAA, he drove civil services capacity building and Mission Karma Yogi. In Gujarat, he played a central role in projects like the Statue of Unity, Gift City, and the post-earthquake rehabilitation of 14 cities. So let's have a round of applause for him. Welcome, sir. Now I would like to invite on the stage Shri Ravi Bhatnagar. Please welcome him with your round of claps on the stage. He is the Director, External Affairs and Partnerships, Reckitt South Asia. He leads key collaborations in health and hygiene and sustainability. A qualified independent director, he coaches the ASSOCHAM CSR Council and serves on boards of PSI and national committees. I would like to share with you that he is a recipient of the WTO Hall of Fame and Gandhi Mandela Peace Honor. He is an alumnus of TISP Mumbai and a life founding member of Leaders Excellence at Harvard Square. Please put your hands together for him. And now I would like to invite on the dais Dr. Natasha Patel. Please welcome her with your round of claps. She is the CEO of India Sanitation Coalition, FICCI. Please put your hands together for her. A banking and development sector leader with 30 years of experience, she formerly led transaction banking at Standard Chartered and HSBC. She later shaped philanthropic strategy at Basra and served as CEO of the India Sanitation Coalition, driving private sector participation in WASH and the Model Block Initiative. Let me tell you that Dr. Patel holds a PhD in French literature from the Sorbonne. Please put your hands together for her welcome. And now I would like to invite on the panel Professor Vivek Kumar. Please put your hands together while we welcome him on the stage. Professor is the Center for Rural Development and Technology, IIT Delhi. He specializes in wastewater treatment, solid waste management, enzyme-based processes, and mathematical modeling. So, sir is here in the auditorium with us. So, not sure. So Professor Vivek Kumar, he's not here. So we can move ahead with this session. So let me tell you, my dear friends, as I shared with you that in this session we are going to discuss the India story. So it is going to be a high-impact, multi-stakeholder panel showcasing the Swachh Bharat mission as the monumental achievement in public health and dignity. I would like to hand over the mic to the moderator of the session because he knows his job the best. So please have a round of applause for the moderator, Shri Sujay Majumdar. Sir, it's over to you now.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, and good morning, everyone. And I think you saw an excellent opening session, and you saw excellent video film also, I think, which brings out the India story quite well. And we have eminent speakers on the dais who will go into more details of India's story. So over the last decade, India's sanitation journey has actually become possibly the largest public health and social transformation stories of the world. How this has happened, India has always had a complex history in our water and sanitation services, both in urban and rural areas. But what began as an effort to end OD, open defecation, actually over the years has now grown into a systems movement in which we see a focus on behavior change, as you saw in the film, technology use, institutional strengthening, and the whole of the government approach, right from the Honorable Prime Minister, as you repeatedly saw in the film, down to the village level, and local leadership. What I think the standout of India's sanitation program has been the huge investment from government, both financially and through its policies and programs. We have seen a massive transformation in rural India, driven by community participation and leadership. We have seen rapid urban innovation, work on fecal sludge management and waste management, service delivery reforms. Globally, as I think has been spoken by the Honorable Minister also from South Africa, what India has done is now becoming an example across the world. And because I work in UNICEF, I see so many queries from countries around the world who want to ask how has India achieved what it did. There are issues, of course, that we need to look at, and the government, I'm sure, and partners are looking at it. Today, as was mentioned, we have Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. We have Secretary, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation. We have representatives from the corporate sector. We have the India Sanitation Coalition CEO, Ms. Natasha Patel. We have representatives from corporate sector. We have Mr. Ravi Bhatnagar from RNB. I would like to possibly start with Madam Patel. The Indian Sanitation Coalition, I think, was a unique innovation. And if you ask me, when this started many years back, we in the sanitation sector were a bit skeptical about how the coalition will work. But not only have you sustained over the past, I think 6 to 7 years now, you will tell me the exact date, there has been huge successes. What we have heard from the stories and the field reports, that you have managed to act as a convener for corporate sectors and other sectors also. Your initiative of Lighthouse, which was also included in the video, shows that corporates and governments can work together. So we would want to know what are the kind of coalitions you are running, how you have done it, what are the funding models, and going forward, how do you see the involvement of the corporate sector in the sanitation sphere? Madam Natasha Patel. You can. Whatever is convenient.
So a very warm welcome to all of you here today, and I am delighted to have this honor of sharing with you the journey of the India Sanitation Coalition. It's 10 years that we have been in existence, and it's a very, very big honor for us to partner with the government in India. I come from the corporate sector myself, and I know very often we hear that partnership specifically with the government is a very sensitive topic. Honestly, my journey in partnering with the government has only been an upside. Yes, there are issues, but I think the issues are on both sides, not just on one side. So you will hear a lot of good things from me today, but please take them as sincere, because this has really been our experience at the India Sanitation Coalition. So what exactly is the coalition? The coalition is actually exactly what the word signifies. We work as a mediator between the private sector and the government in terms of partnering to look at water and sanitation challenges across India, both urban and rural. So we started primarily with rural, but now we are actually quite active in urban as well, and I'll share with you some of the things that we've done. Let me start with rural. So the flagship program of DDWS that we are partnering with them on is called the Lighthouse Initiative. This started in 2021, and I have to say the entire idea, and I'm being very honest, the entire idea was from DDWS themselves. They wanted to partner with the private sector, and the view was that if we can build the infrastructure, can the private sector help us to maintain it? Initially, when we approached the corporates, there was a huge skepticism, because this possibly is the first time that the corporate sector is coming together en masse, I should say, across India to partner with the government. And it's a very, very simple proposition. The proposition is that the government will bring in the capital expenditure to build the infrastructure across all our villages, that is for solid and liquid waste, and the private sector, which is the corporates who are already embedded in these rural communities, will actually help not only to engage the communities in terms of understanding. So across the 4 tenets, we have build, use, maintain, and treat. And now, of course, we have reuse as well. So across these tenets, this, they work with the communities around use and maintain and treat, which effectively means that when the period is over of active engagement, the communities themselves are ready to take over the infrastructure. So we did phase 1, which was 75 Gram Panchayats, and it starts with the village, as you know. So we started with the village and then went all the way up to the Gram Panchayat. Hugely successful exercise. And then we went into phase 2, which started in 2024, where we've now expanded into blocks. So corporates are now actually putting their CSR money towards blocks rather than just Gram Panchayats. It's a massively aspirational program. I don't know how far we will go with it. I am hoping that we can cover the whole of India, but we are in the initial phases, and as you can see, lots more work to be done. On the urban side, the story is a little bit more checkered, only because I believe that urban requirements are a lot more complex than rural. Also, the urban water and sanitation journey starts at the state level, not at the center. So while DDWS drove their flagship program directly from the center, at the urban level, it gets driven through the states themselves. So while we have an MOU with Mahua, and we're very happy to have Rupa Mishra ji here, who actually helped us to get the MOU in place, we actually work directly with the state missions, and they themselves have now, after a period of maybe a year and a half of engaging with them across several states, have now started to see the value in terms of building the solid waste management and liquid waste management requirements across their cities. So while we started with Tier 1 cities, now the story has moved more into Tier 2 and Tier 3. It covers all aspects of solid and liquid waste, but more importantly, again, we follow the same tenet as we followed with rural India, which is effectively the government comes in, or the ULB at this point, comes in with the capital expenditure, and sometimes not even with that, depending upon the funds that they have, whereas the private sector comes in with the O&M, which is absolutely critical. But this has to be accompanied by certain tax breaks, certain benefits that we give the private sector so that they can make it economically viable for them. Again, customized for each city, and just to give you examples of where we're working, in Maharashtra, we are in the process of signing an MOU with the Chief Minister's office for 3 of the districts, which is Sindhudurg, Gadchiroli, and Nagpur. As you know, both Sindhudurg and Gadchiroli are backward districts, and hence the problems there are far greater and more complex. And we are doing it in Gujarat as well. So we are looking at all the new corporations, and we're signing the DPRs with them and actually putting in place, the funding. And the interesting part about funding in the urban, the urban model, is that it is a blended form of finance. So the corporate really only comes in for the advocacy part, or as we call it, the household segregation part, in terms of making people understand why that is necessary. But as far as the collection, transportation, and MRF pieces are concerned, we're looking at a form of debt funding as well as NBFC funding going in. So creating really livelihoods and jobs for our sanitation workers so that they can actually manage these facilities on their own. The end game with ULBs is really that they give oversight. So there's an excellent model that ITC put in place maybe 10 years ago, and which is now running entirely on its own in the city of Saharanpur, which some of you may remember was considered maybe 10, 15 years back as the dirtiest city in our country. Saharanpur today is run entirely by its Mohalla committees, and effectively the sanitation workers there have taken loans from NBFCs, from the financial institutions, to run their own little enterprises with regards to transportation, collection, transportation, and the MRF is again run by the Mohalla committee. So what I'm saying is that financing also is not just a government priority, or prerogative, I should say, not priority, but prerogative, because we cannot live on handouts throughout. We have to form solutions which are going to be sustainable in the long term, by the communities for which these solutions are created. So this is something that we are hoping we can take across all the states now. It's been a little slow in starting, but I can see the momentum. More and more corporates are coming in very enthused, wanting to actually, take the sponsorship of the program and work with us towards looking at city water and sanitation requirements. So this is really the ecosystem piece that we work on. What are the coalitions? I think that's what you also asked me. To ensure that we do not fall short of coalition partners, the ISC actually works with five different sets of partners. So corporates, as I mentioned to you. The other piece, which is very, I would say, vulnerable for us, is the implementing partner. The implementing partner is the partner that works with the corporate towards actually putting in place these solutions. And we see this as something that is still very much at its nascent stage. So some states have very strong implementing partners, others don't. Specifically for urban India, the implementing partners that we have are very few and far between. We have to develop them. So we are creating a coalition now for these implementing partners to do capacity building for them and help them in terms of their own growth so that they can support, the different programs that we have. The third is, of course, the research agencies, and these are really coming out of the IITs and all the other research institutes where a lot of work goes on, but very often it goes on within a small circle and doesn't really get implemented on the ground, or doesn't come to the benefit of the implementers on the ground. So we connect these different scientists, and IIT Madras has actually instituted a center where they not only develop new technologies, but for both rural and urban India, but they actually implement them as well, which I think is an amazing thing, because we can now learn from that. Those are living labs, the way we see it. And the fourth one is, of course, the band of dedicated Swachhta Sathis that we are putting in place now for rural India. So these are the coalitions that we work with, and I think maybe I'll stop there and hand it back to you.
Yes, thank you, Natasha ji. You have highlighted how urban-rural partnerships, CSR, innovative funding, multi-stakeholder coalitions can work, and really, this is an example. This is also an innovation, I think, from India, and working in the sanitation sector. I wonder whether you'll be coming to the water sector also, because that also needs quite a lot of corporate support. I think we move on to a global corporate then. That is, for me, what I know of Mr. Bhatnagar is the Banega Swachh India campaign. Dettol Reckitt it has been all over the media for many years now. I'm sure you will explain more about it. And how did you plan to do that strategy? And how have you rolled it out? Going forward, what can other corporates also do to come into this space? And of course, your experience, you mentioned that you'd also want to speak about financing. So absolutely request your inputs in financing. How can we get more corporates to get involved in the sanitation story?
First of all, thank you so much for having me here. Thanks to the Ministry for Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Sulabh, World Toilet Organization, and all. I have some of my mentors here in the room. Padam Shri Dr. Indra Chakravarti is there. Jackson is there. I have been working with both of them for over a decade now. Very interestingly, when Honorable Prime Minister launched Swachh Bharat Mission, we were among the first companies to pledge our first 100 crores for the Swachh Bharat Mission. We never looked back. We said this has to be done, and this has to be done in a record time. there were big challenges like in MNC in India, like, there's so much confusion. Sometimes people call us Reckitt and Coleman, then Reckitt Benckiser. Then Reckitt, it's associated with a disease with the legs and limbs. And it becomes so difficult to explain the thing, so I thought let's keep it simple and let's say it's a Dettol program, which is now almost 100 years old brand just in India. And we started with Dettol Banega Swasth India campaign. The season 1 was hosted with Amitabh Bachchan ji. And till now, 700 hours of live original content and programming has been done till the 12th season, which we just concluded on 2nd of October. To put on record, the full support from the honorable ministers of both the departments, from the Department of Education also at the central level, at the state level, and some of the well-wishers and with whom the blessings have always been there on us are the presidents and the vice presidents of India. Every time we did the show, we were doing the community movement, we were doing the programming on the air. We got wholeheartedly support from the government, ministers, bureaucrats, and everyone involved. There was a big time, we thought let's replace the Dettol logo on all the sanitation, this hand wash bottles with the sanitation champions. So around 20 million bottles, that's a huge bet, was actually, it came to the market and the real hygiene champions were actually put on the bottles. There was a time people asked us will it be sustainable? We said we will get the bottles which have around 80% recyclability. And we got out with the Dettol black bottles and we launched it. India is a country where a lot of dance, drama, music, and culture is there. We said, newer things are coming to the Gen Zs and the millennials. TikTok was live at that point of time. We have around 1.7 billion views were there in record 15 days on the hand washing campaign, which we jointly did with the government of India. And it traveled from India to China, China to Brazil, Brazil to Russia, Russia to South Africa. And time came, Sujoy, when people started asking us, it's a pure India model because Prime Minister Modi is very supportive. Can you take it to the other part of the world? I took the challenge in my role and I said, let me take it to first of my neighboring country, which is Pakistan, which I also am responsible for. So I said, let's make something which is Hoga Saaf Pakistan. So we created Hoga Saaf Pakistan in Pakistan, Poricho Bangladesh in Bangladesh, Clean Nigeria in Nigeria, Clean Indonesia in Indonesia. Modeling remains the same, the learning remains the same. Recently, 2 months back, I am being added with the additional responsibility, and now it is a core responsibility to expand the work what we have been doing in India, in South Africa, as well as in the Sub-Saharan Africa. So I'm looking into the part there now also, what we can support, how we can support, and the good part is, as I heard the Honorable Minister in the morning, that gives me a lot of confidence, the doors are open, doors are welcoming, and G20, they are the G20 host. So looking forward to be there in South Africa soon and, working with the communities, working with the government there, and making sure some of the good practices which are there in this part of the world actually travel there and learning from there also. India is a country which has a lot of indigenous populations. Same is the thing with most of the African countries and some other countries too. There's a lot which we have learned from India, and it's vice versa also. So we are trying to make sure world is a more peaceful place, world is a more healthier place where, hygiene is a foundation of good health. And few things which are cross-cutting across the globe. The first thing which comes to my mind is we just made a curriculum which is for the deaf, blind, mute, and autistic kids on hygiene and sanitation. it's cross cuts all the languages, boundaries, and everything. It's in Braille. It's in different fonts which are internationally accepted. We are ready to give it to anyone who wants to do it with us in any country, any part of the world. Second big thing is we took India's story to Davos, where we made a Hygia bot on the WhatsApp, which is in the 22 Indian languages right now on hygiene and sanitation. In Davos this year, I could take it into French, Mandarin, Spanish, and Russian, 4 languages. And we are also open to take it more wider and bigger. This was all germinated on 2nd of October 2024 from the Red Fort. And what was germinated here, we could take as a company to the places, but definitely not alone, with strong partners and partnerships, strong allyship with the India Sanitation Coalition, with the respective governments, more than 1,000 civil society organizations. Dr. Pathak is not there in the room, but I remember when I was in my college and was at the Loyola in Chennai, that was the first time I came on my personal grounds to see the Sulabh Museum, first time. And that was the first thing question, like I said, like when I will be, doing something bigger, I will be like him one fine day. And that really inspires me even today. Now, when I go back to Wharton, Pennsylvania to take the sessions, or when I teach in the other universities, some of the Ivy Leagues, there are a lot of business cases which are there from India. I take it there. And I always feel pride, very proud, I am among the right people who always motivate, who always encourage. Always there can be difference between the public, private, civil society partnerships sometimes. But the beauty is India's flag should shine and should shine high and high. This is my final submission. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Ravi. And thank you for speaking about hygiene and hand washing, because from UNICEF also it's one of our focus areas, and we seem to have lost our road again after our last interaction with hand hygiene. Now again behaviors have become a problem. And thank you for also speaking about Dr. Bindeshwari Pathak, absolutely a person who has brought sanitation into the mainstream for many years. I would like to move on to the Government of India, and it's my privilege to invite Secretary Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Shri Meena ji, to talk about the SBM Grameen story and what is the plans for the future. Thank you.
I'll speak from
here. Yes. No,
Good morning, everybody. Namaste and welcome. My senior colleague, Shri K. Srinivas ji, Sujoy, Ravi Bhatnagar ji, Natasha, all familiar faces by now. My colleague, Mission Director, Swachh Bharat Mission Grameen, and I think Urban Rupa also has been a long colleague from the state of Orissa, where we have worked together. Dear friends, I think morning has started very well. We heard Honorable Deputy Minister from South Africa in the morning. The context, global context was set out by him, and the role that South Africa is charting out was also clearly laid out. G20 is being hosted by them, and I believe the global stage is also open for all of us to take the message of sanitation, toilets across the world and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals is likely to receive huge support from the presidency. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Dear friends, I would just dwell into the context in which we are talking today. Sanitation in India was always deeply rooted in the culture, from the advanced drainage systems to the Indus Valley civilization to Mahatma Gandhi's focus on both Swatantrata and Swachhata together. Honorable PM has been repeating it since 2014. Yet, India was facing the challenge of open defecation, with only 39% of the rural households having access to toilet in 2014. Let me just clarify, I'll be basically talking about the rural context because my colleague will be speaking about the urban setting. In rural India, it was only 39% of the rural household which had access to toilet in 2014. The earlier programs, Government of India did try to address the situation. Central Rural Sanitation Program in 86, the Sanitation Campaign in 99, Nirmal Bharat Abhiyan in 2012. Those programs laid an important groundwork through subsidies, community-led efforts, and saturation approaches, but they largely treated sanitation as an infrastructure exercise rather than a behavior-driven social movement. As a result, the implementation remained almost fragmented, supply-driven, and subsidy-focused, with limited ownership and usage on the ground. Come 2014, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji took charge, and August 2014 is when, under his leadership, we launched the Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin along with the Swachh Bharat Mission Urban. Both together are called Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. That is what the Honorable Prime Minister keeps on telling. This mission has made sanitation a national priority and Swachhata, or cleanliness, as an important pillar of our combined consciousness. That was a huge shift for all of us. The first phase of Swachh Bharat Gramin was launched on October 2014 with an aim to make India open defecation free by 150th birth anniversary of Mahatma Gandhi on 2nd October 2019. I am really happy to share with you that Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin was a game changer because it shifted emphasis from more construction of toilets to bringing about an overall behavior change in the targeted population. This was done through principles like community-led total sanitation and ensuring last mile inclusion through continuous monitoring and citizen engagement. In doing so, we turned the scheme into a Jan Andolan, a people's movement. SBM therefore has been considered as one of the largest behavior change campaign that successfully united the nation across states, union territories, languages, communities under one common goal, a clean and open defecation-free India. What made SBMG unique was the energy of crores of citizens, including community leaders, swechhagrahis, self-help groups, panchayats, school students, citizens, and you also heard from Natasha ji, the corporates came together, the Detol Banega India Swasth campaign, which Ravi Bhatnagar spoke, all of us came together to turn an aspiration into an action. By October 2019, India had built over 100 million rural household toilets. Over 10.15 crore rural households were constructed. 67,000 community sanitary complexes were constructed in 6 lakh villages. All the villages they themselves held public meetings and declared themselves as open defecation free village, with sanitation coverage reaching 100%. This was a very heartwarming thing where the declaration and certification was not being given by the central government. It was being given by the community themselves for their own villages. So it was an innovative approach where we mobilized the community to declare that their villages are becoming open defecation free. This achievement was significant and the shift in behavior was quite apparent. For the first time, sanitation became a conversation in every home. You just heard a couple of students from Sikkim narrating what is happening in their schools. Through this mission, India's progress under UN SDG was also significant, especially under sub-target 6.2, which focuses on achieving access to adequate and equitable sanitation and hygiene for all and ending the open defecation. SBMG successfully eliminated open defecation across rural India by 2019, ensuring universal toilet access 11 years before the stipulated time frame of 2030. Dear friends, after having achieved substantial progress, we did not sit on our achievements. With this status, India moved into the next stage of rural sanitation by launching Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin Phase 2 in 2020. Which has now been extended until March 2026, and we are thinking of extending it till October 2026 to synchronize with the urban component of the Swachh Bharat mission. This phase shifts the focus from merely building the toilets and ODF status to sustaining sanitation outcomes through the ODF Plus model. It emphasizes that the sanitation journey truly begins after toilet construction, where communities come forward and own their own assets. It aims to ensure that villages maintain their ODF status, establish robust solid and liquid waste management systems, and achieve a visibly clean environment. Hence, in this phase, the objective is to move from toilets to systems, from access to sustainability. So far, under SBM Phase 2, more than 4.85 lakh villages have been declared as ODF Plus model villages. Thereby, what it means is they themselves are declaring that ODF status is sustained, they maintain visual cleanliness, and they have also started liquid and solid waste management practices. All these efforts have had a positive impact on the health and environment of the villages and increased employment opportunities therein. Water conservation and reuse has been promoted through these efforts with the focus on 3R: reduce, reuse, and recharge. These initiatives are strong steps towards making rural India clean, sustainable, and self-reliant. Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin is currently running Hamara Shauchalaya Hamara Bhavishya campaign for World Toilet Day, which started yesterday. This will culminate on December 10th, which is a Human Rights Day. This campaign focuses not only on the importance of sanitation and hygiene for health, dignity, and societal prosperity, but also focuses on functionality, assessment, repair, and aesthetic upliftment of the rural toilets for both individual household latrines and the community sanitary complexes. We will take extra measures during this period till 10th of December, that is Human Rights Day, on which the toilets will be in a systematic manner ensured that they remain functional. During this campaign period, Gram Panchayats, block authorities, and district teams under District Water Sanitation Mission are going to work together to assess and strengthen the functionality and operation and maintenance of these systems, including the community sanitary complexes, encouraging the households to maintain their own toilets. Focused awareness activities are also being conducted across community groups on the importance of sanitation, hygiene, and safe handling of fecal waste. Dear friends, technology is also increasingly getting used in this space. I am very happy to say that Honorable Prime Minister keeps on saying that we need to break silos and departments and ministries need to work other departments and ministries. Along with Ministry of Panchayati Raj, we are using their platform of Meri Panchayat to mainstream the rural sanitation assets as well as operation and maintenance on their platform. Similarly, Quality Council of India, we are collaborating to have a Sarpanch Samvad where all Sarpanches of the country are cross-learning from each other, good practices from Panchayats in Kerala to the Panchayats which are trying to do new things in the northern India. This kind of technological collaboration is helping us energize the community to work towards a total sanitation. We have also set up the dashboard systems which provides data available at the national level to the district level, Gram Panchayat level, and even the community is accessing the whole data. Whatever work has been done and whatever O&M is taking place is exposed to the community through the Meri Panchayat app and the Sarpanch Samvad and the dashboards which are being created for them. We believe that the technology and the collaboration possible through the technology with the assistance of community will ensure that all these efforts result into substantial improvement in continuously keeping our toilets and the sanitation standards high. Over the past 11 years, India's rural sanitation progress has been driven by strong partnerships, institutional reforms, digital governance, and active citizen engagement. A clear bottom-up structure across national to the village levels has enabled coordinated action. Women have played a leading role as missions, self-help group entrepreneurs, waste management champions. Backed by a whole of government approach involving multiple ministries, corporate partners and civil society, the mission continues to prioritize this and strengthen the rural sanitation through the locally elected Gram Panchayat leaders. Independent studies by the World Bank, WHO, UNICEF show that SBM has led to a measurable health and economic gains, reduced diarrheal deaths, improved nutrition outcomes, higher school attendance, and greater dignity to women. I need not go into further numbers which have come out through independent studies by UNICEF, Professor Michael Kramer. All have pointed that water and sanitation, if they are taken care appropriately by the communities, the return on that investment will be the highest. Looking ahead, India's sanitation agenda will focus on sustaining and maintaining the assets created under Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin through stronger operations and maintenance, data-driven monitoring, digital innovation, youth engagement and notification of operation and maintenance policies, and fecal sludge management rules across all the states, union territories, and the Gram Panchayats. The mission aims to build sustainable systems that are technologically advanced and inclusive while promoting Swachh Sujal Gaon as a model village that is not only ODA plus but also Har Ghar Jal certified. In just over a decade, India's journey has evolved from scarcity to scale and from toilets to transformative change, showcasing how political will, community participation, and partnerships can achieve the once impossible situation. As the country moves towards Viksit Bharat agenda of 2047, safe and sustainable sanitation will be important enablers of this journey, and strengthening sustainable sanitation systems will remain our central focus. We are closely working with our colleagues in the Urban Development Department, and the sanitation policy, National Sanitation Policy for urban and rural India will be charted out in the next phase in coming years' time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Srimina. I think it's been exciting for rural India also to make this huge change, as you said, 39% when Swachh Bharat Mission started to at least near 100% now. Thank you. I think we can now move on to the urban story, sir. I invite Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban West, Shri Grace Srinivas, to address.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My senior colleague, friend, Shri Ashok Meena, Secretary of the Drinking Water and Sanitation Department. Eminent colleagues on the dais, Shri Natasha ji, Shri Ravi Bhatnagar ji, the moderator, Shri Sujay Majumdar ji, Shri Pankaj Jain ji, Mr. Sim in the audience, Mr. Dilip Kumar, my senior colleagues who are mission directors of the mission of Swachh Bharat Gramin and Swachh Bharat Urban SBM, Rupaji, senior colleagues from and delegates from all over the world, and my young friends from various schools who are part of the Sulabh movement. On behalf of myself, my ministry, I extend a very, very warm welcome to all of you today. And as I was recalling, and when we are observing the World Toilet Day, it is as if for us today it is a festival. It is Diwali for us. So happy Diwali. I'm so delighted that yesterday we were honored by the personal message of the Honorable Prime Minister. And my minister himself not only graced but also gave this clarion call of a unifying almost a whole of society message towards a clean India and a clean world. And as we speak about it, and Shri Pankaj Jain has been, in fact, he was kind enough to speak to me on a couple of occasions. I was myself so taken in by the invitation that I was in two minds, because when you talk about a subject like this, there is so much to speak about and yet there is so little, because it can be in a very pithy phrase. You can speak on and talk about what everything needs to be done, or you simply give a clarion call and say, let's do it. So I was wondering, what should I be really speaking to you about? And then as I reflected, I thought, and especially the context of today's session, it is about the India story. And when we talk of the India story, there is a larger meaning for the world. And that is what I wanted to, in a way, paraphrase a bit for our context and then speak about what has been happening under the extraordinarily, I would say, moral and spiritual leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister in this sector, Shri Narendra Modi ji. We are aware that when Swachh Bharat Urban, of course, Meena ji spoke about the rural, the PM gave this clarion call for a national movement, where we would eliminate not only open defecation, but also ensure universal access to toilets. And now, after a decade later, we have more or less achieved that and we have moved on. Shri Meena has also explained to us how we have moved from a situation of scarcity to looking at levels of service. And now, in a way, we have moved from looking at inputs such as, using resources, whether it is water and other materials, and then the consumed material as some kind of a waste, to a larger holistic perspective of looking at it as a resource in transit. How do you utilize it for managing it better? Friends, as I was reflecting on this, and when we were thinking of toilet itself, my mind went to so many different places which I've experienced in my own life. I still remember so distinctly visiting almost 15 years back the phenomenal Topkapi Palace in Istanbul. And in the palace, in the toilet, you have the toilet of the emperor. And if you ever go there and see, it is extremely modern by modern standards. And I thought to myself that in the last 700 years, civilization has progressed, that the one man who was perhaps emperor of the known world of that part, and that facility is now available to almost every human being, and that is human progress. I think from that standpoint, and when I started also reflecting on how is it that human society itself, again I am contextualizing in the context of the India story, so I'm just leading there. Human society itself is organized differently. We have been organized, many of us are aware, on production principles, how you produce, industrialization. We are also aware, Mr. Sim comes from that part of the world, the East Asian, Asiatic societies have been organized on the principles of hydraulic societies. Those who have access to water, those who control water, and the whole of society is organized on that principle. Who controls water? And go westwards, there are so many examples recently I came across this interesting phenomenon in Catalonia in Spain, where the farmers of Spain used to, as a matter of cultural practice, use fecal matter to refertilize their soil, and they used to be called caganers. So it was an economic principle. How do you utilize material, human, let us say, excreta itself, as an important material resource, and therefore look at it as an important input point? It's not too far away. Many of you will also know, in Rome itself, urine was an organizing principle. There used to be urine vats. Urine used to be collected. By law, people were mandated to pass urine in certain vats, and people who collected that urine from that particular vat used to pay tax, and therefore, from the first century AD, Emperor Nero and Vespasian, I think, that was the time they started imposing urine tax. And why would anyone pay tax on urine? Because urine was seen as an important source of ammonia. For hygiene, they used to make toothpaste out of it. They used to use it to fix dyes in printing. And this was, therefore, it led to this very interesting Roman phrase saying that pecunia non est olet, which means money does not stink. Money from wherever is worthwhile, and every material does not carry any kind of a stigma. Unfortunately, in our own country, the same principle in India, that is where I come to the India story. The whole idea of managing waste, managing hygiene, managing sanitation, got organized as a social principle of purity and pollution, where certain actions of personal hygiene were almost seen as detracting, as detrimental, or as degenerative, and therefore it created a lot of contradictions in our society. And it took great men, great civilizational leaders like Mahatma Gandhi, and from then on till the current day leadership of our times, Shri Narendra Modi ji, to look at how to bring about this transformation. And frankly, I was so delighted to hear the extraordinarily erudite elocution of our senior deputy minister from South Africa to speak about the South African experience. Because, sir, as you know, Mahatma Gandhi's exposure and understanding of public hygiene, public sanitation came out of his experience in Durban, how he started organizing the Indian community. And thereby, when he came to India on his tour, he started looking at how Indian towns were also not very well organized, and therefore you will find so many references in his works that we need to not only destigmatize this entire action, but we need to take responsibility for giving dignity to those who carry on this important function. I was remembering, and I actually Googled a bit to try and help jog my memory of one of the first publications Mahatma Gandhi printed, the first edition ever of Harijan in 1933. Mahatma Gandhi published a poem that was sent to him by Rabindranath Tagore. It was written by a gentleman called Datta. He said, "Scavenger." And that is the poem that was printed. And here it says, "You help us like a mother, her child into freshness, and uphold truth that disgust is never for man." And this is the core organizing principle that the current leadership, inspired by Mahatma Gandhi's message, is now working towards, to shift not only hygiene, personal hygiene, public hygiene, sanitation into a whole of society transformation. And that is what my minister said last year when he said, now we need a different call to action. It is Swabhav Swachhta and Sanskar Swachhta. We have to now move from mere physical hygiene to a hygiene of our thought, to a hygiene of our national culture. And this is the core of the India story, my friends. And I'm very happy to be standing here to really represent all of my colleagues, all of you who have been a part of this mission. I myself too have been deeply inspired by the Sri Bindeshwari Pathak's example. I've had the honor listening to him, hearing him, and seeing how by personal example he brought back this important element into the centrality of our national imagination. So from that perspective, I think we are now, the India story is about remaking Indian society into a society that is not only conscious of its personal obligations, of its societal obligations, of creating a much more equitable, much more inclusive, much more, I would say, empathetic society, which is the Swabhav Swachhata and Sanskar Swachhata. Friends, as we are all aware that India is rapidly urbanizing. We have 40 crores, another 15-18 years will be double that number. No urban area can sustain itself without adequate physical infrastructure. There are so many other elements. But the first is that the physical infrastructure, which includes primarily sanitation infrastructure. We've heard Meenaji talk about the glorious Indian urban examples going back to Harappan times. How our cities were organized on the principles of appropriate and highly scientific sanitation principles. Even today, when you go and see Lothal and other places, you'll see that. But today, increasingly when urbanization and urban populations are becoming concentrated and becoming very, very dense, we need to put in place physical infrastructure as well as policy infrastructure in place to ensure that this entire human agglomeration works in a manner that is publicly hygienic and sustainable. So therefore, in that direction, Government of India has been investing huge amounts of money, has been partnering with the corporate sector, partnering with the civil society, and trying to make it a whole of society approach. However, we have to understand and acknowledge and appreciate that human society cannot consume, and that message was brought in loud and clear by Honorable Minister from South Africa, that all our resources are finite. We must use them in multiple manners. We must put them to reuse. We must bring in a different method of approaching from our perspectives as well as organizing. I did mention earlier that at the dawn of human civilization, some of our societies were organized on hydraulic principles. I think now, going forward, when we have urbanization as an economic principle and urbanization as a new form of social structuring, we need to perhaps look at how we will organize sanitation into an industrial methodology, in an industrial manner. Unless we bring in the industrial method, wherein each and every element of the resource that is getting processed, just as the ancient Romans saw ammonia, we should see, as Honorable PM mentioned some time back, we should see kanchan in kachra. Kanchan is gold, kachra is waste. So kachra mein se kanchan we should see, that in every level, everything we should see. The reason why we should see it is that we need to evaluate and see it for the prospect of it being processed in a sustainable manner. We cannot throw good money at bad products. You have to make good money out of good products coming out of material that is in the process of being utilized. So I think this is a very important signal shift that we are currently working on in the Ministry of Urban Affairs, and very ably being led by my senior colleague, Shri Rupa Mishra ji, who has been bringing in a lot of consciousness about circularity in the solid waste management, liquid waste management, and so on. So I invite all of you who are here, especially members of the industry and of the scientific and civil society community, to please participate with us and partner with us, because this is not a done deal. This is not something that has been completely, let us say, completely solved. Although Europe has been able to achieve some degree of resolution to its problems, but the problems of Europe are the problems of city of Delhi. It is not the problem of India. We were recently last week in Sweden, and when we were discussing the scope of the Swedish enterprise, no doubt they did a phenomenal job. And there are lores of how Stockholm itself was such an unhygienic city less than 100 years back. But the size of Sweden is not even the size of Delhi. So the problems of India are the problems of globe. So therefore we have to find solutions which are not only local but also those that can be replicated and made available for the global south, which I am sure through the nurturing efforts of Mr. Sim and his organization, we will be able to share our experiences, share our successes and even our failures, because often failures are greater lessons than successes. So we'll be very happy to do that. And I also want to say that another very important element when we talk about the policy matrix is to how do we ensure that we co-opt all those who have been traditionally part of this process. How do we ensure that sanitation workers become sanipreneurs? How do they become a partner of this entire exercise of economic transformation? How do we ensure that large numbers of our population, large swathes of our population that are currently or were used to be traditionally engaged do not become displaced? How do they get co-opted? This is another important challenge for policymakers and for the industry, because we cannot have a displacement orientation that will happen. Because when you look across Indian industry even today, there are many examples where by forces of aggregation, large sectors of cottage industry perhaps have been suppressed. One example I can give straight away is of the domestic coconut oil. All of us use coconut oil for our hair, right? I don't want to use the brand name. But you know that is one of the most valuable traded company on the stock index. But what it has done, it has put a bottle of coconut oil that goes into your hair in your kitchen, on your bathroom, and in the process, perhaps millions of those who were producing coconut oil in our country no longer have that livelihood. We cannot have that replicate everywhere. We have to, especially in this sector, ensure that those who have been a part of this entire exercise of this great, I would say, it's a civilizational service that they used to do, which is to ensure that the public spaces and societies were clean, were sanitary, were hygienic, cannot be displaced by modern forces of industrialization. We also should ensure that women, who are a very, very important part of this entire exercise, find an equal place. We must therefore ensure that through our policy, through our practice, through our new approaches, we provide dignity, we provide equality, we provide autonomy. And I really didn't want to bore you with numbers, but I just wanted to broadly indicate to you the directions in which we are thinking of how we should, as we go forward to Swachh Bharat Urban. Currently, we are in almost the penultimate phase of 2.0. We are currently looking at 3.0. So what should be the nature and shape of 3.0? How do we converge? Even as we were talking, we were sitting there, Mr. Meena and I were talking about how do we bring about this convergence of the rural and the urban. But then the rural and the urban also converge at the peripheries. So how do we ensure that there is a seamless convergence of policy and practice? And in this, our collaborations with all the multilateral institutions, with Sulabh International, with World Toilet Organization of Mr. Sim, and everybody else, is going to help us in identifying the appropriate pathways. And as we go forward, we would be naturally experimenting. I would only pray to God that we will succeed more than we fail, and that we should succeed rapidly, more rapidly than later, and we should achieve this important transition of our times, which will ensure, as somebody said right up front, we cannot leave a world for our next generation that is totally unprovided for. Thank you very much. Good day.
Thank you, sir, for an excellent address. I mean, it was amazing to hear about you went from Istanbul to Spain, to South Africa and to Harappa and to many other countries and connected it to our India story on sanitation. Two issues which you raised and Mr. Meena also mentioned, I think sanitation workers, thanks for mentioning that. I think the whole story, sanitation, I mean, we are improving obviously, but can we forget people who have been working as a sanitation worker for so many years? That is absolutely critical. And another issue which you mentioned, sir, is that our resources are finite, and the minister also mentioned that. And to ensure that resources that have been put into the system needs to be used properly. And that the operation maintenance story and sustainability story is critical. Partnerships, of course, corporates are there, they have also spoken. One thing I just want to mention is also the people of the country and the consumer. Is the services that are being given, is the consumer aware of what service he or she should get, and whether we are informing that. We were recently in a few Gram Panchayats, sir. So in many places, the Gram Panchayats themselves don't know what service they are supposed to give. And the consumer is something, I mean, technology has improved, but in the rural sector, we don't see the kind of innovation that we may need for India. And that's where, institutes like IITs and research agencies need to come in with a bit more innovation. Financing, of course, is a major issue. And then that, as you said, it was great to hear from you, sir, that we will be getting an SBMG 3.0, and we are looking forward for that again. On behalf of the lakhs and millions of people who have worked on the Swachh Bharat mission over the past 9-10 years, I'd like to thank all the speakers, Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Secretary, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, our representatives from RNC and India Sanitation Coalition, and also WTO, Mr. Jack Sims, Sulabh International for their work and for hosting this event and for inviting us for this conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request you all for a group photograph? You may kindly take a step forward for this group photograph. And since our dignitaries has been here with their wonderful thoughts, so we would like to present our gratitude towards them by felicitating them. So I would like to request Shri Kumar Dilip, President of Sulabh International Social Service Organization, and Mr. Jack Sim, the founder of World Toilet Organization, to please come on the stage for the felicitation of our guest. So may we please have the mementos over here on the stage for the felicitation. I request my backstage support to please come on the stage. Yes, you are standing right behind, but please come on the stage. Don't stand behind the wings. Please come on the stage. So let's have a round of applause, my dear friends. We are acknowledging our dignitaries. They have been wonderful panelists. Thank you so much, sir. These mementos are a mark of remembrance from our side and the token of gratitude from WTO and Sulabh. Now this is for Madam Patel. Now here it is the recognition to the moderator. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. It has been wonderful that how you all have made this session totally participative, and everyone got their insight from the things that you wanted to point out. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. So now, my dear friends, I invite all of you for a quick tea break. So please have a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, और हम लोग यहाँ पर दोबारा अगले 20 मिनट में मिलेंगे. We'll be back over here again in this hall, and I request you kindly be punctual with your timing so that we can start our next session on time. At 12:30, we'll be seeing you back in this auditorium. आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि 12:30 बजे यहाँ हॉल में आप लोग वापस आ जाएं for our next session. Please do have a cup of tea and coffee and join us back. Thank you so much.
Between two different worlds, I long for one more night on Oh, I know why you're not fair. I give you my love, but you don't care. So what is right and what is wrong? Give me a sign, boy. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Oh, I don't know. What can I do? What can I say? So to you, I know you want just me and you. I can't go on now, on. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Still living
Till I
your blood, can it go deeper? So tell me how deep is your blood, can it go deeper? So tell me how deep is your blood, can it go deeper? So tell me how deep is your blood, can it go deeper? How deep is your love? Deep is your blood, can it go deeper? So tell me how deep is your blood, can it go deeper? How deep is your love? So tell me how deep is your blood, can it go deeper? Pull me closer, again. How deep is your love?
On the horizon every time you are not around, I'm slowly wave after wave, I wish I could make it easy, easy to love me, but still I reach to find a way, I'm stuck in between, I'm looking for the right words to say, I'm slowly drifting, drifting away, wave after wave, wave after wave, I'm slowly drifting, drifting away, wave after wave, wave after wave, I'm slowly drifting, drifting away, and it feels like I'm drowning, pulling against the street, pulling against the street, wave after wave. Wave after wave, wave after wave, wave after Wave after wave, wave after wave, wave after wave, wave after wave, wave after wave.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon to everyone. I request you to kindly settle down. In a few minutes, we'll be starting with our next session, and it's a very good initiative about which we are gonna have the discourse, and a very important one. So I request all of you kindly settle down. It's the time for our next session.
It's your life, it's your life. Your beauty's deep inside, inside you. Don't let them bring you down, no. The beauty is inside you. Don't let them bring you down, no. Oh, oh, don't you know, don't you know? Oh, oh, beautiful, don't you know? Oh, oh, don't you know, don't you know? Oh, oh, beautiful, don't you know? No, 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 no. Take your time, take your time. Take your sexy time. Don't lose your head, lose your head. Your beauty's deep inside, inside you. Don't let them bring you down, no. The beauty is inside you. Don't let them bring you down, no. Oh, oh. Don't you know, don't you know? Oh, oh, beautiful, don't you know? Oh, oh, don't you know, don't you know? Oh, oh, beautiful, don't you know? No, 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 no.
delegates are requested to kindly step inside the auditorium, be seated, and kindly settle down. We'll be starting our next session soon, and it is a very important session. So I would request all the delegates kindly come in and be seated.
Everywhere I go, everywhere that I've been, the only thing I see is beautiful people, beautiful people, beautiful people, beautiful people. Everywhere, everywhere, everywhere I go, beautiful people, beautiful people. Everywhere, everywhere, everywhere I go, beautiful people, beautiful people. Everywhere, everywhere, everywhere I go, beautiful people, beautiful people. Everywhere, everywhere, everywhere I go, beautiful people, beautiful people.
You're my hope for the night, oh. Give me more control. Slow down for the night, oh. Let me know. You down for the vibe, you down for the vibe, oh. We don't say bye-bye. You can see my eyes, then I'm on the rise, oh. I believe that the light, your body be smiling, oh. These are the inside, oh. Baby, I adore you, can't ignore you, I need my soul.
The tide is high, but I'm holding on. I'm gonna be your number one.
Cause the way you're looking at me keeps driving me mad. Don't understand how you do it to me. I don't wanna go back, but I can't even sleep when you're next to me. Don't know how to do it. If I go too crazy, would you come and save me? I don't know how long I can go. Taking it slow. If I go too crazy, would you come and save me? I don't know how long I can go. Taking it
Once again, a very good afternoon to everyone. I request the delegates kindly settle down. It's the time for the session now. I request the delegates who are entering inside the auditorium and ones in front of the stage kindly settle down. We are now starting with our session, and let me tell you that this session is about a Merino initiative, and this is our sponsors initiative. So I would like to request Mr. Ruchin Chaudhary to kindly give his presentation regarding this, and the title of the PPT is Designing Dignity Smart Restrooms for Rural Schoolgirls. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Ruchin Chaudhary. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you. Can I have the PPT? Oh, great. Awesome. Allow me a second to just get acclimatized to this. Where do I point? Sorry. Awesome. Good afternoon. Namaskar. So I represent Merino Industries, and it is with immense pleasure I feel that being here with so many eco-warriors, toilet entrepreneurs, Lou Kings, Toilet Kings, Mr. Toilet, it feels great to be here. Let me just quickly tell you what we are doing here. Merino, some of you may know it, some of you might not, but it's one of the largest surface innovation company. What is it? Basically, you call it by the name laminate or mica. This is what we manufacture for last 50 years, right? Apart from that, we do many things, but for the context of this audience, primarily we are India's largest modular restroom manufacturer. Our journey has been for last 20 years. We were introduced to this concept of modular restroom by none other than Mr. Toilet Jack Sim, and it's been 20 years. We have done more than 1 million installations across India. And to give a context of our capability, we manufacture around 300 cubicles, or a stall as they say in US, every day. So we are present in private bathrooms, we are present in public restrooms, but we feel municipal and rural is where we don't have any presence. And this is where the next billions are going to come to, right? And somehow we feel that it is our responsibility to work for that area if we have already established our presence in one or two, right? And we started looking at options. And we came across a really energetic team of school kids. Let me just bring them up, please. This is Vani and Radhya. So they are working along with their school. They are working on projects to, how to make the life better for rural girls, right? How to make, their coming to school a little more pleasurable, right? And we came across them and we felt that we can work together. And that's where we sort of combined our forces. There are many things that as a corporate we can do, funding and such. But the kind of energy and honesty and curiosity that these kids can bring, there's no match for it, right? They can ask you questions which you feel are obvious, which you always say, this is how it is, right? But they can always ask, like, why it's not like this, right? And that's what they brought to us, and we started collaborating with them. What is a big problem? Right? These kids, they went to some of the schools which are not very far off from Delhi, right? Delhi is sort of center of urban, epitome. Just 50 kilometers, if you move out of Delhi, you will notice that the geography changes, the people changes, right? And it's completely different. This is what the toilets might look like in a school. Right? They're not well managed, they're like dirty, no one cleans them, and hence the girls don't use it. Right? They skip the school because they feel that the toilets in their house are much better. Why go there for 6-7 hours? Toilet sort of scares them, right? So these girls, when they interacted with these kids, they gave those answers which sort of touched us as an organization, and it was quite an eye-opener, right? if you go deep down, the problem is quite simple. We make it little complex because we want to make really thick reports, right? However, the problem is very simple. It's not designed for users. The person whose design is not a 13 or a 14-year-old girl who's, just getting into menstruation, right? Who's just growing up, right? They don't know about it. And we design looking at the standards. There is no behavioral or cultural consideration. What kind of restroom they use at their house, what is the ablution process that they use, do they use it or not, what is the soap process. No consideration to that. You just put what cookie cutter design and you just place it there, right? There's no system or upkeep. Obviously, that's a problem that, a lot of us have discussed in last couple of days. And of course, this poor hygiene flow, eventually the toilet gets abandoned, right? Now, I have oversimplified it. I know many of you are an expert in this, but this is an oversimplification that we eventually realize that, let's go and check out, right? So these kids, they did workshop with schools. 50, 60 kilometers away from here, they did these workshops in different kind of schools. Some schools had good facilities, some didn't, and they looked all around and, these are the things that came out, right? Toilets are designed with infrastructure in mind, not with people in mind. Right? They're made for walls, not for people, right? And the 5 important things that came out was cleanliness, experience. We consider that, what is experience? Experience is everything, right? The smell of it, the sight of it, all that constituents experience. The function, what is it doing? Is it just a place to just relieve yourself, or there are other things that I need to do, right? As a user. And inclusivity, right? Inclusiveness is something totally missing because we are designing on standards. Of course, when we did that workshop with kids, kids had some really amazing ideas. They jumped to the ideas. They say, I have been doing this like this, but I feel this is a better way to do it, right? How many of you know that when you go to a washroom in a public space, you wash your hand and then you go back and then you have to open the doorknob? Right? Then you look for a tissue paper to open the doorknob. How many people have opened that up, right? These are the things that they mentioned, and they said, why not create a basin outside? Why do you have to create this inside? Why can't I wash and I just rinse and go away, right? We feel that there is a stigma attached to it. That's why we don't do it. There is an infrastructure issue. But the kids were really, really cool about it. And they said, okay, let's do it like this, right? So we had some insights from that. It's a time-based exercise, so we worked with these kids to create our solution. This is version 1.0. In no way this is a full-fledged solution to all the problems for the rural toilets, but this is an initiative where we feel that everyone who's sitting in this room can contribute and help make it a much better solution, right? This is version 1. We use prefab modular units. We looked at material. Frankly speaking, Merino is known for its material strength. We've been doing it for 50 years. Probably we know something about that. And we know what material works well, what is a hypoallergic material, which catches fire, which doesn't catch fire, which catches germs and bacteria. And we said, okay, why don't we do it? And that's why material choices, inclusive detailing about it was done, right? Our booth is right at the end. All of you are most welcome to come and see because I don't want to showcase everything here. But there were few considerations that we did, right? Floor. If the floor is wet, it's eventually going to get dirty, right? And the footfall, if it's high, it's going to become even more dirty. The choice of color of the floor, the material of the floor makes a lot of difference. Ventilation. Frankly speaking, this is a country which was doing a comfortable cooling in palaces and buildings 500 years back, right? We didn't have fans, we didn't have electricity, but we still did it, right? We sort of forgot about it. I studied this as an architect that this is how you can do it, but we don't apply it, right? Passive ventilation is a known process, right? So we implemented that. Cleaning, maintenance, right? the way people clean it, we have to look at them, design for maintenance. People take a bucket of water and they just pour it and then they wipe it, right? If there is a obstruction coming on the floor, it doesn't get clean. It starts attracting the germs, right? So those are the kind of things that we started doing at garbage bins, right? Bins which are large in quantity so that they never fill completely and fall outside. Sunlit, bright, right? And these are the things that we looked at. These are some of the views of the concept. We have already created a working prototype. It's already going to get implemented in one of the school in Hapur, which is Uttar Pradesh. And if you're traveling through there, we'll welcome you to come and see and give us a feedback on this. The things that are there, we have plumbing system which is integrated into it, right? You don't get to see the plumbing lines. If you want to see the plumbing line, fix them, you can do it, right? We are creating habits, something that I talked about, right? You need to wash the hand after opening the door, or you want to open it before that. Those small little things we put over there. How the waste bin is going to get, taken out by a person, how the person who's going to use the waste bin. These are two different journeys, right? But we treat it like same, like the person who's putting the trash in and the person who's taking out, we consider it the same journey, but it's not the case. Those are the things that we looked at. Sensor-based lighting, we don't have to keep it open all the time. Rainwater, these are fundamental. I don't know why we don't do it, but these are the fundamental that we implemented. This is a first sample which is there, and this is getting implemented. The good thing about it is you can actually put this in a Tata 407 and just take it anywhere, right? Even if it's fully integrated, you can take it. Different details of this, how the integration of water tank and flushing system is there. Some more images. We have already started working on the version 2 because once we made it, we felt that it can be improved. And after coming over here, we realized that there are so many people who can help us improve on this one, right? So that's a great thing. Yeah, thank you. This is what the implementation roadmap looks like. We just did the prototype. Real world user testing. We have given us 3 months to 100 days where we are going to look at all the observations of what the problems we are facing. Scale up. We feel that it's going to take 1 year. However, we are hoping that some of you can come together on this one and help us reduce the time and adoption, obviously, right? So this is our little bit on this. Frankly speaking, we don't think, and Jack always mentioned this, that if you do it through donation, if you do it through funding, it's not going to work out. It has to have its own business proposition. Without it, the solution will not work, right? I met a gentleman this morning from the government of India, and we were thinking about giving it for free, but he said charge a token amount because people should respect that there is a money that is going into this, right? So we will be working on locally serviceable, recyclable panels, right? We have a presence across India. We can work with other materials also, and obviously the school, maintenance, scale, and CSR. This is our initial thought process. We will be working on, right now we funded the project as a seed amount, but we expect that eventually the funding structure can work out with partners, incubators, obviously P that we can work with. Swachh Bharat Mission is something that we are expecting. The 2.0 will help us in putting it up there. And of course, it's a prefab unit, so it is an MHM compliant solution, right? I haven't talked about the material because it's all environmental friendly, and that is something that you can come to our stall and see. Long-term sustainability, we don't want it to be a charity project. We want it to be a project for next billion. We are doing things for privileged, but let's start doing things for the people who actually need it, right? The kind of impact matrices that we are trying to figure out is 90% at least the girls should start going to the school. Attendance should increase. This is our first matrix. The maintenance cost, we want to take it down. We know there are experts who can help us with that, right? And of course, 50% reduction is what I mentioned. Carbon neutral, our material anyways is carbon neutral, right? And we feel that the first 50 pilots can at least help 10,000 girls, at least in northern India. Yeah, so this is the team. Say hello. And we are looking at business maintenance mentor and NGOs who can, work with us. And yeah, toilets are a classroom for dignity. Join us to create a change. Thank you. I think we are before time.
Thank you so much, sir. But I'll request you to please be here on the stage with us for a few seconds more, because I would like to request Nitya Pathak ji to please come on the stage and felicitate you, because you have shared such a good insight about the subject. So I would request you to please come here on the front stage.
Is it okay if the girls can take?
Yeah, sure. Girls, I would like to request you to please come on the stage. So they would be receiving the honor. So let's have a round of applause for this. Such a beautiful moment when we are honoring not just our ambassadors, but yes, the ones who are the great messengers. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pathak ma'am. And now, my dear friends, we are here with our next session. And this session, before we start, because this subject says the sanitation in a changing world, but before we start this, we have got our sanitation ambassador from Bhutan, because students from across the world, they are participating into the sanitation movement. So since we have our sanitation ambassador from Bhutan, I would request her to please come on the stage and share her experience. Let's have a round of applause for her welcome.
Respected delegates and partners in sanitation, Kusu Sampala and Namaste. My name is Shazang, proudly representing the Sulabh Sanitation Club of Pelkyo School, Bhutan. It is a profound honor to stand before this global community, united by one belief that sanitation is not a service, but a fundamental human right. Thank you. Today, I, the school president of Pelkyo School, stand here as a youth leader who had taken the responsibility of many activities, starting from Eco-Bricks and Menstrual Day. In our school, we students have daily cleaning day, whereby all the students come together and clean our surroundings and make eco-bricks using plastics, which are reused for the construction of roads and walls. And we have an organization in Bhutan called Greenery Way, which helps us making walls and roads. We also have an event in our school known as Menstrual Day, where boys wear red-colored armbands given by girls, symbolizing women's dignity and women's honoring them when menstruating. After going back to Bhutan, I am excited to share my experience and to teach what I've learned from this very experience, World Toilet Summit 2025. Being a part of Sulabh Sanitation Club made me realize that we, the youth, can become change makers that the world urgently needs. Therefore, I would love to thank Sulabh Sanitation and the government of Bhutan for giving us a small country, the globe, the land of Thunder Dragon, the land of gross national happiness, an opportunity, and me, a 9th grader of Pelkyo School, 14 years old, to speak. Thank you very much, and Tashidale.
Thank you so much. And now we are here for the session 2, and this is about sanitation in a changing world, climate action, urban dignity, and inclusion. I would like to share with you that this session examines the critical intersection of climate change, sanitation infrastructure, and social equity. So I would like to invite on the stage the eminent panelists. Let me please tell you that some of our panelists are going to join over here physically, and one panelist is joining us virtually, and the moment we are going to have his speech, he'll be appearing on the screen. So please join me in welcoming firstly over here on the dais, the moderator of this session, Shri Dipendra Kapoor. Please put your hands together for him. Let me tell you that he is the head of the Climate Center for Cities, C-Cube at NIUA, and a seasoned expert in climate, water, sanitation, and natural resource management. Sir is here on the stage. Let's have a round of applause for him. I would like to tell you that he has led the development of key national frameworks such as Capacity Development Effectiveness Ladder and Resilient Urban Sanitation Response Framework. Welcome, sir. Please have your kind seat. And yeah, so now I would like to invite our next panelist, Mr. Andreas Warner. Please put your hands together for his welcome. He's the co-founder and CEO of Mr. Loo. Andreas designs and operates a tech-enabled public toilet facilities across Asia. As chair of the Young Professionals Group at the Swiss Thai Chamber of Commerce, he supports sector collaboration and young talent. His work focuses on innovative sanitation solutions and expanding access to clean public toilets. Let's have a round of applause for his welcome. Now I would like to invite Asim Acharya on the stage. Please welcome him with your round of claps. Mr. Asim is a development professional with 10 years plus experience in livelihoods, water, sanitation, and solid waste management and urban development. So he also co-founded FISH, an NGO improving urban wash services through affordable and accountable solutions. Please put your hands together for him. And now I would like to invite on the dais Dr. Zahid Badruddin. Please put your hands together for his welcome. I would like to share that he's a graduate from Stellenbosch University, and he holds a medical degree, a master's in public health from the University of Edinburgh, as well as a certificate in challenges in global health from Utrecht University. Now serving his second term as councillor for City of Cape Town, Dr. Badruddin serves as the political principal of the Water and Sanitation Directorate. So Dr. Badruddin was appointed Publicity Ambassador for the International Peace Youth Group and Youth Ambassador for the International Kindness Campaign by the UNESCO Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Education for Peace and Sustainable Development. Let's have a huge round of applause for him. And now please join me in welcoming on the stage Mr. Satyajit Ghosh. Let's welcome him with your round of claps. Mr. Satyajit is a development practitioner with extensive experience in WASH, child rights and community development. At WaterAid India, he led the Bihar program and partnered with the state government on SBM, that's Swachh Bharat Mission, and Har Ghar Nal Ka Jal. So, my dear friends, let's welcome him with your round of claps on the stage. I would like to tell you that we are virtually joined by Dr. Nicholas Agwe. He is the global head and Nigeria coordinator of Ops WASH, leading private sector engagement towards SDG 6. So when we'll be having his speech, then we'll invite him. So now I would like to hand over this mic to the moderator because he is the best man doing his part for this session. Let's have a round of applause for Sir for moderating this session.
Good afternoon, and it's a privilege for me to be here in this session. I represent the National Institute of Urban Affairs, which is part of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs in India, and I'm here to bring an engaging discussion with the young participants. Compared to my age, at least this is a very young group we have here, on sanitation in a changing world, climate action, urban dignity and inclusion. I'm very happy that climate change has been brought in the forefront after the first session. We are talking of climate change and sanitation. Normally it's pushed at the end in most workshops and conferences. And it's also a privilege to have so many young people here from the schools as well as from different parts of country and from South Africa and Bhutan, Sri Lanka and other countries. So firstly, I would like to congratulate JAXIM and WTO for their vision and their sustained persuasion, I would say, to keep the toilet agenda forefront. And I think that's very important. No matter how many toilets you build, there is always a potential and a scope for improving them. And we must do that. Otherwise, we will slip back. Just to give, because we are talking about climate and sanitation, I just, in my opening remarks, just wanted to share my thoughts on climate change, the way it has emerged, and then we will come quickly to a discussion with the participants on that. So if you see the environment issue and the movement and climate change issue and the movement have both emerged from the West. So environmentalism, as we call it, emerged from the 1960s, 70s, post-World War II industrialization and development which happened in Europe and the US, and which was witness to the rivers getting polluted, the famous Rachel Spring's book on Silent Spring, and the acid rain, which happened in Europe when industrialization happened in large scale after the Second World War. And therefore, it was followed immediately in the 70s by the oil crisis, which gave rise to the need to look at solutions which are nature-based. So Asim from Boda is sitting here, and the Boda's, the Bremen Institute's first work was on low maintenance wastewater treatment systems, LOMWATS, which now is called DWATS. So this all started because there was a crisis in oil, and people were looking at options which were not only applicable in Germany at that time, but were also applicable to developing countries who did not have electricity or, electromechanical systems for maintenance. In India and the global south, environmentalism has actually emerged or manifested itself as a post-colonial crisis. So we got liberated in the 40s, 50s, and we inherited from the colonial empires countries which were devastated in terms of their development potential, our agriculture, our not just agriculture, our industry, education, health. So what we manifested in India as an environmental crisis was an extensive overuse of agriculture, deforestation, water bodies, which was desertification, and this is also in Africa. So the environmental movement in India was different from the West, where it was on pristine landscapes, wildlife, looking at wilderness as environmentalism. For India and most of the global south, environmental movement was actually livelihoods and people. So whether it was Chipko movement or it was other actions which happened in India, they were all related to how do you put people's livelihood at the center of environmentalism. And my own work I started in 1988 was when I started working with the professional NGO in Gujarat on watershed development as a forestry officer. So the whole debate and the origin of environmentalism in India was that common lands and forest lands are actually the last recourse for the poor and landless. उनके पास कुछ नहीं है, जमीन ही है उनके पास, they don't own land. जो common land है, शामलात की जमीन, जंगल की जमीन, that's the only resource on which they are survive for grazing, for firewood and others. So if you develop common lands, if you develop them on a watershed scientific basis, you solve both the problems of livelihoods improvement through their livestock and grazing potential, and also, you preserve the nature and water and prevent deforestation and degradation. So that is where the environmentalism in India was very different. And why I'm bringing it here is now we are talking of climatism in some ways. We are talking of climate change. So what I want to emphasize is that the same value and preposition of environmentalism, that people and livelihood should be at the center, should guide also our focus on climate. It shouldn't be a techno-managerial fix of adaptation, mitigation, counting GHG gases, which is currently the work. And I'm heading the Climate Center for Cities at NIUA. So I know that this is the background we carry in this sector. And this is, it's very important to keep equity and justice at the center of what we do, whether it is environment or climate change. So I will now come to the topic for which the compere has given a brief introduction of the participants, so I won't have to do that. So the session today is looking at climate critical systems and a justice imperative. So it is very much aligned to what I am saying. The session organizers have done a good job in ensuring that we bring a climate justice narrative to climate disaster risk mitigation which the infrastructure is facing. So the session objectives in this session are how to look at climate hazards and impact on sanitation, link climate action, gender equality and social inclusion to WASH priorities, and to showcase practical and scalable solutions of climate and sanitation. So without wasting further time, I would like to start with, and I would like to just invite the first, we wanted to make it an interactive session, so we don't have presentations. So don't worry, we will not, bombard you with presentation of one after the other. I would like to start with Andreas Wanner, co-founder and CEO of Mr. Loo. I think it should be Miss Loo also in future. And his introduction has been given, but he works across Thailand, Indonesia, and Philippines. They have done 100+ modern toilets and are operating similar to the presentation which was made in the intervening session on public toilets. So their whole focus is on public toilets, and I would like to ask him on climate change, how does climate stress, heat, humidity, flooding affect the work which they are doing on public toilet operations in Southeast Asia? Andreas, please. You can come here and speak. I think it is always more engaging. And we do hope we'll get about 20-25 minutes at the end for Q&A.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Kapoor, for the introduction. From my side, thanks. Where is Jack? Thank you for the World Toilet Organization, but also Sulabh International for having me here on stage. It's a big honor. Obviously, we all share the same vision and the same struggles. And I come from a different region. We operate our facilities in Southeast Asia, as it has been highlighted. So I'm not here to giving advice to India. I've really been impressed yesterday also by the Sulabh Museum and the training center. And there you could really see how the development over the years has successfully progressed. Maybe a quick one before I answer the question on how is climate change impacting our business and what is understood and misunderstood. Maybe just in a few words what we are doing. Mr. Loo is a one-stop shop in public toilet facilities. What we do is we design and build the toilet, so we invest our money into the construction or the refurbishment of either a new one or a rundown old facility, and we operate it with our cleaning staff. So we have at all facilities permanent staff who cleans, staff which goes through a training process. We call it Mr. Loo Training Academy. We have very detailed SOPs. Everything is supported by digital applications. I'm happy to go into more details. But we operate the toilet, and we also domestically or locally pre-treat the waste from black water into grey water with anaerobic septic system. And this is, I think, for me, when we go into that, that's really the sweet spot, because when we talk about climate change, we talk often about infrastructure. Infrastructure is good when it's built, but everybody can build. It's about also servicing and maintaining it. And I have here two very simple examples which really illustrates our business very well. This is, for example, a bus terminal in Thailand. You see the pictures, the previous restroom with the blue colors. Obviously, you don't have the dimension of bad smell, of humidity, but you all for sure know that. So it was a toilet without amenities, without ventilation, with obviously a lot of bacteria, poorly maintained. What we did is we went to the government and we said, you have several toilet facilities at your train station, keep your free of charge. We don't want to discriminate anybody, but make a partnership at one with us. Let's do a revenue share agreement and we invest our money, renovate it nice, and we operate it. And they get a revenue share from our facility. So the end customer is happy, the traveler, the commuter, because he can choose between the prevailing free of charge toilet, or he can use, and we run it on a pay as per use concept, very affordable fees where you can pay in cash with QR, also with membership cards, and that's how we run our business successfully. At this location, just a side comment, obviously it costs always money. Thank you. It costs money, but if you have a certain traffic and we focus on urban area, then you can pay back your investment over time, and we are looking for long-term partnership and not only making money in 1 year and then going away. Maybe I have a second slide, if I may quickly ask. Yeah, this is another one in Tangerang, is in south, like Jabodetabek, Jakarta in Indonesia, in the outskirts. Is on a traditional wet market, football field markets. Tenants there, they work 15, 16 hours there. They hack their meat, they do their veggies, they almost live there. And what we did is here, same, we crashed down one of the facilities, we built it completely new, we operate it. This is 16 hours operation a day with permanently 2 staff on the ground, and that's what the people then get. And on the why I put this facility, people who use it the first time, they put social media reels. And some of the reels had 41 million views just because they went on the toilet. Because, and that's really the point what I liked in the session before, it's about experience and dignity. Yesterday, Dr. Sim said we spent 2 years in the restroom in our life. I mean, imagine, it's so important, and we don't create it as a dignified place. And that's really what we want, because we often talk, obviously, about money and how we can self-sustain it. But if there is a value and an experience, and if it's affordable, people will pay for it. That's my belief, but I just say that's how we run the business. But maybe coming back now, Mr. Kapoor, to answer specifically your first question. Climate change, I think it's, and how it impacts, it is understood that the infrastructure deteriorates over time, and we have flooding, we have humidity, we all know what it means. We have facilities, for example, in central Vietnam. We had 2 weeks ago 1.50 meter water flooding when we had the typhoon, also in Cebu, in Manila. We had big problems, so I really know what it means when we are impacted by flood, by high water, by heat. I think we also agree that infrastructure needs capital, but what I often see, what is a little bit misunderstood, or it's maybe the wrong word, but maybe it's not focused the discussion on, is climate change is not about engineering and hardware. Climate change, to mitigate, is about servicing. I think when you have people on the ground who can clean it, who can operate it, I'm talking of cleaning frontline staff, I'm talking of handymans, you can better maintain your things, your applications, your hardware, and obviously with humidity is also a big topic about bacteria. So I think climate change, for me, it's really important. It will push sanitation towards a more service-based and professionally operated model. And that's where I really see the opportunity also for startups. Toilet is always thought as a functional topic, but it's much more, it's a service operations and that's the belief of Mr. Liu, and that's where I believe we have the same topics we will share about, obviously also infrastructure topics, but my key word is the service level. That's the key to mitigate, at least partially, the impact by climate risk. On my first question. Yep.
So the idea of this first round is to have an introduction of what the panelists are doing, and some of them are showing you their work as well. And then also have this question on what is climate change impacting sanitation systems and what needs to be done. I would like to invite Mr. Zahid Badruddin now, and he represents Cape Town Mayor's Council on Water and Sanitation, and my experience of visiting South Africa and the interaction with officials there is that they are a very empowered lot, and I was telling Mr. Zahid that, women representation in their Department of Water and Sanitation, for example, is very high, and they're all in senior positions, and they are really empowered. They will stop you from, as a trainer, we were there, until they understand, they don't let you proceed. So I'm very happy to have Mr. Zahid from South Africa to share his experience on water and sanitation for Cape Town and for other parts as well. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's absolutely true about women, and I said to my wife I'm going to start my contribution by mentioning her, because on my way to Delhi I had lost my spectacles in Dubai airport, and so the only reason why I can see you all in the auditorium today is because I'm wearing my wife's spectacles. And so she's come to save me as well. So they're very stylish, I hope. Cape Town is an interesting city. We've just about passed 5 million people within our metro. And it's always an interesting story to tell, because if you've ever visited Cape Town, you will come in flying over our beautiful city, looking at Table Mountain, but you'll land, and on your way to our city center, you will encounter a lot of poverty, a lot of poor circumstances where we find, especially in the sanitation space, some of our biggest challenges when we consider access to basic services like taps and toilets. And some of you may also know that climate change in our city is very real. It's not something that we talk about happening in the future. It's something that has already happened to us. I'm sure you also may know the phrase day zero, when our city came very close to actually having no water coming out of our taps in our homes between the period of 2015 and 2018. And so there really was our first encounter, I would say, between this nexus, this interface of access to water, enough water, and sanitation, especially in those communities that aren't as fortunate as others in our city. And so the impact of not having enough water became a reality in terms of its impact on the ability of sanitation services to function. But coming from 2018, now we experience something totally different. Now we have floods in our city when we have our winter rains, because our rains previously have been over a long period, very small volume rains, but now over the last few years what has happened is very intense rainfall over a very short period, which means we then have these floods in communities that have never experienced it before. And so Some of our informal settlements, especially where our basic services are provided, are in low-lying areas where water will pool. Sometimes we have informal settlements in wetlands because for a number of reasons structures will be built in these areas. So when it rains and there are high volumes, the flooding is particularly bad for those areas. This then ultimately means that septic tanks fill faster, they overflow sooner, toilet systems become damaged, sewer lines become damaged as well, and these, as I've said, are especially worse in our low-lying areas. But at the same time, our summers have become very hot. We now experience temperatures, and it may not be that high for you, but in Cape Town, anything above 30 for long periods beyond December is something very strange for us. And so this then exacerbates potential public health consequences, especially where the provision of basic services may be a challenge and may lead to contamination of water sources and other infections. And so what we do know in our municipality is that on the background of this climate change that we're experiencing, it impacts particularly those vulnerable groups. So women and girls in our informal areas where it's quite dense and often quite unsafe. Like we saw in the presentation about the schools, women and girls and seniors don't then use toilets that are available to them because it's simply not safe. It may be far from where they live, lighting may be poor, and a number of other circumstances. And obviously, you know, disabled residents within our city also experience then a challenge as well, particularly around access. And it's in this space of informal settlements or townships where our temporary sanitation solutions are particularly vulnerable to climate change. And so I thought I'd quickly share with you some numbers in terms of the context of Cape Town. And so we in our city have about 700 informal settlements. These are what some may know as shanty towns or townships, where there are informal housing structures that have been built from tin, zinc, and other material. And so as a municipality, it's our constitutional responsibility to provide the basic services to these communities, so taps and toilets. We offer a number of different toilet options. The ideal toilet option that we strive towards, which is only possible where there is bulk underground sewer systems, is our full flush toilet as the most dignified option for our residents. And these are obviously linked to sewer systems. We offer about 15,000 of these toilets in our city. Then we have what we call portable flush toilets. We offer about 28,000, and then container toilets 12,000, and chemical toilets about 15,000. And in total, the municipality that I represent offers about 72,000 sanitation options to the communities in our municipality, which is quite a lot. But we do know that business as usual in terms of the services that we currently provide, as I've just listed for you now, is not good enough. And so we have now shifted here and have really started to work much more closely with our National Department of Water and Sanitation, with the Water Research Commission, with the Gates Foundation, with a number of other stakeholders to pilot these non-sewage sanitation systems where essentially you need not be connected to water systems or underground sewer systems, and where also there's the potential to recycle or reuse the water being produced at these facilities. And so there's a lot of opportunity in that I hope to discuss with the panel. But essentially, a takeaway is that out of my own experience in the city of Cape Town, that sanitation inequality only deepens under climate stress. And so we have to invest now to protect the dignity of our residents in the municipality, and that requires partnerships, which I think has also come through as a theme already in a number of presentations here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Zahid, and I would like to now request Aseem Acharya, who is leading the BODA South Asia program in India and has experience of over 10 years, not just in sanitation, but in other fields as well, and is also a co-founder of a new initiative called Foundation for Inclusive and Sustainable Habitats, FISH, a grassroots NGO. So I would request Aseem to also share his ideas, and maybe he also have 1 or 2 photographs to show. Yes. Yeah, please.
Hello everyone. Thank you so much, Dipender sir, and thank you so much to World Toilet Organization and Sulabh International for giving me this platform. Okay, so today I am going to talk a little bit about BODA and FISH, as we mentioned, the kind of work that they do, and I would like to bring highlight to 2 important things. So we have been talking a lot about climate, sanitation, so I want to bring in a special aspect of small towns into it, where we are very dedicatedly working, and I also want to touch base on some of the impacts that the sanitation workers into these urban centers are facing because of all of this. Right, so just a quick introduction. So BODA is a German NGO called Bremen Overseas Research and Development Association. We have been working in India for more than 25 years now. The major focus area initially was decentralized sanitation, and by 2018-19 we started recognizing that sanitation is just one pain point for the urban centers in India. And then when we started looking, we also realized that India has got around 4,500 urban centers as of now, and out of these only 500 urban centers are having population above 1 lakh. Rest are below 1 lakh, do not have any kind of resources available to them, do not have the special knowledge available to them, and the focus always comes to these bigger cities. So if I ask, there are people from different parts of the country, all of us talk about pollution in Delhi. Right, air pollution in Delhi is such a big topic for people in Bangalore also, people in Bombay also. How many of you are talking about the pollution in Bhiwani or the pollution in Meerut? Right, so this is what usually happens. The bigger towns basically take the stage. A lot of resources, a lot of information, a lot of dialogue actually gets diverted towards these towns, and the smaller towns, which are almost going to be hosted 60% of the urban population by 2030. 60% is a big number. So we'll be hosting around 540 million people, around 60% of the urban population, and these towns are not even able to provide the basic services which are supposed to be given. And that's where we come in. And on top of it, when these towns are not able to provide the basic services, the climate discourse has suddenly come onto them. So we work with a lot of small towns, we work in the mountain areas, we work in southern part of the country, and these are all the interventions from the sites where we are working. So Leh is supposed to be a cold desert, has converted into a hot area. The structures in Leh were ideally not made by RCC because flooding was not that big a problem, but this year they saw almost 9 times the rainfall that they usually perceive or see, right? And these problems are very much real. These are impacting all the sanitation systems, the livelihood, the people, everything which is there. Another aspect which is there is the systems are very under-designed. So for example, a town like Leh, which has a population of around 40 to 45,000 people, is expected to provide services to almost 2 to 3 to 4 lakh people during the tourist seasons. So these are some very small nitty-gritties which are actually impacting the overall urban growth journey for these small towns, and that's where BODA and FISH comes in. We are basically trying to provide our support to the overall ecosystem which is focusing on the urban discourse. and some of the learnings that we have had while working with these smaller towns. So one of the big learnings that we were able to identify that the administrators do not have the capacity, and I understand that everybody talks about capacity, but when I am talking about capacity, I am talking about the capacity not of the municipal commissioner, but of the health inspectors, of the people who are in the lower strata of the government, and who are going to be localized, who are going to be there into those centers for a long duration, right? Even if you look at the revenue that the municipality is able to generate, so typically a city council generates 3 times less revenue than a bigger city corporation. And if you go towards the Nagar Panchayat kind of level, you see a difference of almost 6 times lower per capita revenue. Now, no work can be done if money is not provided on time, and these small towns do not have any provision for any kind of blended finance. They are not able to collect proper revenue from their citizens. Even the bigger cities are not able to. There are no specialized grants available. There are no opportunities for microfinance. So how are these towns going to supply the service gap, which is not going to be fulfilled if the proper money or the grant is not being provided to them? One of the things that we also observed that the local councillors, specifically in India, are not very involved into the overall water sanitation discourse. They do not have any kind of decision-making ability. They are not consulted by the state when these towns are being talked about. And outdated systems and processes, I think all of us know, right? So with this thought, we decided to work very closely with these small towns, specifically in the mountain areas and in some parts of Karnataka. And we also started introducing the conversation of climate with these small towns. Now, these towns are still not able to, as I said, provide basic solid waste management, basic wastewater treatment. So we did not want to overwhelm these towns with the climate conversation. So we have started slowly introducing what mitigation means, what adaptation is, how these towns can actually, start thinking from the point of view of climate when they are designing their basic systems. It's a long way to go. We only had 3 objectives around this. We wanted to create a dialogue. We also wanted to we did not want to overimpose a new system on them, but rather wanted to look into their own systems and processes and wanted to see how we can make these processes a little bit more climate sensitive. So for example, if the infrastructure projects are planned, are there components of climate being introduced into the existing DPRs or the existing contracts which are going out from the government system? And the third objective was to actually make sure that the support or the resource or the ecosystem that needs to be there for these towns is provided to them. So this was on the climate discourse. Another part which, can I have the second slide please? So another part which we were also working on parallelly was the sanitation workers' workplace dignity specifically. So while working in these small towns, I still remember when I went to a town called Chikbalapura, and I saw that the sanitation workers usually have their lunch on the roadside. They do not have a place to have food. They do not have a place to go to the washrooms. They are asked to go to the public toilets, which are very scarce into these small centers. They do not have access to basic drinking water. And we celebrated all these people as champions during COVID. Yes, these were the people who actually, supported the cities in getting basic cleanliness. We are not able to provide these basic facilities for them. So we started with an initiative called Viram Kendra. It's a very basic water and sanitation facility for sanitation workers within the municipal complex, right? You can call it an aspirational public toilet, you can call it whatever, but it's very specifically for the sanitation workers. It has got your segregated toilet units, your bathing units, your cleaning units, a place where you can actually leave your dress, your equipment before going home. It's a very basic structure, but some of the very basic parameters that we wanted to sort was that this is supposed to be within the municipal complex and this is supposed to be operated and run by the municipality. Because at the end of the day, these are your workers. No organization, like for example, anybody working in Boda or WTO or Sulabh, if Sulabh asks them to go to a public toilet to use the washroom, or if they ask them to eat food on the roadside, they will not be ready to work with that organization. So it was a very basic premise that the municipality needs to provide these basic facility for their workers. We were able to make around 6 to 7 pilot facilities. Post that, these facilities were taken up by the government of Karnataka, and the government of Karnataka is now replicating it in 192 ULBs. So, yep, I would just stop here with this. These are the 2 things that I wanted to highlight, and thank you so much for this.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of work has been done by many organizations on, but I think what Asim was trying to show with their wash facilities was an inclusion within the service value chain of wash services itself. So I think that is well highlighted. I would request Satyajit now to please share his work, which he has done with WaterAid India, on his experience of working in Bihar, establishing a partnership with the Bihar state government, and on the Har Ghar Nal Ka Jal scheme, and also his previous work in other organizations. He has a study which he has done on assessing the GHG emissions in coastal areas, so I would request him to please share that.
Okay, thank you very much. I may be the odd one out in this entire discussions, because the fact is that we did a lot of things on the climate resilient toilet part, but this climate resilient toilets or the sanitation system, it needs some critical evaluation from all the peoples who are there in this discussion or in the room, or the other sector actors. Because if you see that in case of exclusion, or in case of the other areas where the large-scale climate-related disaster is affecting, so we build the raised toilets, we insert the valve in the septic tank which stop the water, the backflow of the water. We also design the toilet for the disabled peoples, right? Then we also design a toilet which is very much climate resilient in terms of not affecting anything. This containment is so closed, so it is unable to affect the backflow of the water. But the fact is that those impacts are really been a very critical in terms of when we talked about this entire question of the climate resilient one. And the fact is that when we getting into this, so one of the interesting things that we want to see this entire toilet system is the very important factor, that is the GHG emission, greenhouse gases emission. And globally, if you see that the three gases, methane, nitrous oxide, and carbon dioxide is one of the major, are the major output of the greenhouse gases from the sanitation system. 16%, if you see the latest report, is 16% of methane is a part of the global greenhouse gases. And I would say that India is the third largest emitter of the greenhouse gases globally. And if you see the sanitation system which is emitting the greenhouse gases globally, it is equivalent to the aviation sector. That is very alarming. But we are unable to map those emissions, because thing is that we don't have the inventory of those gases which is emitted by the sanitation system. Because the toilets are everywhere. If you get into the mapping the toilets, it is either on-site or either off-site toilets. So the on-site sanitation system, mostly the on-site sanitation system, it varied a lot. And it is we are unable to map that. So you don't have the inventory of the greenhouse gases that is emitted by the sanitation system here in India, or if you see it also in the globally one. But if you see the impact of this, basically the methane and nitrous oxide, it is contributing 266 times higher warming compared to the carbon dioxide. Just imagine it. And in case of the methane, it's 28 times. So even we are building this climate resilient discussions, then if we are unable to capture the methane or reuse the methane, we are unable to do that, then this discussion will remain a very big questionable, because it's again, we are repeating it on all other factors, but this GHG emissions will remain a questionable one. And if you're able to reduce it, and of course we're going to support the government in achieving its NDC by 2030, right? And then the factor is that what we did in the WaterAid in this case, that we conducted the first phase of the study. There are 3 studies that is underway right now in the water aid. One has been completed. That is globally, it is done from the greenhouse gases measurement in the Lahan municipality of Nepal, that is in the Madhya province. And second one that is going on in Indore, and third one that is the first phase of the study that we did for the 2,134 household in coastal districts, 6 coastal districts of Andhra Pradesh, West Bengal and Orissa. So what we found that in this entire case is that if we talk about the factor of the inclusion, or you factor of the people who are mostly been affected, so there are certain factors that we have included along with that what is the technology that is being used first, second we use the emptying behavior, third is the fecal disposal, and we try to map the situation of the toilet when it was in the normal condition, where the cyclone and flood haven't affected. And if it isn't affected, what is the impact on the cyclone and flood, and what would be the emission of that? And then the first point that I have told about, that what the peoples are doing over there, factor is that. So what we found over there, most of them are marginal farmers. The urban and peri-urban areas, what we have mapped. They are the peoples who are daily laborers. They are the peoples who are fishermen, who are living over there. And they are the peoples who are basically working at the government services. Majority of them are farmers. Most of them are spending I would say that thanks to the Swachh Bharat mission, that the behavior change has been done, and people are at least spending 6,000 to 7,000 rupees, you say annually for maintenance of the toilet. And even the toilet get destroyed, they started maintaining the toilet. They start rebuilding the toilets. But when we get into the field, what we found that the containment, if you talk about this containment, it is so badly been designed, or say the containment which is destroyed, they have built, it have a high emission of the methane, which is increased. What we found that in the case of the cyclone and flood, when we calculate the entire things, we found that there is an increase of the 31% of the methane post-flood and cyclone situation when they have built the toilet. This is the last super cyclone that is affected all the 6 districts. Then what we found that another behavior, which is a very common behavior among each of the peoples who are using the toilet, is the emptying behavior. If there is an absence of the emptying behavior, if the peoples are not emptying the toilet for the very long time, it is accounting to 31% increase of the methane. So that what we found that is the entire thing about the greenhouse gases emission is that if we promote the emptying behavior practices, correct, if we capture the methane, not from all the containment, including the fecal sludge treatment plants properly, if we capture it, and thirdly, if we reuse it, the methane, then definitely we will going to contribute something to the government NDC in terms of reduction. Finally, what is absent in overall sphere is that we don't have a particular sort of research, or you say the research funding, or any of the things of the discussion around what should be the containment to capture the methane. So that is one of the struggle that I will put. And I feel that one of the things, if we talk about the exclusion one, the peoples who have been mostly affected by the climate-related disasters, those are the coastal people, the fishermen and the farmers. If the methane gets released in the air, right from the urban, if I talk about all over the India, urban, or you say about the rural area, it will definitely go to add the global warming, and again the disaster, climate-related disaster will affect, and again it will going to affect to those peoples, fishermen and the marginal farmer. What we have seen that their livelihood been badly affected. Thank you very much.
We have the last panelist who is online, and I would request the last panelist to not take more than 5 minutes so that we can have a conversation here with the audience, please. So if you can put Nicholas, if he's online, can he come in now? Yeah, Nicholas, you're welcome. Kindly keep your address short if possible, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Namaste. And thank you so much for all the efforts to have me online because I couldn't even make it to India. For me, I will try and be as much brief as possible. We represent the organized private sector in water, sanitation, and hygiene. I think yesterday when Professor Jackson was giving his presentation or his remarks, he made it very clear that the funding going into the wash sector, the sanitation sector, is actually going down because of some of the development partners not funding the sector anymore, like USAID, and even on the side of the UNICEF, they have limited resources to put in. So it means, therefore, that the participation of the private sector is key in bridging the several gaps that we have in the sector, including the discussion of today: climate resilience, gender equality, and social inclusiveness. And how do we do that? In OPS Wash, as private sector, we have always believed in sustainability. We have always known that a time like now will come when the issues around sustainability, climate resilient infrastructure will be the talk of the day. From the COP27 to COP 30 that just finished, it has always been issues around sustainability, climate resilience. So what we have done in OPS Wash, the organized private sector in water, sanitation, and hygiene, is to actually have 3 pillars of engagement. We understand that we have critical issues, financial issues, sustainability issues, efficiency issues. So we have 3 pillars that we address to be able to support the efforts of the government, to support the efforts of the NGO, and to complement the efforts of the development partners. What are those 3 pillars? CSR philanthropy, which is not enough. Most of the presentations today and even yesterday, where I tried to also get a little bit of information of what happened yesterday. Everybody still talks about philanthropy, CSR project, supporting for developing partners, building toilet facilities. But what we are doing now is taking it beyond that, bringing organizations like Nestle, like Coca-Cola, and the big names in Nigeria and even in Africa to ask them to support their host communities by building climate resilience toilet facilities with gender equality inside there, in terms of getting the women involved even from the planning stage of the project. So that has also increased the presence of toilet facilities in different areas, especially in the host communities of these big organizations. But not only that, we are not looking at CSR philanthropy as just a pillar. We are going beyond that, looking at sanitation stewardship, water stewardship. What that means is that we are trading brands in terms of the organizations, that they also have a lot to gain in terms of branding, credibility, and others. Because water stewardship is very, very broad. It's a little bit bigger than just CSR. And in that area, we also put committees together in planning, making sure that from the beginning we have all this element of sustainability, which private sector always believes in. Secondly, we believe that there is not enough funds. The government will not be able to bridge the trillions of dollars or trillions of rands, as the Deputy Minister for South Africa mentioned yesterday. We need lots of money. And those funding will not be able to come from the government. It will not be able to come from developing partners or NGOs. Some of the NGOs are folding up. Private sector still hosts the big economy in terms of in any country. So what does that mean? We have a strategy in place to do the financial gaps by looking at policies, talking to the government to create friendly policies to allow private sector to invest. Not investment in area of CSR also, investment where they can have little return on their investment. How are we doing that? We have different areas. Tax credit scheme. We are working with FMDQ in Nigeria, one of the biggest financial institutions in Nigeria, to create strategies for green bond, for blue bond, but most importantly, tax credit scheme. Tax credit scheme has been used in Nigeria very effectively. effectively for road infrastructure. What does that mean? You put in billions and millions of naira or dollars into the wash sector, and of course the government will sign that you have some credit, a tax, incentive or credit at the end of the day. And many private sector are willing to invest, including the big names, MTN in Nigeria, Coca-Cola, and Nestle, because they see it as not just corporate responsibility in a project. They see it as something that they will also get, if not anything, their invested amount at the end of the day. And the other pillar is data and technology. We know that private sector, we believe in sustainability. So when it comes to technology, everybody has spoken about different technologies and so on. We believe that any technology that we have to have in place that will be able to address the climate resilient infrastructure, we sit down with any funding or any partner to plan to say, this is where we are. These are the degradative aspects of the infrastructure that we have on ground. Why are they not like that? We now have designs. We have entrepreneurs who we have also put together that help in designing very eco-friendly infrastructure that will be able to be climate resilient and make sure that whatever money that is put into the sector is sustainable. Everybody knows it's not a news that the climate issue will continue for the next for many years. So as for us as private sector, we plan ahead of times, and this is what we have done in Nigeria and the rest of Africa. Ghana, for example, has gone very far with getting funding using our model of tax credit scheme. So we want to also say that in Nigeria, the government has done very well, because whatever that we say now, without the support of the government or the political will coming from the side of the government, it will not be very easy for us to scale up. So I must thank the government of Nigeria and some development partners in Nigeria for supporting our efforts as private sector. We are willing to also support other countries beyond Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicholas. Your not being here is difficult, therefore, to have a conversation. Now we have about 5 minutes, and the idea, we don't have time to have a long back and forth. I would just like to ask from the audience, if you have any questions and comments, please raise them. We won't have time for a discussion on them, but keep them short and to the point, because let others also speak. From there.
Hello everyone, myself Harsh Dubey from the International Academy of Environmental Sanitation and Public Health. And my question is from Mr. Andreas, as his major work revolves in developing regions. So in many communities, especially in developing regions, we often encounter biases, prejudices and stereotypes related to the use and maintenance of the toilets, which create significant barriers to achieving safe and inclusive sanitation. Based on your experience and your work working across different countries and communities in developing regions, how do these social and cultural barriers manifest in various contexts? Additionally, how do you see climate change influencing or intensifying these existing barriers to sanitation? Thank you.
Let's have all the questions, because we won't have time to answer all the questions. That can be done during lunchtime. You can, catch up with them. But let's hear your inputs and let's see what your questions are.
Yeah, Mr. Monitor. As you introduce yourself about the subject in your introductory remarks, the topic is climate action. But unfortunately, climate is almost completely missing in this discussion, except water aid, that I will comment on. And Mr. Andreas, you said flood means flooding, that you pointed out. You said that flooding is not an engineering point, it is a service point. So suppose in Thailand there is a flood-prone area, I know. If there is a 1 or 2 feet water logged, what type of services will you provide to use your toilet uninterrupted? Point number 1. We have shown a few public toilets. Perhaps you might not be knowing. But the largest public toilet is built by Sulabh about 2 decades before. It is self-sustained.
Please keep the comment short.
Point number 2. I am from Water Aid. So we have just touched a flood situation. in your system, toilet system. You also said that plinth will be raised. That's fine. But practically, I know there is no practical action. It is not only raising of the plinth. The point is the treatment of wastewater in your tank. That is very important. Because in most of the areas, particularly you are working in rural areas, where drainage system are hardly 2%. Leach pit is the only option. In such case, if you allow leaching of effluent without any treatment, there is severe chance of groundwater contamination.
I think we'll have to end, Jha Sahab. You can have this conversation. No, we have to give chance to everyone. No, I'm sorry. No.
It is not a question.
No, I'm sorry. We have this young woman here.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead.
Yeah. Last one, please.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. So my question is for Mr. Satyajit ji. So since you're associated with Har Ghar Jal scheme in Bihar, and I am from Bihar, so I had this question straight away for you. So I would like to know how far has been this a success in Bihar, and what I have noticed is in many houses still they do not use the scheme and still are dependent on water treatment plant and other purchased resources for water as of now. So also the water crisis in Bihar, especially in the Mithila region, since you have worked there, due to several reasons have made the locals to be dependent on other substitutes. So also you spoke about the methane release in case of sanitation thing. So yes, that is a concern for many. So my question is, instead of working on the basic problems, may it be sanitation or water, and getting the genuine solutions, are we, not like all of us, not trying to make business over getting the substitutes and alternatives? So this is one basic thing I would like to know in future. Thank you so much.
So that's a very fundamental question, is how much is it a business, how much is it a social enterprise and this thing. But that requires a full session to deliberate, and the organizers are giving me signals that we are running out of time. So you can have this discussion with the panelists, and there is a lunch now. So I would like to end here. Thank you very much for
one last year
participation.
Thank you so much, sir. You can take more. Yes, sir. 15 minutes.
Okay, then there is more time. I think the lunch is delayed for some reason, so we have some more time. So I would ask the panelists to then respond to the questions which were posed. Okay.
Hi, Sensei Raj from the Global Changemakers Network. We work in the intersection of climate, disaster resilience, and also the SDG and green blue bonds as well. First of all, let me applaud Dr. Nicholas' fantastic initiative in Nigeria. But also, I got a question to that question as a rhetoric, as to who are the key stakeholders and the ownership when it comes to it. Is it the community, or is it the polluters, or is it the end distributors or sellers of the products? Because we live in a consumeristic society, number one. Number two is that we speak about climate, we speak about interventions in Leh, the gentleman sitting in the center. I work specifically in Leh and the mountain systems. So where do we start with the ownership? And where should it end? And who takes the responsibility in the entire life cycle of it? Because it's a circular journey. So coming to that, if you could kindly remark on the funding of it, because of course there's plenty of mechanisms to it, starting with the green and the blue bonds itself, but then ultimately community owned. The key is the community, because water is a fundamental right to all of the people on the planet, and the sentient beings, of course. Your remarks, please. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Question for Zaid. Zaid, you spoke so well. And when you're talking about the situation in South Africa, especially Cape Town, and I'm very fortunate to have visited Cape Town courtesy Dr. Vindeshwar Pathak Sahab. We were there for some time there and I had a good look. Obviously, you can't have a good look in a week's time, but Cape Town is very beautiful. But problem is, what I understood from your conversation, what you were saying, that you have micro solution to your sanitation issues, not macro, because you were saying STPs are not able to meet the challenges of the burgeoning population. You get my point? You know, we have the similar population issues and we cannot meet this. So we have to go for micro solutions. And small is beautiful. Dr. Pathak used to always say, small is beautiful. So what I'll suggest, this is a suggestion, that Sulabh Shauchalaya, one of the most magical, revolutionary invention by Dr. Vindeshwar Pathak, it's a miraculously solution to issues which are needing micro approach to the sanitation issues like shanty towns in Cape Town, or there are a lot of, it's not urbanized 100%. It's highly distributed. There are vineyards, beautiful vineyards.
So
we went to one of those.
No,
what I'm trying to say is, may I? What I'm trying to say is the micro solutions, and one of the best micro solutions ever we had is Dr. Vindeshwar Pathak Sulabh Shauchalaya systems. And we invite you to come over. I didn't think you visited us yesterday evening. So Sulabh Gram. And you have all these models there. And you have people there who will tell you about the technology.
Sir.
I hope you have a good look at it.
We got your
so
point.
much.
Thank you. Now I'd ask the panelists to, respond, and briefly, because again, you have to respond to many questions.
Sorry, can I come in first because I'll be joining another meeting? Is it possible?
Oh, I think some of the earlier questions were addressed to the panelists here. Let them go first. And face to face, it's easier here for them to connect. Yeah.
Shall I take the first one? That was about service level, right? And the inclusion of the service staff. Because you had many questions in your question, so.
Cultural and social issues.
Yeah. I think maybe in service level what is very important, and also what I strive to say before, also when we talk of climate change, I didn't want to say that infrastructure is not important. I think that's what I want to say. It's understood that it is important. What often is misunderstood or a little bit neglected, because often we see a model, it is built, it is neglected, and it is rebuilt. And that's where Mr. Lu, in our current market we come from, we say, if we can service it, and also when we talk of inclusion, kind of people getting out of our payroll, giving them a paycheck, getting into the company. This is also inclusion. Inclusion is giving a good toilet to elderly, vulnerable, to female kids, but it's also inclusion of employing the people at the bottom of the pyramid, giving them a perspective. So that was my point on climate resilience and climate change, which obviously impact our facility, and if we have a good operating model together with great technology and great infrastructure, then we are adding the puzzles together to make a more resilient business concept. That was actually my main point. And on the service level, just to conclude, obviously in every country, we are in 4 countries active, is different also how we employ the people, how kind of you structure your SOP. At the end, it's also about technology and giving them a pride. I showed the picture, and maybe you know the broken window syndrome. If something is run down, people don't treat well, independently from where of the world. But if they go in a nice toilet with dignity, which is great, they service like it is their palace, it's their home. And that's really how across the cultures, SOP technologies and giving them a workplace with pride, that's how we succeed in service our service level agreement. Yeah. We can catch up later in more details. Yeah.
But I think the basic issue was, is it affordable also what you provide?
Yeah, to pay for the toilet, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. The question is always what is the price, what is affordable? And obviously in each country you look what is the GDP. We are in urban areas. Obviously in rural areas you have different, but you can't do everything. Our mandate is in urban areas as we see a huge urbanization. And we, for example, charge, if I need to calculate this in rupee, is around 7 to 10 rupee, depends a little bit on the location. That is what we charge in Thailand. It is affordable, and that's why we're not exclusive, so people can choose whether they use us or somebody else.
Asim, your take, please.
So I think one question to me from you was on the Ladakh part, right? On the Leh part, ki where do we start and where do we end? I think that was one of the questions. Okay, so I would like to say that, since like people who are coming from the mountain areas, I think start by asking this question that do you have a special guideline or a policy for wash in mountain areas?
Asim, I think we should keep the focus on the climate and wash as much, not on the service provision, on affordability.
Coming to that. Yes. Why I'm asking this question, because many of the services which are being provided and which actually feed into the climate system, they are very expensive. If you take the same services in the mountain areas, same services in the plain areas. So I think the starting point can be to have a very different or a very customized solution for that particular area. One of the things that I feel that we are doing wrong into the overall climate discourse is that we are basically copy-pasting the solutions everywhere. So we feel that, this solution is working into this part, we can take it very easily. That's why we are, we replicate a solution which is there in Ladakh, we easily replicate it in Karnataka without even thinking about it. Right, so I think this replication should be very much customized, should be very much contextualized to the place. And I would just go ahead and say that, the problem that we are trying to solve is not rocket science. Solutions around toilets, solutions around waste management.
Let's not get into that.
Difficult.
The issue is climate and wash. So if it can, Zahid, would you like to input?
Thanks so much. Yeah, just to emphasize exactly the point made earlier just now, that communities are very different. They may experience climate impacts differently. So one solution that works in one area may not work in a different area. And I was at the Sulab campus last year actually with the mayor as well, where certainly that lesson was taken away. But more importantly, the question around stakeholders. Front and center of any intervention linked to climate change must always be the impacted community. The impacted community must guide through a co-design workshop or whichever other platform have an opportunity to identify their needs, by which then the design of whichever intervention then is determined. But specifically on technological innovations to deal with climate change, I made the point that we're working quite closely with our National Department of Water and Sanitation, the Gates Foundation, and our Water Research Commission, looking at waterless and low flush toilet options, where we're able to introduce those technologies. And then also, importantly, decentralized options in especially our informal, dense and distant communities to try and address.
May I request that gentleman to please, either you can go out and speak, but don't disturb the others. I'm doing this the second time, I'm telling you. Please honor the others.
So those technological innovations to deal with climate impact will only be a success if the community who would need it is the ones driving and really championing the implementation and the maintenance of that. And just not related to climate change, so the moderator may have it at me, but in South Africa, in my city, we experienced this very terrible thing of vandalism of sanitation infrastructure, and I don't know if it's similar in other towns or cities, but of the existing toilets that we introduce, I was sharing with some of the participants here pictures where some of our residents will kick and break toilet seats and pull water pipes apart. So to try and reduce and prevent that means, again, the residents, the community must drive those innovations. Thank you.
Satyajit.
I will be very brief in all the three questions. First, sir, you are correct that without treatment, this leaching is going on, so we need to focus on the treatment. And we are studying the FSTP. We have got a 3 FSTP. We are studying those FSTP, basically not FSTP. That is a treatment part. Treatment part is also emitting a lot of methane, which we found, right? So, yes, sir? Yes. Okay, thank you for that. And second answer to the madam, so, yeah, thank you. So, apologies for that because I will be frankly very diplomatic in that, right? The fact is that I left Har Ghar Nal Ka Jal scheme when we started in 2021. It was a peak time. One of the part that is what we seen over there is that governance part, the decentralization part, that the Bihar government have uniquely decentralized the Har Ghar Nal Ka Jal to the ward committee through legislation. It is not a government, or it's a legislation they have done that. And there is opposition from the Mukhya Sangh, all those things that have occurred. I would say that finally, the decentralization that has been occurred over there is that they are able to take control of the money. That is how they can do that. That is a positive part I will definitely say about the Bihar government that have done it. Now, in case of the accessibility and in case of you're talking about the areas which are affected by the arsenic, fluoride and iron, lot need to be done, right? Areas where the NGOs are working, those schemes are running well. AKRSPI is one of the example of a partner. They are running well, they are collecting the things. So this is my answer. We can have some discussion out of that, right? And third one, what you're talking about, the big business one, is that, look, though this is what Sir told, it's required a lot of discussions, because fundamentally when we are doing some value addition to this problem, market, we have some value addition to the problem, and when we are adding this value addition to the problem, it get turned into the commodity. Then the question of business comes. If you're not adding any value to this, then there is no question of commodity. And then there is a question of business. And then when talking about the business, then there is a lot of discussion will go on. So how much value we are adding? It's a natural value, it's an artificial value, or it's a man-made value, what we see in the treatment system. So that is the thing.
Okay, Nicholas, you're there, if you would like to say.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm just going to make my comments on the last, the other person that spoke on the ownership. Yes, in Nigeria, what we have done is to have what we call the MSP, multi-stakeholders in a platform. So whatever that we would do, you can't achieve anything without without the stakeholders coming together. Ownership, we have two categories of ownership: commercial ownership, where the entrepreneurs decide to own their own toilet facility for gains. They cannot work alone, they still have to work with the communities, who obviously will provide support, because those facilities will be used by the communities. Even if it's in urban area, it still plays out almost in the same way. So that commercial ownership is very important, but it must be in partnership with the communities or the users. They have to also play some roles. In some cases, there may be a shared revenue system to make sure that it becomes sustainable. In the other area as well is social ownership, whereby it is CSR philanthropy, like I mentioned before, where the communities are the ones to benefit. But for them to benefit, they still need to work with other entrepreneurs who will create sustainability mechanisms that will sustain those those systems. And again, we also have to find a way to charge some money. I think somebody mentioned that whatever that we are doing, if we don't bring any economic, social aspect of commercial aspect of it into it, it will not be sustainable. Gone are the days where we say human right to sanitation. Of course, everybody has human right
Nicholas,
to water.
We can keep it short right now as a response.
So I think that is just so we have multi-stakeholders approach, and at the same time we have commercial ownership and social ownership in our systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. So I would like to end here just by making 2 points. One is the discussion has been on a wide spectrum. On one end, we are discussing the toilets and the type of toilets, and Mr. Jha was raising this whole issue of whether it is being treated and its treatment efficiency when there is flooding, or as Satyajit was saying, when there is flooding, then the toilet opens up and there is a methane issue. So one issue is about the toilets functioning normally and the toilets functioning abnormally during any flooding. That's one aspect. The other aspect is about, are the toilets serving people? Are they functional? in flooding times or not. So for example, in the rural area, in Bihar, in the rural areas, EcoSan toilets were, considered good options, where, you remove the fecal matter, it doesn't contaminate, or, before the flooding season, you do that. Similarly, toilets which were raised on the ground. So there is a whole discussion on that side, which is on toilets and climate. But, in a big discussion like this, you can't cover everything. So we have tried to refer to international, global experiences on private sector, and one of the participants did not come. So the whole idea is to have an exchange here. We are not here to finalize the technology or the business angle or the construction part. So with this, we will end here. Thank you very much. You may please proceed for lunch, or would you like to? Yeah, sorry. You will be back.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request all of you for a group photograph first? Yeah, I request all of you to please come forward for this group photograph. And I would like to request Shri Kumar Dalip and Mr. Jack Sim to please come on the stage for the felicitation of this eminent panelist. Mr. Jack Sim, I request you to please come on the stage. So we have our mementos over here, and we can start with the felicitation. So firstly, we would like to start this honor with Mr. Dipendra Kapoor, Head Climate Center for Cities, National Institute of Urban Affairs, India. Mr. Andreas Warner, Co-founder and CEO, Mr. Lu, from Thailand. Mr. Asim Acharya, Director of Programs, Borda, South Asia. Mr. Satyajit Ghosh, Technical Specialist, Research, Innovation and Evidence in Country Program, WaterAid, India. And Dr. Zahid Badruddin, he is here with us, so here is a felicitation for you as well, sir. Dr. Nicholas joined us virtually, so we can all have a round of applause for him. Thank you so much. It was wonderful to have you. And Mr. Jackson is also here on the stage, so let's have a group photograph now. So we are having this group photograph. After that, we all will proceed for lunch. आप सभी लोग lunch के लिए आमंत्रित हैं और exactly 1 घंटे बाद यानी कि at 3:30 we will meet back here in this auditorium for our next session. So you all are requested to kindly be on time, and at 3:30 please come back here in the auditorium. See you on the other side. Thank you so much.
It's for you something or again. I guess that you already lose what I'm feeling in my heart. You should know that I'm delicate. It's for you something or again. I guess that you already lose what I'm feeling in my heart. You know that I'm still loving and I'm here for you. Giving all my love, will you give it to? And I can say I just say you know that I'm still loving and I'm here for you. Giving all my love, will you give it to? And I can say I just say delicate. It's for you something or again. I guess that you already lose what I'm feeling in my heart. You know that I'm still loving and I'm here for you. Giving all my love, will you give it to? And I can say I just say
कहाँ है? This one, I think. I'm not yet sure. Probably this might be the thing. Cucumber. I don't know. We can ask them once the PPT is loaded.
But you were saying that's...
Hello, can you hear me? Actually, where is the Q commander? We just wanted to see that.
very good afternoon to everyone. Delegates who are still outside can hear my voice. Please come in, be seated. This is the time for our next session. So all of you are requested to please come in and settle down for the next session. Delegates are requested to please come in and take your kind seats. This is the time for the next session. So that we can all start on time, I would like to request you, please come in and be seated. We are here for the session 3 now, and that subjects to the circular sanitation economy from waste to wealth. So all the delegates are requested to please come in and be seated for this session. It is going to be really wonderful. That has got a core concept. So our delegates come in and be seated. कृपया आप सभी लोग अंदर पधारें और अपना अपना स्थान लें. अब से कुछ ही देर में हम अपना अगला सेशन शुरू करेंगे. It's the time for our our next session. once again, a very good afternoon to everyone. And it's good to see you in such an energizing mood after the lunch. So welcome all of you back. And now it is the time for our session. And this is session 3 on the circular sanitation economy from waste to wealth. So may I please have your attention, because now we are heading to our session 3. So may we please have a round of wonderful applause for this session that we are going to start. Let's have a round of welcome claps for this session. So this is such a good mood to have the attention and attraction of all of you people on the stage, right? So I should make you clap often. So now let me tell you that in session 3, as we are going to talk about the circular sanitation economy from waste to wealth, the core concept of this session explores how to transform sanitation from a cost center into a value-generating resource economy. With urban populations rising and water scarcity intensifying, cities across global south are turning human waste into a reusable asset, producing energy, organic fertilizers and ecology benefits. So in India, progress has been done and immense work is being done towards this thing. So this session is going to bridge the gap between innovation and implementation, because when we are just having some strategies or the plan about something, that's good, but executing it is a different task. So this session is going to bridge that gap, and we are going to highlight the commercially viable models ready for scaling through strong policy, business and financing mechanisms. So for this, I would now like to invite the eminent panelists over here on the stage. But before I invite them, we do have with us a sanitation ambassador, and she is right here on my right. So I would like to invite you on the podium to share your experience. So may we please have an encouraging round of claps for her. You are from Nepal. Let me tell you that this sanitation ambassador has come all the way from Nepal, and she has been into this Sulabh Sanitation Club for long. So let's have a round of applause for her welcome.
Namaskar सबैजनालाई. I will speak in Nepali. मेरो नाम ऐश्वर्या पौडेल. म भानु माध्यमिक विद्यालयकी छात्रा, बन्दीपुर 2 तनहुबाट. मेरो बन्दीपुर पहाडकी रानी र मेरो देश नेपाल पहाडको देश भनेर चिनिन्छ. म आज तपाईहरुमा यहाँ उपस्थिति हुन पाउँदा म आफूलाई धेरै भाग्यमानी महसुस गर्दछु. गत वर्ष नै मैले यस सुलभ स्यानिटेसन क्लबको सदस्य भएको थिएँ र यस क्लबको सदस्य भएर मैले मेरा साथीहरुसँग मिलेर सरसफाई सम्बन्धी कार्यक्रम गरेको थिएँ, जस्तै व्यक्तिगत सरसफाई, शौचालय सरसफाई, स्कुल सरसफाई, वातावरण सरसफाई, समुदाय सरसफाई. यसै गरी सरसफाई अरूको लागि हैन, आफ्नो लागि हो गर्ने. सरसफाई म पहिला पनि गर्थे, अहिले पनि गर्छु र पछिको समयमा पनि गरिरहन्छु भन्न चाहन्छु. आज यस मञ्चमा बोल्ने मौका दिनुभएका मेरा शिक्षक, विद्यालय र सुलभ स्यानिटेसन क्लबलाई म मनदेखि नै धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद भन्न चाहन्छु. धन्यवाद.
Just be on the stage with us. So that little sanitation ambassador has put her thoughts into her language, but as we say that there is no boundary of languages when you have a strong message. So we do have a gentleman with us, and he is going to translate exactly what her feelings were on this particular occasion. So what's her good name?
Shailesh Adhikari.
Mr. Shailesh Adhikari is here, and he is going to translate the feelings of what this little girl has said. So let's welcome him with your round of claps.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to translate what she said in Nepali, because there are a lot of foreign delegates around here. So, I come all the way from mountainous country, Nepal. My name is Aishwarya Paudel, and I study in Bhanu Secondary School in Bandipur, which is a very beautiful area of Nepal, by the way. And during my work with Sulabh Sanitation Club, we've done a lot of activities. including sanitation-related activities such as toilet cleaning, cleaning the community premises, and other activities. And she says that hygiene is not just for others, but it's for yourself and your society, and that's the best part that she learned. And she would like to thank all her teachers, fellow ambassadors, and Sulabh for organizing, Sulabh and World Toilet Organization for organizing such a wonderful event and letting us speak in this great conclave. Thank you.
Thank you so much, both of you. And now is the time that I should invite the eminent panelists of this session on the circular sanitation economy from waste to wealth. So firstly, please join me in welcoming on the dais Dr. Devendra Saroj, who is also going to be the moderator of this session. So please put your hands together for gentlemen. Dr. Devendra Saroj heads the Center for Environmental Health and Engineering at the University of Surrey, a WHO collaborating center. A PhD in environmental engineering, he specializes in sustainable sanitation, water, wastewater management, water reuse, and nutrient recovery. His research spans climate resilience, sanitation in the global south, and public health innovations, and he has led multiple international projects across Southeast Asia. So please put your hands together for Dr. Devendra Saroj. Welcome, sir. And now, please join me in welcoming on the dais Mr. Dominic O'Neill. He is the Executive Director of UN Sanitation and Hygiene Fund. Please put your hands together as I invite him on the stage. With over 30 years in global development, he has held senior roles in the UK government, African Development Bank, and WWF International. He is recognized for advancing innovative finance, gender equity, and multi-sectoral partnerships to strengthen sanitation, hygiene, and menstrual health worldwide. So you are most welcome over here on the dais. So let's hear it for him. Now I would like to invite on the dais Mr. Vinod Mishra, Country Manager at UNOPS India. Please put your hands together for him. I invite you, sir, on the dais. Let me share with you that he has got 30 plus years of experience, including 2 decades in WASH. He led the WSSCC program supporting the Swachh Bharat mission, driving policy advocacy, behavior change, and equity-focused interventions nationwide. With expertise in capacity building, innovation, and circular economy approaches, he continues to strengthen India's WASH systems through evidence-based strategy and partnerships. Please put your hands together for Mr. Vinod Mishra. And now I would like to invite on the dais Dr. Praveena Gangadharan. She is Associate Professor at IIT Palakkad. Let's welcome her with a round of claps. She works in sustainable sanitation, wastewater treatment, resource recovery, and bioelectrochemical systems. She has earned multiple awards for her research in desalination, and there are some technical words that I'm not even able to read, the nutrient recovery and waste-to-energy solutions, and she has led the Global Sanitation Center of Excellence at IIT Palakkad. So we welcome you, ma'am, on the dais. So let's have a round of applause for her. And now please join me in welcoming on the dais Mr. Siddhi Shrestha. Please put your hands together for him. He is the WASH specialist at UNICEF Nepal. He is a civil engineer with a master's in sociology. He has extensive experience in rural sanitation, community water supply, hygiene promotion, and improving WASH in schools and health facilities using tools like the 3-star approach and WASH Fit. His work includes safely managed on-site sanitation pilots and Nepal's National Mike's WASH Survey. So please put your hands together for Mr. Siddhi Shrestha. So now, as we have got our dignitaries over here, the panelists are here, it is the best time that I should hand over the mic to Dr. Devendra Saroj, the moderator of the session. So, yes. Oh, just let me just invite her. Okay, so there is one more dignitary who is going to be the part of this panel, so I have just been informed about her. So please just welcome with me Dr. Amrita Dwivedi. She's an assistant professor at IIT BHU Varanasi. Please put your hands together for her. And let me tell you that she teaches courses on climate change, environment, society, development, waste management, and human values. Her research spans sanitation and health, waste management, housing, hygiene, and applied geography with over 36 published papers. She has contributed to several major research projects, including multiple initiatives under Project Varanasi, and currently serves as co-PI on a Government of India funded project developing a life cycle assessment framework for waste management technologies in India. Please put your hands together for Dr. Amrita Dwivedi. Most welcome, ma'am. And now I would like to hand over the mic to Dr. Devendra Saroj for the moderation. Please welcome him with your round of claps.
Thank you. गुड आफ्टरनून सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। WTO फाउंडर डायरेक्टर मिस्टर जैक सिम, प्रेसिडेंट सुलभ इंटरनेशनल मिस्टर कुमार दिलीप, all the esteemed panel members who gave their deliberations this morning, all the friends, people who traveled far away from long distances within India and from outside India, all the participants, children who have come from far away distances, particularly within India and from outside India, and all the friends and Sulabh Network family members. It's our pleasure, really great pleasure to be here. On behalf of all the panel members sitting here, I really thank you for providing us opportunity to share our thoughts on this very important topic for society in Global South and for the whole world. Obviously, when we say Global South, it constitutes majority population of the world. We are discussing about more than several billions of population across the globe, and the challenge we are discussing today in this forum actually is the challenge for the whole humanity. No matter which way you can count in terms of head counts, number of people living on the planet. Even you can count in terms of the financial burden this challenge poses on the world, the whole human society, and particularly in the Global South. So it is not just the problem of one country, one geography, one region. It is actually a challenge of the whole world we are discussing today. Of course, when we delve deeper into challenges that we discuss, matter becomes very serious. And we, especially when we have lunch and we are sitting very cozy and calm, and matters are very serious, we tend to fall asleep. We appreciate that. We'll try to make this entertaining, easy to digest, so that you can relax as well as enjoy the session we are discussing today. What difference in this panel structure I first observed is that, including me, we have 3 professors. I know it may sound scary very often that you had lunch and then you are sitting in front of 3 professors, but I assure you it will not take more than time that has been allocated. And in fact, we will try to finish it earlier, so that you will not even feel that it was very long. And I can assure you, the professors we have here, Professor Praveena Gangadharan, she traveled from Kerala, she's professor at IIT Palakkad. Professor Amrita Dwivedi, who traveled from Banaras, professor at IIT BHU, which is part of BHU, it's also IIT. They are very specialists in their own topics. They have massive experience, and I can assure you that the kind of knowledge, kind of experience they are going to share with you, you will not going to fall asleep. I can assure you that. It does not mean you will fall asleep on my presentation. I'll try to make it equally easily digestible for you, But because this topic is such that many of us sitting here are scientists or engineers, there will be some technical terminologies. And yes, those who are not engineers or scientists, you can take this opportunity to make yourself acquainted with those, but also it will give you an opportunity to see how things are evolving. So in this particular panel, we are going to be focusing a lot on what is happening in universities, in research labs, in academia, and also in the fields. It's a very challenging task, and if you see the title of our session, Circular Sanitation Economy, from Waste to Wealth, it is not something that you can see live examples in many places, okay? This is something we aspire to. This is what we want to achieve. It may be very difficult to see in field and practices, that maybe it looks very theoretical in nature, but that's the challenge our society is facing today. We want to make this happen in reality, okay? And we will go through the challenges and opportunities which lies behind, which means what is happening in universities, in the labs, in the field, in practices, in project management, in financing, and so on, and all those which are the reasons to strike forward, to work on certain issues and make this a reality, that circular economy is happening in truth, in reality on the field. And by the end of the session, we hope we will be in a position to say that we have taken some very important messages for important work that needs to be done in next few years for everybody, all the stakeholders in this sector, so that we can drive this one step ahead. So with this, I would invite Professor Praveena Gangadharan to start with, especially focusing on her recent research and development that she has produced in Global Center for Sanitation at IIT Palakkad. With that, it will be a very good start to take the message forward once we have listened to her in terms of what are the new developments that are happening in sanitation system, its engineering, its technology, and so on. Let's welcome Praveena.
It's fine. So good afternoon to all, and thank you so much, World Toilet Organization, and also Sulabh for the invitation, and thank you for this opportunity. So today I'm going to talk about my research activities, and I'm coming from IIT Palakkad, which is a third generation of IIT, and also we have, which is started in 2015, and also we have a Global Sanitation Center of Excellence, which is established with the support of Principal Scientific Advisor Office, and then we have also having a lot of other partners in Global Sanitation Center of Excellence, and we are doing a lot of activities in sanitation area. So to begin with, I would like to start with some figures, and if you see here some of the figures, and you can see that in developed countries, most of the households are connected to sewer network. But then when we look at our country, India, the major households are connected to septic tanks, that means on-site sanitation, and only 28% are connected to sewer network. And we have centralized wastewater treatment systems where all the sewers are connected to a treatment plant where it is getting treated and then disposed. We also go with decentralized treatment system, and that is something like the treatment is happening at the source itself, and then we also have something called non-sewer sanitation system. But before that, I would like to show some of the fact, and this is the data that already you might be knowing, but this is the data from the Pollution Control Board, says that the most of the wastewater, we have produced large quantities of wastewater, and then the treatment capacity is very, very less. So what is happening to our wastewater? So everything is disposed into the water bodies, and then that causes pollution, right? And then, so what can be done? So when we look at it, 80% of the water water pollution is associated with poor septage sludge management. And when we talk about fecal sludge management, we follow this service sanitation value chain. So when we talk about the sanitation value chain, it started with the collection, then there is a containment, and then it is getting transported, and then there is a treatment is happening, and then there is a reuse and disposal. So this is something like a linear chain. Now I would like to ask a question that, if the septic tank, this containment is not accessible, what are we going to do with that? So that is something which we need to think about at this moment. And there is a concept that is emerging, and that is called non-sewered sanitation system. So when we talk about non-sewered sanitation system, there is a front-end system. This is a user interface, and this is a bottleneck also, okay? And there is a back-end system. So the back-end system is used to treat this feces and excreta, which is coming, excreta and urine, which is coming out from the user interface and back to the system. So this is something like emerging at this moment. And now, whatever I have told you, and when we look at it, what are the insights that we gain from the system is, we cannot completely rely on sewer-based system, right? And we cannot also completely rely on decentralized system. So what we wanted is a combination or hybrid systems where we have sewer-based system, decentralized system, and also sometimes non-sewer sanitation system. So where is the gap? Where is the research gap? So there is a huge opportunities to think about how to make a back-end treatment systems in India. But when we talk about the back-end systems, it should not be very costly, okay? And it has to be afforded by the common man. And also, there is something like we have to think about, rather than the linear model, we have to think about something called circularity, where we see waste as a resource, and that's what everybody is talking about, right? So we have to convert this waste into some value-added products. But there is a challenge, and when we think about in that aspect is called mixed waste stream. So what we are getting in sewer-based systems or decentralized system is a mixed waste stream, where you can see that 50% is grey water, 29% is black water, then there is an industrial effluent also, and there is a urine, okay? And, sorry, there is a technical glitch. So, is this something from my side? Yeah, so if you look at it, what you can see here is an example when you see urine, and today morning the delegates have talked about urine tax and all these things, right? And how our ancestors have thought about urine as a valuable precious. And the similar thing when we see urine has only 1%, but it has a huge amount of nitrogen and phosphorus. But what is happening here, the 1% is going to 99% of the waste stream. So the tremendous amount of dilution is happening, and because of the dilution we are unable to recover this nitrogen and phosphorus, and that is something like a challenge currently, okay? So coming into that, and what are the ways to recover various resources from waste? So one of the strategies, there are many strategies are available, but one of the strategies when we look at it is called EcoSan approach, where the segregation of waste stream at the source itself. Like you can have a grey water, and this yellow water, what I see yellow water is a yellow gold, and then there is a brown water which is only feces. But when you see their characteristics, this grey water has a huge quantity of water, and then minimum level of pathogens. So if we have a adequate technology, minimum level of treatment we can provide to this grey water, and then we can treat it and we can recover the valuable products like water. And there is a urine, of course, as I said, urine only 1% of volume, but it has huge quantity of nitrogen and phosphorus. And then there is a technologies available, we can actually convert it into fertilizer. And of course there is a brown water which has huge quantity of carbon, and then we can actually convert it into biogas, compost, fertilizer, and all these things. So this was the thought process when we thought about having a research in sanitation area. And I've taken urine as a commodity, and then I started working in the direction of urine. And we I have taken urine, because if you see that a person can produce 1.5 liters of urine, and if you drink water properly, and then this urine has 11 gram of nitrogen, 1 gram of phosphorus, and 2.6 gram of potassium. And we are just simply wasting all these things through the urinals to that septic tank, and then it's just simply lied over there. So if you have proper technologies, we can actually convert this into fertilizer, and that's what I'm trying to say. And we started developing a technology called magnesium air fuel cell, where this urine can be converted into struvite. And this is not a new method, but this is an electrochemical method, which is something very new to us. And then we started developing this magnesium air fuel cells, and this is a very small system. Actually, we just started on working on urine, and then accidentally we realized that this process can also produce electricity. So we started developing this, and we started scaling it up, but then scaling up is not working very well in terms of the energy production. So we downscale it, and then we have worked on different number of cells, and then we connected series, parallel combinations, and all these things to produce the current. And then this was the results, and then we actually can able to charge mobile phones, or we can actually converted it into LED lamps, powering, and all these things are happening. But then this process, when we started working, realizing that this is up to this can only remove phosphorus. But what are the other constituencies present in the urine, and which cannot removed by this process? So we added more unit into the system, like solid liquid separation unit, adsorption column, disinfection to kill the pathogens, and this is what the result is, like fertilizer production, then water recovery. And this is the system that we have developed in the lab, and then still this process is going on, and then we are in the process of technology TR level 5 above. So these are some of the accomplishments that we received during our research, patent publications, and then exhibitions, and the media attention, all these things. And we are fine-tuning this technology, and this is something which we have downscaled this technology into portable version, where we can actually looking for various applications in terms of the energy harvesting. And this is another version of the system, and we are still working on developing the system. I'm not only working on urine, but I'm also working in the direction of grey water management, where I am looking for this nature-based systems, where actually plants can take up all the pollutants from the water body as part of the pond rejuvenation method. And I'm also working on fecal sludge. And this is a microwave pyrolysis unit, which is in my lab, and then it can actually convert it into biochar. So basically what I was talking about the research and innovations in my lab, but then to perform this research, we would require proper facilities, since we are working on fecal sludge, urine, and all these things. So we have all this state-of-the-art facilities in our lab to perform cutting-edge research and innovations, like all the physico-chemical analysis, even bacteriological analysis can be done, and we have also higher-end equipment available to perform it. Now, whatever we have talked about is an innovation in the lab, but there is always a challenge here in academic institutions, and most of the innovations are confined to lab. So there is a phrase called Valley of Death. Probably everybody might have known about it. And then, so there is certain portions, they stop the research because of the funding or because of the market issues or a lot of other issues, they stop it. But then what IIT Palakkad is thinking about to have a platform where we can perform transformative research, where the technologies can be tested in a real world conditions. And today morning also, Delegate talked about the live lab. So we also have the live lab in our premises, and this live lab called Engineering Field Testing Platform to test any technologies from industry in a real world conditions. So what you have seen here is a hostel premises where the students are staying. Even, this is also quarters for PhD scholars, and the inlet, what you can see here is a toilet and the bathrooms. So you will be getting grey water and black water from the hostel, which is connected to a tank over there, and then it is going to an engineering field testing platform where you can test your technologies in the real world scenarios. So this is the picture which I can show you here. So this is the engineering field testing platform where you have the industry. If you are coming up with a technology, you wanted to test it, IIT Palakkad is ready. So you can bring your technology here, you can just put it into this engineering field testing platform. What we can provide is a real feedstock, the real feces, urine, black, grey water, everything will be connected here in the tank over here, and from there it is going to the engineering field testing platform. So this is what is something we are providing for the transformative research. And this system is we have all the flexibilities in terms of testing these technologies in front end and back end. When I talk about the front end, for instance, I'm working on urine, but then there is always a challenge that, the source separated urine availability, because all the toilets are completely mixed waste stream that I'm getting. So if you wanted to test a front-end urine, source-separated urinals, we have the facility here. You can come here, you can put your technology over here, and we are ready to test and give the report to you. And we also have a facility to test back-end technologies, and then we also have the flexibility of testing any kind of waste streams, as you have seen here. And we are not only focusing on the physicochemical bacteriological part, we can also test noise from the technology, we can also test air pollution from the technology. All these things can be possible here. So with this, I would like to talk about some of the gaps which I have observed is when I am talking about the sanitation research. Most of the people work in water, wastewater, air pollution, because we see air, we feel that air is not good, so we work. Then we see river, and the river is polluted because most of the river is having algae and all these things. So people will start talking about river rejuvenation and all these things. But then when we talk about fecal sludge, we actually think about flush and forget, and that's what is happening because everything is going under the ground, right? So that is the scenario is happening, and more research is required, more technology is required in terms of addressing various climatic conditions. And we also need to talk about a lot of emerging contaminants, and also there are a lot of huge applications in terms of fecal sludge derived products. Okay, so some of the things people started using this biosolids for the compost applications, but there are a lot of challenges associated with that because it has a lot of heavy metals and pathogens. So there is a lot of research is required whether these biosolids or fecal sludge derived compost are really applicable to plants, So that is what something we need to think about it. And then we also have more innovations would require, and whatever the innovations, it should not be confined to the lab. We need more EFT platforms in the premises, and so that the technologies would come here, technologies would understand what their challenges will be. It's not about the technical viability, but also we need to address the business aspect of the technology. And of course, we are working on the technology, but there is no standards associated with the technology. How are you going to evaluate your technology, whether it is, supreme or whether it has adequacy and all these things? So we are lacking standards, and we would require standards also. And I talked about the biosolids, and biosolids is also actually using for farming practices, but India doesn't have standards. So there are huge, challenges associated with that aspect as well. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentations, but then I would like to show my team. This is the team from our Global Sanitation Center of Excellence who is working in, we have Chief Technical Officer, project managers, project scientists, lab technicians, all of them are expertise in handling fecal sludge, urine and all this stuff. And then we have also postdocs. These are my PhD scholars. These are my research staff. And these are my, I also have a startup company. So this is my startup company. And with this, I would also like to show my funding partners, and without their support, this would not be achieved. So, and thank you, and I also wanted to welcome you all for this NSS conference, Non-Seaward Sanitation Conference, which is organized in collaboration with International Water Association, which is going to happen in July next year. And I would like to welcome you all to that conference. And with this, I would like to end my presentation, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Praveena Gangadharan from IIT Palakkad. the thoughts and ideas and your research outcomes that you have shared with us is very valuable. Particularly, you have highlighted the future technologies which might be coming into handling the sanitation problems, in which you manage feces and urine separately. Particularly the power of urine system that you have described, that it has not only nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, which can have a high value, which can be recycled into agriculture in appropriate form, in marketable form, in commercialized form, but also you can recover some energy, and you have demonstrated some small-scale systems. Hopefully this will be very useful to people who are thinking of adopting new ideas and technologies in future. With these technical ideas, we would like to give a new perspective to the area of sanitation, particularly in the direction of making it sustainable and circular. I would like to invite our next panel member, Dr. Amrita Dwivedi. She is a professor at IIT BHU Varanasi. She's going to be explaining her expertise, which is on the non-technical side, of course, obviously complementary and equally important to the success of this sector. Amrita, please welcome.
Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, Professor Devender. Thank you all the dignitaries. First of all, thank you very much to the World Toilet Organization and Sulabh International. And then I would like to share here that some 18-20 years back, when I was working as a research scholar, so on the topic of sanitation and health in Varanasi city, and I was searching for the data and all, and that was the time it was Sulabh and Shri Bindeshwar Pathak published brochures and all that helps me a lot, because there was no data regarding the toilet, regarding the sanitation, and so I did my own field survey, and then I work for the sanitary wards in Varanasi. So, and there were some officials, they also told me to share your data. So it was I collected all the household data also. So it was a huge data I collected that time. But Sulabh International helped me in the published papers, brochures and all. So thank you very much for that. Then, yeah. So, my today's topic is drivers of women participation in circular sanitation insight from Hardoi. Because the concept of circular sanitation economy moves beyond access to toilets, emphasizing reuse and recovery of waste as a valuable resource. If you see in rural India, self-help group women are central to this transition, not just as beneficiary but as agents of circular transformation. The Hardoi district, we chose for that our study area for this this sanitation issue. So Hardoi district case study demonstrate how women's participation is shaped by a dynamic interaction of barriers, enablers, and drivers. So I will take some quotes taken by the self-help group females, that once said that we once waited for men to make decisions. Now we decide how to use waste to benefit our homes. That is from the SHG Behta village, Hardoi. And then we also took some study area methodology like mixed method approach, focus group discussions, purposive sampling, and then and also we covered the socio-economic and identified groups with intersectional lens, and also the sampling also. Then we did the household surveys. Then gender and intersectionally lens circular economy principles. Then if we see the Hardoi district, then among the 10 of deprived districts in Uttar Pradesh, and that is the poverty rate is 34.14, and then 55.7 households have access to improved sanitation, that is from NFHS data 5. Then if we see women-led self-help groups, and under the National Rural Livelihood Mission and SBM from the social backbone for sanitation awareness and implementation, then the district represents India rural sanitation paradox. And then again I'll take the quotes by the SHG group that we collect water, we clean water, we compost, it's all our circle now. So these are the words taken by the self-help groups directly. Then what are the barriers? Barriers like social and cultural. So there are deep-seated gender norms and taboos restrict women's mobility and voice in sanitation planning. Then caste and class, that is the marginalization, limiting their access to sanitation resources and leadership positions. And then institutional and technical, that is limited training to fecal sludge management, composting or biogas technologies. Then again the self-help groups females are saying that we still handle the waste, but the decisions about it taken elsewhere, means they need to have the opportunity to take the decisions, because the toilets, the sanitation related things, the sensitive things for the females still today in the rural India. I'm only just taking the Hardoi, but it is the case of rural India. So decision makers, I'm focusing on that women should be the decision maker at the home, which is little missing. And then empowerment. Collective organization builds solidarity, leadership and voice. Then access to microfinance enables small scale sanitation technologies, enterprises, composting, pit management. And then we are talking about the behavior change communication, promotes sanitation as dignity and livelihood. Because we know that sanitation is for all. Then policy integration, we have already talked about so much from last 2 days. So SBM2 and then Jal Jeevan Mission policies promote the self-help group involvement in local governance. Then again, when training linked to self-help group work with composting, we saw waste not a dirt but as dignity. So then what are the drivers? The drivers are the social drivers. We are no longer invisible. The villages listen to us now. This is again from the self-help group member of Hardoi, that now we are visible. So they are saying that we are not invisible, we are visible now. So the village people are listening to us, that is from the female member. And what are the economic drivers? That is the compost and organic manure production creates steady income. Then again the institutional driver, then again the circular sanitation perceived as the economic development. Then behavioral and cultural drivers, sanitation reframed as pride, not burden, which we were discussing from last 2 days, and that's very important. Then peer motivation and success stories sustain participation. Then when we grow together, even the men respect what we build. Actually, I am directly talking from the field, that what they said, that's very, very important, because I think that we can apply the technology, but the field, when we go to the field and see the practical thing, which is very, very important. And that is, yes, no doubt, there are lots of work going on. Still, some remote areas are still not benefited. Then I will not take much time, but then how academia can contribute. Research and evidence, then generate gender responsive intersectional research on sanitation, waste mobilization and circular economy models. Then innovation and technology developed the pilot low-cost projects, climate resilient toilets, which we are talking about, and waste recovery technologies through labs and incubation centers, capacity building, create training curriculum, leadership programs to skill women, youth, and sanitation workers in circular economy and entrepreneurship, community partnership, collaborate with NGOs, self-help groups, and local governments, policy engagement, which is very important, produce evidence-based policy briefs, advisory support, and forms to influence gender equitable sanitation and circular economy policies. And then what is the interpretation regarding these, that is barriers slow women's inclusion? Then enablers open access and opportunity. Drivers sustain long-term transformation in circular sanitation system. Then policy implications and recommendation that strengthen self-help group, led waste to wealth enterprises with SBM and ODF plus framework, then establish district level training centers for women on composting and biogas technologies, mainstream gender budgeting and in sanitation and resource recovery programs, encourage public-private partnership and CSR partnership for rural sanitation and micro enterprises, then introduce measurable gender-based indicators in sanitation process assessments. Then what we concluded from that a circular approach toilets, transform toilets from waste generating infrastructure into engines of economic value, jobs and environmental regeneration. Then intersectionality is essential to ensure inclusion of marginalized women across caste, class, geography and ability. Collaboration between communities, academia, industry and policy institutions is key, scaling sustainable sanitation solutions. Then investing in women-led innovation, entrepreneurship and governments within sanitation creates long-term systematic impact, advancing health, dignity, climate resilience and economic empowerment. Then Hardoi experience shows that barriers restrict, enablers empower and drivers sustain women participation in sanitation transformation. Self-help group women are not only improving hygiene but are reshaping rural circular economies. Their participation must be recognized as economic and governance imperative. And then one more thing that from there only, we clean our village, protect our soil and earn with pride. That is again from the self-help group member. So thank you so much. Actually, just I want to convey the message that women should involve in this, especially for the rural India, so that they should have the decision. They can take better decision in the field of sanitation and hygiene, because they are facing still the serious issues regarding that. Whatever we talk, it is very important. Well, from the last 2 days we are talking, but we know that women sitting here, they are agree with my points that women should be the major, they can change a lot because of that, and we are already visiting the Sulabh, so I can see that. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Amrita Dwivedi from IIT BHU, Varanasi. You presented your experience, particularly from the case study that you have done research and development in Hardoi, studying social factors around achieving circular sanitation economy as a reality, and you highlighted the gender issues, particularly potential role of women in decision making through empowerment, which can transform and make the circular sanitation economy a reality in less developed and rural areas in northern India. This is a very important topic and very relevant to all the discussions that we are having since yesterday and today. Before we go to other panel members, just as you are listening to me anyways, I'd like to share some of my experience through a couple of messages. So if you could upload the next slide. Thank you very much. So I'd like to give some ideas, some of the research outputs that I have created through my experience at University of Surrey from last 15 years of research and development, without going through great details of nitty-gritty of research and development in the sector of sanitation technologies. But I would like to highlight some very important concepts which are being discussed, which are aimed at transforming the sanitation sector to make it towards circularity. So, in order to achieve the circularity of the whole sanitation sector, it's important to first establish what are the things which are of value in human waste. Of course, some of things are very obvious to us. Most of us, we know, we might have seen a lot of biogas plants that we create energy out of human waste. It becomes more complex if you look at what Praveena has presented, separating urine and feces, and then you separately harness urine's power separately, feces power separately. But I'll go one step back. Look into whatever system is available there, whatever system is working right now for sanitation, how we can build on that. How can we build on whatever is existing without going to fundamentally transform things? Because that is the near future. Fundamental transformation takes generation to make it happen. But there are some things we have to work with whatever we got. Next slide, please. So, fundamentally speaking, all researchers in this area of environmental engineering agree that you have got certain things in our human waste, okay? Energy, it's pretty established from many decades that also experience of solar wind to many biogas plants around the country. We all know that first point of extraction of resource from human waste is extraction of energy. Probably that's well established and well known, okay, and mastered by organizations like Sulabh. Okay. Now, when the scientists started looking into further, what else value we can get out of it? Okay. So they looked into nitrogen and phosphorus. Okay. And also potassium alongside, as Professor Praveena explained to you into quantification of what is available. So I have looked into a lot of research around the world that yes, it is possible to get those values. In theory, okay? Practice is a very big deal. That will happen with time. So if you look at the science of it, science has proven, yes, there is enough nitrogen, enough phosphorus to convert into valuable product. Okay, not many, maybe just one product. In variety of products, all of them might have different commercial values. Okay, this is one step forward in terms of circularity. How we can make the sanitation sector working in circular manner, that bringing the outputs back into some kind of usage. Okay. And then professors like us, they keep doing funny research, okay? So there was one professor of my colleague, he came and said, I will show you how to get gold out of shit, okay? I'm not talking as a euphemism, it's really true. He took human shit, processed in the lab, and he showed here is the gold out of it. So I don't know. Well, I'm sure people don't eat gold, but you know that people eat a lot of things, and you don't know what ends up finally. Let's forget that part. Okay, I'm not particularly very interested in gold out of shit. That's very radical approach. Realistic one is today energy and nutrients. Nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. These things can transform your sanitation sector within the next few years. Next slide, please. So one project, if you have time, you can browse about this project. This I have demonstrated in Philippines. It's far away from India, but it's very similar economic setting. Okay, so in this country, basically, we demonstrated that you can make the septage sludge without disturbing the type of toilets and septic tanks we use normally, like same as in India. Basically, use the fecal sludge, septage sludge, and process it to extract energy and nutrients to produce commercial value of it. So you're not changing the user experience at all. So you're not disturbing people that you got to change your toilet, you got to change your septic tank. You're actually working with them. You're working with the whole waste management sector that is available out there. But the moment is very informal, and very often it's questionable whether whatever septage management practices are there, whether they are legally acceptable. In most cases not, because very often they are dumped in areas where they're not allowed to dump. But if you process this using the basic science and technology that we have got, there is a good chance of recovering a good product in the form of having nitrogen, phosphorus embedded into it that can be applied directly into agricultural land. Please don't confuse this with compost, and I'll explain you what's the big difference between compost and high value product as fertilizer in our next slides. Next please. So how it is different? So if you look at the concept, a concept is like you bring the septage that goes as a waste, process it using physicochemical processes, recover fertilizer. So when you say recover fertilizer, it's not composting, it's not just collecting the whole human waste, dry it and send it to land. Otherwise it will be like 1,000 kilogram in one small 1 cubic meter truck. We are talking about out of 1,000 kilogram, taking 5 kilo of real economic value stuff in there. Okay, rest of it is still useful, but does not have that much of economic value into it. So next slide, please. So in this, this is open to public knowledge. Anybody can freely download it. It's open access, available at University of Surrey website. It shows clearly what is the value embedded in septage and how much you can make business out of it, okay? And how you can actually practically achieve circular economy. So as an example, this basically copyright material which is available to public tells that if you take 1 cubic meter or 1,000 kilo of septage, process it using the technology described here, which is well established based on fundamental sciences. So it's not biological process because biological degradation has already taken place. It's a physicochemical processing. Out of 1,000 kilogram, you can extract more than 500 just clean water, which can be reused into some site of gardening or any kind of secondary uses. And then out of the remaining material, if you dry it out, you can take around 200 kilograms of biochar, so dried organic carbon. So it's not of it's a lot value, but it's not at least waste. You can put as soil conditioner. The most important part is the brown bag, 5 kilo of high value fertilizer. It's not compost, it's high value fertilizer. It's a fertilizer that we buy as a chemical fertilizer, exact substitute of that, okay? Well proven in the field application, its potential is almost equal to your chemical fertilizer. Almost what I'm saying is not inferior, it's even better than that because you can produce number of salts which have much more better potential application in farming. So with this note, what I wanted to summarize is what was presented by previous two speakers, that there are some parts of knowledge you can immediately go ahead and develop some commerce and business out of it, but there are parts which are long distance. You have to really work hard to get there, and that's why all stakeholders have to be working together. So with this note, I would like to invite other speakers who have very good and interesting experiences which will help stakeholders like us, researchers, potentially to convince and be part of other stakeholders to take new bright ideas from universities to people's application, people's support to serve the sanitation community. Okay? So next I would like to invite Mr. Dominic O'Neill. He is based in Switzerland, yes, and he's Executive Director of UN Sanitation and Hygiene Fund, and he has got very good messages for all of us. So welcome, Dominic.
Hello. President Sulabh, thank you. His Excellency Professor Jaksim, thank you for the invitation. Colleagues in sanitation, you know you're in the right place when the discussion over lunchtime is the perfect constituency of fecal matter. There was a good, healthy argument about the right texture. Students, can we give them a round of applause, please? I've been watching you from here. You're all paying attention. I know you're probably not allowed phones, but in this day and age, getting your attention for this amount of time is very creditworthy. I think your teachers there in the back, I think they all deserve an A+, please, for today. And you, it sounds like it's corny, but you are the future. I hope you take a little bit of inspiration from the discussions today. We're going to talk about whether you can make a living out of sanitation. Yes, you can, but let's see. Can I also just congratulate the young woman from Nepal who came and made the intervention, Tapilai Kostacha? Tikcha, I think she's over there. So thank you very much. That took a lot of bravery to come such a long way. The question is, I was very conscious at the last session, some of the panelists were criticized for not answering the question. So I'm going to try and answer it straight away and then say everything else. So the question seems to be, in fact, no, you're all going to answer it. Can you turn waste into wealth? I think we're talking about fecal waste. Can we have a show of hands if you think you can turn waste into wealth? Put your hand up if you think you can. Okay, so that's not many people. My answer would be definitely maybe, depending on the circumstances. Now, it also depends how you define wealth. If you want to become the next Tata or Gates or Elon Musk, you're in the wrong room. The technology conference is down the road. I would go there. If we're talking about social wealth, about environmental health and wealth, if we're talking about sufficient wealth to make things work, the things you should learn is that finance makes the world go around. Nothing is for free. I think it was Nicholas who talked about, spend a lot of time carving out the right to water and sanitation. In my mind, we haven't spent enough time actually delivering water and sanitation to fulfill that right. I'm going to be a little bit controversial and say that India's a different story. You have made some of the greatest strides in sanitation in modern history. That is not the case for certainly the part of the world that I mainly work in Africa. I would even go as far to say that there's been an abject failure to deliver the necessary impact by governments, by the international community, by all of the donors and financiers. Because India's managed to do it, and you've had the same access to the academics, but for some reason, in other countries, we have not seen that great progress. That's why I'm standing here today, because there was a decision made in 2020 to set up a new organization within the UN. We're part of the United Nations, specifically to drive forward investment into sanitation, hygiene, and menstrual health. That's why we exist. So we were designed, or we were set the task to go and find ways to ensure that sanitation, hygiene, and menstrual health could be sustainably financed. Now, I'm mainly going to talk about sanitation, but my organization takes menstrual health, gender equality very, very seriously. You can look that work up on the internet under capitalm.org. We're catalyzing with financing from Gates a whole new way of looking at provision of menstrual health products. So I just mentioned that, but I'm mainly now going to talk about sanitation. Now, the difficulty with sanitation, as we all know, it is a public good. We all need, rich and poor, everybody needs everybody to have safe sanitation. We're all impacted. It is a public good. However, that's when you need the partnership between the public sector. I don't believe the public sector alone can deliver this sort of transformative change. Swachh Bharat was delivered with significant input from the private sector, from corporates, from individuals, from civil society. So we need to find the right balance between public and private sector, and in our view, base that on a market-based approach. This is where I am coming to the question again about whether we can achieve wealth. So if we reflect that in many parts of the world there's been an abject failure in the impact we wanted to see on sanitation, the good news is that I do think we're on the verge of a rapid evolution, if not a revolution, in how sanitation is provided. You've seen the presentations this afternoon. The professor talked about non-sewage sanitation. We refer to that as next generation sanitation. That is non-sewage in nature, it's water efficient, it's climate resilient. It sounds brilliant, doesn't it? It's gender equitable, it includes disability access, and most important, and it's circular, but most importantly, it has to be based on a sustainable financial model. Now, that does not mean it has to stand alone on its own 2 feet. That means you need either some subsidy, I'm going to use a financial term, some de-risking, if it's an investment where you put some money in to encourage other investors to come in. But that is the only way, I believe, we're going to realize this revolution, by bringing in private sector operators, but also private finance. Now, by that I include philanthropies, I include the multilateral development banks, and lots of different players. But achieving those sustainable financial models are critical. We have a 3-pronged approach to our work. One is the policy environment, supporting our government partners. We mainly work in Uganda, Nigeria, Kenya at the moment. We support them to create the right policy environment to encourage next-gen non-sewage sanitation to flourish. That means laws about technical elements, about compliance, about regulation. That's a pre-requirement for this to work. Potentially the most interesting and the most rapid accelerator is technology. I believe there's a lot of untapped technology. We've seen some of it. We talked most of it, I think, over lunch. And there's a lot of innovation happening. We need to bring that innovation to the places where it's needed and then get it financed. I think the market will do what it does then. People will decide, we like that, we don't like that, we're going to fund that, we're not going to finance that. So our philosophy on technology is that, again, it has to be circular, it has to be sustainable, it has to be resilient to climatic change, and not add to methane, as one of the previous speakers talked about. But essentially, we just need to let the market, let the academics, the innovators, but also the private sector do what it does when it comes to sanitation, to technology. The final part, which is mainly what my work is in the financing of it. I believe the technology will only land when somebody's prepared to finance it. The comparator I often use when talking to people is off-grid technology, solar power. 20 years ago, it wasn't affordable, it wasn't an option. Now, it's an everyday item that a lot of people have, and in fact, I know there's Indian organizations, NGOs of women, going to Africa, training African women to implement solar panel technology. That wasn't there before, and what happened is that they found the technology that worked, and they found ways to finance it. I'm going to get a bit boring here about finance. If you have a project for 10,000, it takes the same amount of time for a financier to agree that project as it does for 10 million or 100 million, believe it or not. So financiers and the bankers say, oh, we want a big project. And that's good, it means it brings money in, but that means you need to think about scale, and they achieved that in off-grid energy. Because one village alone does not make a viable solar project. 100 villages, 200 villages, 500, that makes a viable investment. And we need to think about sanitation in the same way. If we're going to encourage the currently investors who aren't invested in there. There's a lot of financial innovation that can happen. It's happened in many other sectors. I call it innovative. It's only innovative because it hasn't been applied yet in sanitation. So I'm going to wrap up. So the question still is, definitely maybe, if you get the conditions right, you can turn waste into wealth, but don't come into the sector expecting to make a lot of money. The benefits are much broader than that. The reason in particular I'm here, one is because when Jack picks up the phone, you don't turn it down, but that India clearly has made huge progress in sanitation, and there are lessons to take to other parts of the world. Similarly, and we heard David Mahlobo, the Honourable Minister for South Africa, speak very eloquently this morning. South Africa is also at the cutting edge of rolling out technology in different places. So we've been working both to get India, South Africa, also China, who also went through their own toilet revolution, to bring their thinking, to bring their technology, hopefully perhaps to bring their finance into the sanitation sector so we can achieve that massive scale-up. Financiers are currently reluctant to move into sanitation. They don't understand it. They don't particularly want to talk about the right concentration of fecal matter. It doesn't really turn them on. But they will talk about revenues, they'll talk about sustainable business models, and they will talk about social impact as well. So that's what we need to do, package it up, and then we can have a fighting chance of turning waste into sufficient wealth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dominic, particularly highlighting some of the very important parts, especially sustainable finance model, de-risking approach and scaling. These are definitely very valuable to a lot of our stakeholders, particularly those are small startups trying to collaborate with larger stakeholders to make their stories successful. Next, we would like to continue with our panel members with sharing their experience, and I would like to invite our panel member who has some experience to share from Nepal. So, Mr. Siddhi Shrestha, please come and give your ideas, share your thoughts.
Good afternoon, colleagues, delegates, as well as delegates sitting on the dais. No? It is good to be here. No? That Sulabh International called UNICEF Nepal, and with the support of WTO, I am here to share some of the experiences. I think we have a lot of these academic sessions earlier, including from the donor's perspective, how the sanitation can be, these waste can be converted into wealth. Probably it comes when we eat something, then we have to go to toilets. Therefore, every food or every drinks that we take ultimately converts into waste. And our issue is that whether the waste is taken as a challenge or we can circulate it to the wealth. That is one of the issues. Therefore, I think waste is an unavoidable byproduct of human activity that we all know, and every piece of waste has a story and a value, probably that we learn. But the thing is that proper waste management can bring changes in protecting environment, creating jobs, and generating economic benefits, probably that we can term all these outputs as of wealth. I would like to share some of my experiences working in Nepal, not only in UNICEF, but what Nepal is doing. Probably we heard a lot on the progress by India, the Swachh Bharat mission. I think a similar progress is being made by Nepal as well. We are the neighboring country. We share many languages, we share many cultures, because we are adjacent to each other. Therefore,
therefore, Nepal also declared open defecation-free country in September 30, 2019. It has some 5 years past that we have been declared as ODF. But the challenge is remaining, after the ODF. We heard in the past presentation that there is ODF plus, and there's 2+3 program in India. Because it is all due to the leadership, that Modi, Premier Modi moved forward. But in case of declaring Nepal as ODF, we have the vision that we will move towards total sanitation. But immediately after that, we enter into the federalization, and the responsibility of basic sanitation has gone to the local government. There are 753 local governments, and they are spread all over Nepal, east to west and south to north. Therefore, there is no coordinating this ministry for these 753 local government to work on these ODF plus activities. I think these are the challenges. I think while remembering the past, in 2011, the sanitation coverage of Nepal was 43%. I think the Nepal's population as of now is 30 million. And from 2010 to 2019 period, we have been able to construct some 3.4 million toilets. That generated some 17 million jobs. That means in the form of skilled labor and in the form of unskilled labor. And if we convert that job into the money, that will come around $1 billion. That means we can term this engagement, this job creation as well as wealth in one perspective. The other aspect is that if we defecate in the toilet, then the exposure of excreta in the environment will be minimized, that will be prohibited. Then as a result of that, most of the diarrheal cases will be reduced. Therefore, it is also an indirect benefit to the health, and that also help to save the money when people get sick due to diarrhea. Then that money will also be saved. That sort of this in value has not been converted, but I think diarrheal prevalence has reduced from 11% in 2019 to up to some 8% these days. Therefore, a lot of reduction has been done, and we can term that reduction as a wealth. Similarly, in other cases, in many cases, that means almost 60% of the toilet in Nepal are connected to the biogas. We heard the benefits of the biogas. That means when people use biogas, the emission of methane, nitrogen, and this carbon dioxide is reduced. As a result of that, we are getting this CDM money from the World Bank under this CDM. Therefore, that is also one sort of benefit that we are getting by the country. There are few things, that means we also heard from India that some 25% of the toilets are connected to the sewer, but in case of Nepal it is very limited. A maximum of say 5% are connected to the sewerage, but the rest are connected to the either septic tank or the soak pit. That means they are contained. In the past, we facilitated the household to build the toilet, and they were contained for some time. But Nepal being in the flat land as well, there is excessive flood and drought as well. Therefore, when there is flood, the toilet is filled up, and the feces that is contained in the septic tank or the pits are filled up and there is overflow. Therefore, there is issue of spilling over the septic, from the septic tank or the pits. Once there is this flood, and all those things. Therefore, I think there are some, that means out of these 61% of the toilet in 2019 were well contained in the pits or the septic tank. But when the time passes, that it started to fill up, then the issue of impetting came. But there were no fecal sludge treatment plant, in all across Nepal. Out of these 25, around 25 fecal sludge treatment plant, only 50% are working. That means some 10 fecal sludge treatment plant are working. Therefore, once the pits are filled up, people are impetting the pits through government as well as mainly from the private sector. And the safe disposal is not happening. Most of the impetite septic tank or the pits, these feces are disposed into the ground, in the field, in the stream, nearby the stream, in the jungle, and all those things. Therefore, this concept of this safely managed is being very much affected. But there are few initiatives in Nepal. That means these private disloger have organized in some parts of the country, and they have come up with a solution that let us collect these these tanks, in one places, ensure the treatment and turn the waste into the manure, that has sufficient NPK. Potassium, nitrogen, and the phosphorus. They used cow dung as well as some chicken manure to make the manure more rich. Therefore, they have started recovering their investment by installing this treatment plant. And that is not in many cases, but there are few cases. And after 5 years of installation or the investment they made, I think they recovered fully and they are running in the profit these days. Therefore, there are few cases there. These few initiatives are being made. Very good example. But the thing is that Nepal is there are very many settlements are of rural setting. Therefore, such private sector cannot invest on those areas, because unless they see the profit, they will not go for investing. Therefore, it is not applicable in case of this rural setting. Therefore, the role of government comes over there. We are advocating the government, and government is also promoting some fecal sludge treatment, but mainly they are focusing on the sewerage system. But our advocacy is working to some extent, but not to the extent that we wish. And they have come up with the Water and Sanitation Act as well as regulation, and we are just advocating, we are supporting the government to come up with the fecal sludge management, these guidelines, so that once the documents are there, these regulations are there, then we'll be able to implement it in the community. Therefore, my request is that circular sanitation is essential for economic value as well as environmental protection. We have been able to protect the environment, as well as we are able to create jobs as well as economic benefits to the people. Nepal's challenge is to have transformative technology that we are struggling. We all are struggling. Probably we'll be touch base with the institutes. They are doing research, and the other agencies who are promoting such technologies. And We want to strengthen the systems, we want to strengthen the market linkage, and we want to develop the capacity of the local government. No? Until and unless we just forget this, probably will not be able to solve the issue. Therefore, waste and wealth requires this cross-sectoral collaboration, especially with the agriculture. We have the fecal sludge, these liquid domestic waste standard, but we don't have this standard for the manure. No? Even the agriculture sector, agriculture ministry doesn't have, and the government is producing the cakes from some sewerage systems, but without having these standards, no? These manures meeting the standards, no? They are unable to sell those cakes. Therefore, the role of private sector comes in the urban area, no? But in case of rural area, the government has to provide some support to the people living in those rural areas whose septic tank has been filled and they don't have any way out or the means, you know, to dispose safely. Therefore, with this message, I would like to thank you, Sulabh, and our moderator here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siddhi Shrestha, for sharing your experience in Nepal. Now we have reached to the final point, and we have waited, obviously. So we keep the best thing for the last, okay? So we have got Mr. Vinod Mishra here, who is going to share his experience and thoughts. And obviously, he has got massive field experience in India itself through UNOPS, his organization, where he's the country lead. So please, Mr. Mishra.
Good afternoon, esteemed panel members and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I and Dominic, we are colleagues. We are working in the same organization. He is based in Geneva, and I am heading United Nations Office for Project Services in India. I heard all 4 or 5 panel members. I'm not going to repeat the same thing, but since I'm not a researcher, I'm not a professor. I'm actually a practitioner and learner and implementer. And we are implementing multiple projects on sanitation and water in India. So whatever I'm going to say all about the experience, what we have gained and learned from the community where we implemented the project. Circular economy and circular sanitation project, very ambitious project we are working with government of Odisha, especially in Angul district. That's very, very backward district. And one project with the solid waste in West Bengal. So whatever we learned from the community and the villages and cities in the field, so I would like to give some input, whatever we have learned. Actually, sanitation traditionally, it's supposed to be and considered as a burden on the community, on the society, and the nation. India, we have the long history. It's a CRSP. I have experienced that we were working during the sanitation rural program, Central Sanitation Rural Program, CRSP. But that time, the focus was to construct the toilets. Then India moved on TSC era, Total Sanitation Campaign, and at that time the government of India's focus on to create a low-cost latrine and scale up and work on the entire country. They constructed the number of toilets, but actually they are not able to use. Not usable. It's a very low technology. It's a badly constructed toilets. So it has not happened well. And then Nirmal Bharat, and then 2014 Swachh Bharat. During Swachh Bharat, India constructed 120 million toilets in 5 years is a record, and the world biggest and the largest behavior change, collective behavior change campaign happened in India in 5 years, and that had given it's a milestone in the history of the sanitation. During the Swachh Bharat also phase 1 time, it was more about to construct the toilet, to manage the fecal waste, how to dispose it. Nobody was thinking about we can use the waste as a resource. But after 2020, 2019, when Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0 started, then these words came out, ODF plus. And then India is also thinking about how can use the sludge and the fecal sludge and waste as a wealth. And if we can create entire sludge and the waste as a wealth, it can be useful for, it can give a lot of nutrients, energy, water, and lot of organic matters. So now world is realizing, and lot of research are happening, and new technology we are implementing in the cities and the rural areas. Every day in India, 72,000 million liters sewerage we are producing every day in India. But the treatment is hardly 30%, around 31,000 million we are able to treat in the STP and different methodology. But rest, entire sewerage directly going either in the river or the lake or the groundwater. And that is the major cause of pollution in India. They are polluting major rivers, Ganga and Yamuna and many of all big rivers, and the lake and pond and even the groundwater. But if we will able to manage the whole sewerage and convert and treat properly, we can use as a wealth, as a organic matter, and as a water. So this circular sanitation component has actually 3 values: is economic and social and environmental. And environmental, lot of people had discussed about how it will be helpful in managing the methane and the carbon, reducing the carbon emission, and use the entire waste as a wealth. At economic level, all presenters were discussed about composting, that will be substitute for the chemical fertilizer. We can digest human waste and that can replace CNG and LPG. They can use for cooking gas, and even the wastewater we can use in the industries, and they can reduce the burden on the fresh water which currently industries are using. And at social level, it can reduce the waterborne diseases, and that less burden on the health, and less, the school attendance can be increased if we will use the proper sanitation in the school level, and we can reduce the waterborne diseases in the society, so reduce the medical expenditures. The second, what we have learned from the field, we need the technology and innovative technologies. The current twin peat or septic tank, the technology is not going to work for this circular sanitation approach. We will have to go for the new toilets, and new toilets are coming out from different areas. And a lot of research are happening in academic institutions, universities, especially to segregate the sludge and water separately in the toilet. If we will able to manage this, we can start the circular sanitation at a grassroots level, at village level. Even the decentralization of wastewater treatment, it's not only at a centralized level in the cities, but at household level, we have developed some technologies, and we can we will have to introduce that technology in the sanitation so that people can use a decentralized approach. Biodigester, I can say the biogas is a recently developed new approach, and we are working with one of my partners, So and Rip in Karnataka and Telangana and Andhra. What we are doing, we are installing the biodigester at household level, and they are if you have 2 to 3 kettles at home, you can use the cow dung for the biodigester that can produce the gas, cooking gas, that will be sufficient for 5 to 6 to 7 family members, sufficient for the cooking, and even you can do the lighting. And we have installed the meter that capturing the carbon credit at household level, and that carbon credit, our partner, UNOPS partner, is marketing in the carbon credit market in Europe. And they are gaining the huge money for the carbon credit. So that can be huge profitable if you can convert the entire country on the biodigester method that will reduce the expenditure of the LPG, and villagers can earn the money through the carbon credit. It's a new way, a new approach of sanitation that can be scaled up in the entire country, and that will be very, very beneficial. Now I'm talking about the business model. Dominic has discussed about business model, scalable system, what would be the scalable method, business model for this circular sanitation approach. First is to creation of demand at cities level and household level, so that municipal corporations would be ready to adopt the circular economy approach to manage the waste and transfer the waste in the wealth. So that training and that awareness, that advocacy should be happen from national level, and even each municipal. We are working with the Cuttack municipality in Odisha, and the entire city, the sludge and the sewerage and the waste, whatever they are producing, they are trying to create the wealth from the waste. So that the new technology they are adapting, the same type of advocacy is necessary for each municipal corporation. Second is at national level, there should be sludge reuse policy, because without that we cannot implement, and product certification standard is also necessary, because a lot of product you can prepare a manure, organic manure, but they need certification to use what ingredient is going in this manure, so that people can purchase it. So certification system should be developed at national level, and sludge management, we need the separate policy for the sludge management. In terms of financing, we need a public-private partnership. It's not going to happen only through the government. Government has a limited resources, but private sectors from India and even the separate, different philanthropic organizations from across the world, they are coming forward, and they are looking forward to work on the circular sanitation approach. So we'll have to think about the public public-private partnership, and we will have to to train and develop the local entrepreneurship and the local resources, because a lot of NGOs and the private companies at local level they are working in India, but we'll have to support them and provide the new technology so that they can work in the cities and rural areas. We must have some quality standard for water also, because we have the water quality parameters for the drinking water, defined parameter we have, but we don't have the clear-cut parameter for the water using for the irrigation and water using for the cooling purposes, but they have the different parameter. So we'll have to develop the standard and parameter of water from drinking purposes, for cooling purposes, for agriculture purposes, or for even the wastewater. Recently, the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, we are working on a research. They are doing research with our support, and they are working to how to use wastewater in AI and semiconductor. Artificial intelligence and semiconductor, and it's a completely new area. If we will have to develop some methodology and approach, we can work on scale. And even with the IIT Madras, Chennai, we are working on how can you use the wastewater for the car washing, because for car washing, actually we are utilizing 20-30% water supply, the fresh water, just using car washing. So how can we use the wastewater at household level, treat it and use for the car washing and for the kitchen gardening, or some use, other use other than the drinking purposes. The next is the blended funding. Co-funding. I mean, some from private sector, some United Nations organization can give money, and some from the private philanthropic organizations. So we'll have to develop the mechanism to work on the blended funding, I mean co-funding style, and that we are trying to do in the one city in India, not finalized, but we are trying to do the blended and co-funding in one city in Assam. Carbon credit, already I mentioned. If through biodigester we can calculate the carbon credit, we can sell the carbon credit in the international market, and we can earn the money. The training is an important component, capacity building and training. For sanitation, we have a lot of module. I mean, multiple module we have on sanitation. Solid waste, we have a lot of module. But the circular sanitation economy, we don't have the proper training module for the community, for the municipal corporation, for the panchayat members. So we'll have to develop different training module and conduct the training program for the municipal corporation, from the gram panchayat and to the community, so that they can adopt this circular sanitation economy, this new approach easily. Now the last point is South-South cooperation. That was in objective written in our session. Whatever India is doing on sanitation and even the circular economy, the global South can learn huge from India. And India also can learn many things from South Africa, from Kenya, from Nigeria, from Indonesia, from Cambodia. Global South is working on sanitation because they have the same problem and same challenges which we have. The India is having the same type of challenges, population, and the burden. Same they are also having. So we can share the innovative tools, technology, and for this, I would like to call all our audience, those who are sitting here, if we can make a regional organization who can coordinate this coordination between global south within different countries from Africa, Southeast Asia, South Asia. It would be really very, very helpful. We can exchange the knowledge and skills from each other, one country to each country. We can create a regional network and technical platform. We can also try to do the joint investment in the different countries. And finally, I can say that the collaboration between different countries in South Globe is not sharing the knowledge and technology and skills, but also its idea of solidarity. If we can do the solidarity in the South Globe, we will able to change the South Globe also, same like North. So we'll have to work on circular economy and pragmatic way so that we can make changes and adopt this new approach, circular sanitation approach properly in India and all countries of South Globe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vinod Mishra, UNOPS. With this, we have seen that we have got variety of ideas and within the context. I would like to reflect, Mr. Mishra, your last point, regional organization for South-South collaboration. If this can derived out of this conference, personally at my heart, I will say this is going to be successful spend of 3 days of our. And I must say that you have spoken at the right place, at the right time. At the place, a conference hosted by Sulabh and WTO with leadership from many countries and so many embedded collaborators within India. Probably this is the right place, the right time we have spoken about this thing. All the panel members, you have really deliberated most important aspects of circular sanitation economy, from technical challenges to gender and social issues, to practical observation, to finally financing and organizational and project management approaches. So it seems like we had a very good session, well time spent here. Unfortunately, I'm very mindful about the time that has been allocated to us, so we'll have to conclude it. But I'm sure that there are many collaborators, potential collaborators, stakeholders here who would like to probably talk to you separately and would like to share their ideas and experiences and discuss with you. So I would like to leave at this point and I would say thank you everybody, the panel members, as well as the audiences. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to request you all kindly step up in front so that we can have a group photograph. So maybe please hear it for all the dignitaries on the dais. And with this, I would like to invite on the stage President Sulabh International Social Service Organization, Shri Kumar Dilip, and the founder of WTO, Shri Jack Sim, for the felicitation. He's not here. Mr. Dilip is here on the stage, so maybe please have the mementos for the felicitation of our dignitaries. So let us start with the moderator, Dr. Devendra Saroj. So thank you so much, sir, for being here with us and sharing your insights. And now we would like to acknowledge Mr. Dominic O'Neill. He's the Executive Director of the UN's Sanitation and Hygiene Fund. Please put your hands together for him. And now we have the felicitation from Mr. Vinod Mishra, Country Manager at UNOPS India. Dr. Praveena Gangadharan, Associate Professor at IIT Palakkad. We are very grateful to you for all your support. Mr. Siddhi Shrestha, who is the WASH Specialist at UNICEF Nepal. Thank you so much for being here with us, sir. This is a mark of remembrance from our side to you. Now we would like to felicitate Dr. Amrita Dwivedi, Assistant Professor, IIT BHU, Varanasi. This is for you, ma'am. You all have made this session really wonderful. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. So let us please have a group photograph once again as Mr. Dilip is here. Yeah, please. Let's capture this moment. And with this, the sessions, the technical sessions of the day 2 are done, and we'll be starting.
5:50 now, 5:50, 6 o'clock is Uber, so it's 5:50.
So let me share with you that at 5:50 again we'll be meeting here in this auditorium. Right now we have got a break, and at 5:50 we are going to have this session with the Uber. That is a really special session. So I request all of you, please be back here on time at 5:50. See you all. Thank you so much. This is Shilpa Bhavna signs off. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much. Very good to learn from. Oh my God.
See you back at 5:50. Please do remember.
Memento is there. Yeah. I mean, how to. Struggling.
दादा एक सेकंड अभी आ रहा हूँ
ऊबर ड्राइवर शहर को चलाते हैं, धूप में, बारिश में, मुस्कान के साथ।
सड़क हमारा दूसरा घर है, लेकिन जब वॉशरूम
findings are well evident.
evening, everyone. We are starting shortly. Please put your phones on silent and take your seats. ठीक है Are we good? Shrishti, are we good? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you. I'm Nancy Narang and it is my pleasure to host you today. आज हम सब यहाँ एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण इनिशिएटिव को डिस्कस करने के लिए इकट्ठा हुए हैं। उबर और सुलभ इंटरनेशनल के साथ मिलके एक ऐसी ज़रूरत को एड्रेस करने के लिए हम यहाँ आए हैं जो बहुत बेसिक है लेकिन बहुत क्रूशल भी, सेफ, हाइजीनिक एंड डिग्निफाइड सैनिटेशन एक्सेस फॉर आवर ड्राइवर्स। To kickstart this event, we will start with a conversation that talks about driving dignity, building inclusivity through safe sanitation. Please help me welcome our panelists on stage. Ms. Malvika Ravi from the Toilet Board Coalition. Srimati Usha Chomar, Padma Shri and Senior Advisor, Sulabh International. Ms. Pyali Devnath from UN Women. Ms. Upneet Singh, Senior Water Specialist, World Bank. And moderating today's discussion, Ms. Ruchika Tomar, Director of Communications Uber India and South Asia. Over to you, Ruchika.
Is this on? Yeah. Okay. First of all, thank you all very much for joining us this evening. It's a very, very important milestone for us in our ongoing commitment to continue to push for well-being and dignity of drivers on the Uber platform. My name is Ruchika Tomar. I head up communications for Uber in India and South Asia, and we are today observing a very important day as we sign up for this partnership with Sulabh International to ensure that drivers have easier access for their well-being and health to better sanitation. And there couldn't be a better occasion as it comes on the sidelines of a very important day which is being observed here. We saw hectic activity through the day today, and it will continue tomorrow as well. And we are very grateful to Sulabh for organizing this with wonderful participants from world over and a lot of other stakeholders who are here with us today. I'm also grateful to the panelists who've joined us today. They've all been introduced, but once again, I'd like to extend our warm welcome to all of you for joining us this evening. Malvika, if I could begin with you. And for those of you perhaps who do not know exactly what this partnership is about, Uber is ensuring that through Sulabh International, we provide access to clean, hygienic restrooms for drivers across 9 cities in India. And this is just a starting point. We are obviously keen to explore this further and see how we can take it to many other parts of the country, as Sulabh, of course, is spread across the length and breadth of the country and is well known for its work in the space of sanitation. And a lot of experts with me today. I'm very pleased to have an all-women panel. A lot of experts here with us are people who have worked in this space for a very long period of time. And as you would know, this is an area where you need cross-intersectional expertise. So हमारे साथ आज है उषा चौमर जी, जो कि Sulabh International Social Service से हैं. She's also a Padma Shri. We'd love to hear from her. We also have with us Malvika Ravi. She's Investments in Acceleration at Toilet Board Coordination. So we'd love to get her expertise on the subject. We have Piali Devnath from UN Women. Thank you, Piali, for joining us. And we have Utmeet Singh. She's a senior water specialist from World Bank. Thank you so much for joining us. Let me start with you, Malvika, because you actually are part of a coalition which works with a range of organizations. And in a lot of policy circles, sanitation is spoken of in ways which is very esoteric. It is not easily understood by a lot of people. From your vantage point, and for the audiences here, what do you think this partnership means when we talk about intersectoral collaboration?
Thank you so much. When you talk about intersectoral, I think it's very well represented by the panel itself. It's women, right? I think cab driving and gig work is very sort of highly represented by men. And I think this partnership is like the next step for women to have access to safe sanitation. Even when I'm traveling, for example, because we don't want to separate, gig workers from us and see them as other. So even when I'm traveling, sometimes I hesitate to take a sip of water if I'm doing a long trip, because I don't know whether I'll have access to safe sanitation. So imagine how that will be for those who have been on the margins. So definitely I think this partnership, actually when I heard about it, I was very, very surprised, and I think it's a very unique sort of partnership, right? So I really hope that next year, if we have this summit, like we have at least a list of new sort of women cab drivers, I'm assuming they will sort of join the Uber workforce in the hundreds, so I'm hoping that happens. Thank you.
Help me understand, as we link dignity with sanitation, and obviously our Prime Minister champions this subject so strongly. He talks about hygiene, Swachh Bharat, he talks about how to build toilets. Malvika, I'd love to hear from you a little bit about this collaboration and in the context of dignity that sanitation brings to people. As Toilet Board Coalition, what is your experience in working with different people, particularly when it comes to different stratas of society, and how we can sort of bridge that gap?
Understood. So from what I understand, you are asking about dignity, right? So at TBC and even in general, if we think about dignity, we rather see it, or everyone could see it as access and agency. I should be able to have, or anyone should be able to have access to basic needs, for example, basic sanitation, and I should have the agency to exercise it without discomfort, right? So I think that's how we see it. So be it gig workers, be it anyone, be it me, be it sort of workers on the margins, anyone, we should be able to have access, and we should have the right to access that without any sort of discomfort. So I think, yeah, that would be the idea of dignity for me.
And that exactly is the sort of meaningful change that we are trying to drive through this partnership. Sanitation as a subject is spoken of very often by policy wonks in rooms, meeting rooms, and ministries and many other places, or even corporates for that matter. It means a very different thing to person on the ground. And that's where I think I'd like to bring in Usha Chaumar ji. मैंने अभी पहले आपको जब इंट्रोड्यूस किया तो बताया कि ये पद्मश्री हैं, इनको भारत सरकार ने रिकॉग्नाइज किया है, पर मैं इनके लिव्ड एक्सपीरियंस के बारे में थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे फोकस करना चाहूँगी। आपके अपने एक्सपीरियंसेस, जो स्ट्रगल भी रहता है, आपने सैनिटेशन के एरिया में काम किया है एज अ सैनिटेशन वर्कर, जिसने इस एरिया को में इम्प्रूवमेंट होते हुए देखी है, पर ये भी जानते हैं कि अभी भी कितनी दिक्कतें हैं। आप आज की जो ये पार्टनरशिप ऊबर कर रहा है उसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, पहले सबको मेरा नमस्कार। मेरा नाम तो आप सभी लोग जानते हैं क्योंकि मैं सुलभ में 2003 से हूँ। देखिए, पहले मेरी ज़िंदगी के बारे में आपको बता देती हूँ, क्योंकि जब मैं मेला ढोती थी तो मेरी ज़िंदगी बहुत मतलब बेकार थी। हम लोगों में सभी ये लोग मेला ढोने का काम करते थे, तो मैं भी वही काम करती थी मेला ढोने का। जब हम मेला ढोने का काम करते थे तो बहुत ही छुआछूत और दूर की नज़र से वो लोग देखते थे। जैसे कि आपको पता है, गर्मियों में पानी की प्यास लगती है तो ऊपर से वो लोग पानी पिलाते हैं, ऊपर से खाना देते हैं, ऊपर से पैसे फेंक के देते हैं। उस तरह से उन लोगों का व्यवहार था, लेकिन हम वही काम कर रहे थे। पता नहीं डॉक्टर पाठक जी हमारी ज़िंदगी में आए, हमारे अलवर राजस्थान में, तो सब लोगों से उन्होंने बात की कि भाई तुम लोग ये काम छोड़ो तो अच्छा काम करने के लिए दूँ तो क्या करोगे। अब देखिए, इतना गंदा और घिनौना काम कोई करना नहीं चाहता जिससे हर पल अपमान मिलता है। तो हमने कहा ठीक है, वो काम छोड़ देंगे हम। तो देखिए, हमने वो काम छोड़ा मेला ढूंढने का, और आज मैं आपके सामने बैठी हूँ। देखिए, जब मेला ढूंढती थी तो बहुत ही एक नरक की जिंदगी थी। जैसे कहते हैं एक ही जीवन में मैंने 2 जीवन जिए। जब मेला ढोती थी तो मैं यही कहूँगी बिल्कुल नरक ऐसा ही है, और जब से मैं सुलभ में आई 2003 से, तो मैं यही कहूँगी कि स्वर्ग बिल्कुल ऐसा ही होगा। देखिए, अब वो डॉक्टर पाठक जी तो नहीं रहे, लेकिन हमारे साहब हैं जो कुमार दिलीप जी हैं, मैडम जी हैं, वो हम लोगों को इस तरह से संभाल लिया उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे से। और इसके बारे में कहूँ तो देखिए, इस बहुत ही मतलब ये बेकार काम था हम लोग जब करते थे, लेकिन आज है कि हम लोग इज्जत और सम्मान की जिंदगी सब जी रहे हैं। देखिए, इज्जत और सम्मान सबको चाहिए, लेकिन हम लोगों को कोई इज्जत और सम्मान मिला ही नहीं था। लेकिन जब से हम सुलभ में आए हैं, हम लोगों को हर रोज इज्जत और सम्मान मिलता है।
अच्छा, तो आप इसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए, क्योंकि आप सुलभ से इतने लंबे समय से जुड़ी रही हैं।
जी मैम।
एक साफ टॉयलेट दे पाना कितना जरूरी है? आप अपनी बेटी के बारे में मुझे बता रही थी कि वो स्कूल में जाती थी तो किस तरह से उसको परेशानी होती थी, और आप अपने गांव में, अपने शहर में, अलवर में जब रहती हैं और अपने आसपास जो चेंज देखती हैं कि अब शौचालय हर घर में बनने लग गए हैं, जो काम हो रहा है, उसको देखकर क्या आपको उम्मीद जगती है कि हम सच में देख पाएंगे साफ स्वच्छ इंडिया?
देखिए मैम, साफ सुथरा सबको चाहिए, सभी लेडीज और लड़के ही चाहते हैं कि सब साफ सुथरा शौचालय होना चाहिए। लेकिन हम खुद ही अपनी बात करती हूँ सबसे पहले, क्योंकि मैं उसी दुनिया से आई हूँ निकल के जो मैं सब कुछ बर्दाश्त किया है। जब हम लोग ये काम नहीं करते थे, अच्छा काम नहीं करते थे, जब हम लोग ये काम करते थे गंदा, तो देखिए हमारे खुद के घर में पहले शौचालय नहीं था, लेकिन हम लोगों के सुलभ ने शौचालय बनवा दिए हम हर घर में। मेरी बेटी जब स्कूल जाती थी तो वो आती थी घर बार, तो मैं कहती बेटा कितनी देर तू पढ़ती होगी, तो वो कहती मम्मी देखिए वहाँ पर एक शौचालय, उसमें मैडम जाती है उसको लॉक कर देती उसको, तो इसलिए उसको बार बार मतलब घर आना पड़ता था। लेकिन आज मैं यही कहूँगी कि सब जगह पर ही शौचालय होने चाहिए। वैसे अब सब जगह पर है सुलभ ने, तो हम लोगों के घरों में, हमारे अलवर राजस्थान में, स्कूलों में सब जगह बनवा दी उन्होंने, तो वहाँ पर सब लोग साफ सफाई, सभी पहले ये देखती लड़कियाँ कि कितना साफ सफाई से है टॉयलेट, इसमें जब हम लोग यूज करेंगे इसको, तो सब लोग अच्छे से देखते हैं उसको, जाते। लड़कियां लेडीज से काम नहीं कर पाती हैं क्योंकि इसलिए कि शौचालय नहीं होता। जेंट्सों की बात करते हैं तो वो तो कहीं भी बैठ सकते हैं, कहीं भी खड़े हो सकते हैं, लेकिन दिक्कत होती है लेडीज़ों को बहुत ज़्यादा। तो उनके जब शौचालय बन जाते हैं, उनको मिल जाता है, तो अच्छे से काम भी कर सकती हैं और बिल्कुल बढ़िया से अपना समय गुजार सकते हैं वहाँ पर वो।
थैंक यू वेरी मच ये हमसे शेयर करने के लिए, क्योंकि एज अ सैनिटेशन वर्कर आपने जो इस स्पेस में देखा है इम्प्रूवमेंट भी और आपको जो संघर्ष भी देखना पड़ा है, और सराहनीय है जो आपने काम किया है और जिस तरह से आप बाहर आई हैं, अपने साथ भी लोगों को अपने साथ जोड़ा है. But I'll come to you for this, Piali, because you work with the United Nations Women, and the issue of safety, sanitation, and mobility in a lot of ways is linked, right? A couple of years ago, we came out with a report that we had done with Oxford Economics to look at women in workforce and how more and more women are joining workforce because of better mobility solutions available to them, particularly ride-hailing, apps like Uber and many others that make it possible for women to access work. इसके साथ सेफ्टी एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट इशू होता है, और जैसे इन्होंने भी बताया कि एक सेफ सैनिटेशन बहुत ज़रूरी है, स्पेशली फॉर वुमेन. इट मे नॉट अपीयर टू अस लिविंग इन सिटीज़, बट सेफ्टी एंड सैनिटेशन इज इंटरट्वाइंड वेरी डीपली, स्पेशली व्हेन इट कम्स टू हिंटरलैंड. गिव अस अ ब्रॉड सेंस ऑफ दैट.
थैंक यू. एंड उषा जी, आपकी अनुभव सुन के बहुत अच्छा लगा. मैं पहले ही बोल रही हूँ कि नाइदर इंग्लिश नॉर हिंदी इज़ माई फर्स्ट लैंग्वेज, सो प्लीज़ पार्डन मी फॉर दैट. सो एक है कि वन थिंग आई वांट टू स्टार्ट विद इज सेफ्टी इज़ नॉट अ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चरल इशू, इट इज़ अ जेंडर इशू. सो अगर सेफ सैनिटेशन है, वो एक प्री कंडीशन है विच डिटरमाइंस वुमेन्स एक्सेस, वुमेन्स मोबिलिटी एंड देयर इकोनॉमिक पार्टिसिपेशन. So it is just not, it's both. It's like if I look at, like as we are talking about Uber and the gig economy workers today, agar aap dekhe, so if their ability for a clean sanitation would determine ki how much they can travel, what routes, agar wo raat ke routes ke rides le sakte hain ya nahi, and whether they feel safe in doing so. So at UN Women, our work is with safe, we call it safe public spaces and safe cities, which the work has also gone to safe rural spaces. And with that, I would say safe sanitation becomes like a key. अगर आपके पास safe toilets नहीं है, तो आप you will actually restrict yourself while taking up certain jobs, whether it is like somebody who is into a delivery, they will not take up a late night delivery, or they will not take up a route which is not very well lit. So it's just not toilets, it's like access to the toilets, it's equally important, which is important. And when we create, लाइक जैसे उषा जी बोल रहे थे कि जब हम ये लिंकेजेस क्रिएट करते हैं, वी क्रिएट अ सेफर स्पेस फॉर वुमेन बोथ एज वर्कर्स एंड ऑल्सो एज पैसेंजर्स एंड वुमेन इन पब्लिक स्पेसेस. वी मेक देम हर्ट दैट यू बिलोंग हियर, कि पब्लिक स्पेस पे आप बिलोंग करते हो. सैनिटेशन में प्राइवेट स्पेस पे बहुत काम हुए हैं, बट आई थिंक देयर इज अ लॉट टू डू विद वर्क दैट नीड्स टू बी डन इन पब्लिक स्पेसेस ऑल्सो इन सिटीज. So I mean, it's really heartening to see this coming through.
Thank you. Let me bring you now, Upneet. As somebody who works with World Bank and you deal with water as your area of specialization, I spoke earlier about intersectoral interactions, how we all sort of need to come together to make it happen. What do you make of an initiative of this nature?
Thank you so much, Ruchika. It's really an honor to be here today. उषा जी, आपकी कहानी सुन के, आपके जीवन के अनुभव सुन के बहुत ही it's inspirational. आपके साथ आज बैठ के इस पैनल में शेयर करना. As one of the participants noticed, it's actually quite rare to be on an all-female panel. I can't remember the last time when I was on a panel where at least there was one, usually there's only one female, but now this is an all-female panel, so it's really quite unusual. About how we see it, I'm a senior water and sanitation specialist. So in fact, my career at the World Bank has been focused much more on sanitation, both in terms of access, in terms of collection and treatment, as much as it has been on water supply, right? How do we look at it? We're very honored to be able to partner with the Government of India on national missions to improve water and sanitation. Particularly on sanitation, you know, the Swachh Bharat mission has been such a game changer. I mean, there were earlier programs pretty much since the 1980s which focused on sanitation. But the Swachh Bharat mission, I think it came from a long line of programming, but it changed all the rules. So one of the things that we learned from the Swachh Bharat mission was that it was actually done in a mission mode. Like when you started the introduction to this panel, Ruchika, you were saying it's an esoteric subject. Sometimes you can't talk about it in public discourse. But with Swachh Bharat mission, suddenly sanitation became the thing that everyone talks about. I don't know if you remember, but at that time, you know, the currency, when the new notes were introduced, they had the Swachh Bharat logo. If you took any kind of public transport, there was an announcement saying Swachh Bharat. So it was not a single public agency or a government program. It was a program that, you know, touched every single sector of society. And I think from the World Bank, because, you know, we design projects and programs, for us, one of the lessons that we take from India to other countries in the world is that sanitation is not one agency's or one department's responsibility. If you want meaningful sanitation change, you need to have everybody involved. And the way to have everyone involved is, I think someone talked about intersectoral drive. So it needs to have literally like an whole of system approach to make it work. So that's how we see it. And we try to take the lessons from Swachh Bharat to other countries in this way. Thanks.
Wonderful. Let me bring you in, Malvika, on this. And I'd love to understand, are there scalable models? This is one way to partner, right? And we are looking at a set number of cities where we are doing it in. Are there any best practices that you've come across which we could take inspiration from?
Yes, definitely. For some context, I work at Toilet Board Coalition, and I think the reason I was invited on this panel was because we have more of a finance and for-profit sort of a mindset, and I'm sorry to disappoint. I'm not going to throw some sort of finance jargon at everyone, but in terms of scalable models, I think that what works is that, unfortunately, it's a very simple answer. It's just collaboration. Very specifically, we've seen, I think the key word for it is public-private partnerships. It's this sort of like jargon that we throw around, but I think partnerships itself, and this can include governments, NGOs and organizations like Sulabh, startups and startup enablers such as ourselves, investors and capital providers. So all of these sort of organizations need to come together for it to be actually scalable. So I'm going to very quickly give two examples. One is Banka Bio. They've recently, they're a for-profit enterprise that deals in bio-toilets. So they have actually sort of moved towards IPO, and now they're listed on the stock exchange, very profitable sort of company. And one of their most successful models was with the Indian Railways. They installed toilets in the Indian Railways so that manual scavenging can be reduced. A second very quick example, which is more recent, is a startup that we worked with called Nirgandh. Again, bio-toilets. And one of the reasons they were successful is, again, because of the successful public-private partnership. They set up toilets for Kumbh Mela. I have to say that while it is difficult for people often to survive in Kumbh Mela, the toilet survived. So this is just a little bit about how these kind of things are I would say that partnerships is what works in this sector.
100%. And I think the focus of the discussions through the course of the day here have also centered around public-private partnerships a lot. And that certainly remains a key to sort of unlocking the opportunity here, be it for the government or the private sector, because at the end of the day, like you mentioned, it's something that impacts everyone. And Pyari, I'd like you to come in on this one, because from women's perspective, we're looking at millions of gig workers across India. They're crisscrossing around your cities through the day, and for them, the roads are their workplace. So in that sense, this is just about giving them access to what is an essential amenity, right? And it may not seem like a lot, but this is like a small step towards meaningful change, perhaps, that we could make when it comes to work day of a gig worker.
Absolutely. And I think this initiatives and like the initiatives like you were speaking about is addressing a gap that does exist. Like if you look at infrastructure, urban infrastructure, I will include sanitation within that, it is still gender blind. I'm taking like women as a whole. I'm not even saying disabled women or differently abled women, marginalized women. The entire urban planning is gender blind. So yes, these initiatives like this is like really heartening, and it has to be like more like that. So that's first. And what happens even if they exist, like to all of you, what doesn't exist is the awareness. They don't know where safe sanitation exists. So, there's not real time कि मुझे यहाँ से और 5 किलोमीटर आगे जाएंगे या 2 किलोमीटर आगे जाएंगे तो मुझे एक safe toilet मिलेगी. So there is no real time information available with these gig workers. So where they will access that? So I think that awareness is something which is again lacking. It's something all of you should consider with like a platform level app. And what happens is this social norms which exist कि toilet safe नहीं है, accessible नहीं है, पानी नहीं है, locked है जैसे वो बता रहे थे. So what they would do, they would limit themselves. It is just not bodily autonomy, even your work opportunities. नहीं करना है इतना दूर जाके, जब वो बोले ना बेटी स्कूल नहीं जा रही है, घर पे आके करिए. So it just limits women's freedom. Like that is what transport is supposed to do, and it becomes like a pressure. So I think that's why it is definitely a need for and a much needed need and timely, and more is needed. And I would agree, like public-private partnerships, it's like is the way forward.
Preet, would you want to come in on this? Because I'm sure as World Bank, you look at a lot of these things, collaborations between how do you get government to spend money the right way, support them where needed, and also bring in the right private players to partner on the right causes, right? So how do you think we could sort of speed up filling that gap, which continues to persist?
I think a lot of progress has already been made. At the World Bank, we have this saying, we say pilots never fail, and they also never scale. So one of the things that we try to do is that whenever we have a great idea, we start by not thinking about a pilot, but we start by thinking at scale. So for example, if you have something that works in one school, one village, or one particular area, the idea is that how would you do this at scale, but also with speed and with quality. We're not always the most successful, I'll be the first to admit that, but I think that shift in thinking is required, right? Because if you're very much focused on the micro, you'll do very well in maybe 10 or 15 schools, but the moment you go to like, let's say 1,000 schools, unfortunately sometimes it just falls apart, right? So I think we've made a lot of progress, and I think going forward, to me, I think the most critical thing would be that, like you said, it's not an optional extra. Having access to a safe toilet for not just women, but also men who are working with Uber. Like you said, your major stakeholder is the driver community. But even I would say passengers and the public at large, I mean, this is something that really needs to be normalized. Right? It's not something that is a luxury or an optional extra. It is something which is a fundamental basis for dignity, whether it is of the person driving you or the person sitting in the backseat, both. Yeah.
Well said. With that, I think that's a good segue for me to wrap up this conversation, a very useful one. A lot of dignity that comes with proper sanitation. I think we can all agree on that one. And thank you all so much for joining us and for your thoughts and your views and all the insights that you brought and made this conversation very rich. And thank you to our audience here. I'd pass it on back to Nancy.
Thank you to our panelists for such meaningful insights. Yes. Thank you, everybody. I would now like to welcome on stage Mr. Amit Deshpande, Head of City Operations, Uber India and South Asia. Mr. Kumar. Yes, we've been told. And Mr. I've been asked to wait because Mr. Kumar Dilip, shall I call him in the mean? Yes. Yes, I'm aware. Where? So I call these two. Take it. No, I called him before, Mr. David, or after. Okay, so then here. I would also like to call Mr. Rajat. Nani. Okay. Yeah, but what do we do about the 5-minute lag? Ladies and gentlemen, we're awaiting a senior dignitary. Please grant us 5 minutes and we shall resume. Thank you. I'm here, Mr. Amitesh Pandey, and Kumar Dilip has asked me to wait until this guy comes. Now he
she's stuck in the traffic. You have to figure out what to do.
I think we can just start.
I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Amit Deshpande, Head of City Operations, Uber India and South Asia. Mr. Kumar Dilip, President, Sulabh International. On stage, please. We also have amongst us our guest of honor. I invite on stage Mr. David Mahalobo, Deputy Minister for Water and Sanitation, South Africa. To dive into the details of the Driving Dignity event, I'm thrilled to invite Mr. Amit Deshpande, Head of City Operations, to come on stage.
Good evening, everyone. Distinguished panelists, my friends and colleagues from Uber, friends from the media, and last but definitely not the least, hamare Uber drivers. Thank you for joining us on this evening. It's really a privilege to be here today for a partnership that's very, very close to all of our hearts at Uber. This is a partnership that is built primarily on dignity to help provide access and everyday well-being to the people who move our cities. I'm of course talking about the drivers behind the wheel. हर रोज करोड़ों ड्राइवर्स सुबह से शाम तक हमारे रोड्स पे उबर चलाते हैं. करोड़ों राइडर्स को अपने घर में, अपने ऑफिसेज में सेफली और टाइम पे एंड रिलायबली पहुंचाते हैं, राइट? And at Uber, when we speak of, when you talk about Uber, you speak of technology, you speak of maps, you speak of the mobility ecosystem, but really the driving force behind Uber are the people behind the wheels, which are our Uber drivers. हम हमारे ड्राइवर्स के साथ बात करते रहते हैं, and over the last year, when we were talking to the drivers, one thing that came up, one challenge that came up quite often was the lack of access to clean, safe and reliable toilets while they were driving. And not just men drivers, our women drivers also came forward and shared this as a real challenge that they faced when on the road. हमने ये बात सुनी and we knew that we had to do something about it. And that's why today is really meaningful and it's very, very close to our hearts at Uber. I'm proud to announce and share that Uber and Sulabh International have come together with a simple yet very powerful goal, which is to provide that every driver has access to a safe, clean and reliable sanitation facility wherever they are driving. Through this partnership, Uber drivers now can use Sulabh operated public toilets free of charge in more than 9 cities in India. Not only that, our women drivers will have access to menstrual hygiene dispensers, ensuring support when they need it. we heard on the panel about dignity of labor, right? One of the things that came out was access and agency to use a toilet, right? सबके पास टॉयलेट्स का एक्सेस होना चाहिए और उसको इस्तेमाल करने की एजेंसी होनी चाहिए and it's about recognizing that safe sanitation, it's not just a convenience but it's also a fundamental part of public health. It's a fundamental right, and it also is a key enabler for participation in the workforce, especially for women. As we mark World Toilet Day, I am incredibly proud to collaborate with Sulabh International, who has been doing tremendous work in the sanitation space, providing access to safe, clean and reliable toilets across India, and really happy to be part of this partnership. Before we move ahead, I would once again like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our Uber drivers. हमारे जो ड्राइवर्स यहाँ पे हैं, आपको तहे दिल से धन्यवाद. आपका जो काम है वो करोड़ों लाइव्स को टच करता है. ये इनिशिएटिव आपके लिए है. इससे ये उम्मीद है कि आपका दिन थोड़ा सा और कंफर्टेबल हो जाए, थोड़ा सा और इजी हो जाए और आपको एक सुविधा मिल जाए इस इनिशिएटिव से. With that, I'd like to conclude my speech, and I'd like to invite you all to watch a short film that captures this partnership.
We have to call Mr. Rajit on stage.
Okay.
To call the gentleman on stage.
Okay, before that, I'd like to call Mr. Rajit Munani, the CEO of FSSAI, on stage, please. He hasn't come yet?
Okay, then we can.
Can we? Okay. Okay, sorry, we can move to, I'd like to invite you all to watch the short film that captures the partnership between Uber and Sulabh, and what it means for drivers across the country. Can we roll the clip, please?
हर रोज उबर ड्राइवर शहर को चलाते हैं, धूप में, बारिश में, मुस्कान के साथ.
सड़क हमारा दूसरा घर है, लेकिन जब वॉशरूम जाना हो तो साफ टॉयलेट मिलना बहुत मुश्किल है.
कई बार तो घंटों रुकना पड़ता है बस इंतजार में. ये हमारी हेल्थ, कंफर्ट और डिग्निटी का मामला है.
अब उबर और सुलभ के साथ साफ और सुरक्षित टॉयलेट हर सफर में जब भी जरूरत हो. अब सफर में राहत है, अब सुकून है, अब इज्जत है, क्योंकि हर सफर में इज्जत जरूरी है.
I now request Mr. Amit Deshpande to please felicitate our guest of honor, Mr. David Mahalobo. Mr. Kumar Dilip, President Sulabh International, sir, please. And a very special welcome to all the Uber drivers who are here with us today. आपके बिना ये सफर मुमकिन नहीं था. May I now invite some of our driver partners on stage for a group photo. Media friends, you can come forward for the picture. Thank you, everyone. And now to close the evening, I invite Dr. Lily Gupta, Senior Vice President, Sulabh International, for the vote of thanks. Ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. And on behalf of Sulabh, I'm here. I'm thanking the guest of honor, Mr. M. David Mahalobo, Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation, South Africa, who has taken time out of his schedule to be here today. Thanks to Kumar Dilip, President Sulabh International, for his vision and guidance, bringing this partnership to the fruition. And thanks Uber leadership, sincere gratitude to Uber leadership team, Sri Amit Deshpande and team for their vision and commitment. Uber practices approach to driver welfare in highly commendable. Thanks to Uber drivers who have joined us today here. Finally, many thanks to panelists today, Mrs. Usha Ji, Malvika Rawat, Upneet Singh and Piali Devwan to so powerfully articulate the importance of this mission and the dignity of the labor. This is a partnership of shared values, not just a transaction. Sulabh is proud of partner with a company that understands that mobility is not just about moving people, but about caring for the people who move the nation. I am thankful to Uber trust in Sulabh, legacy and expected in sanitation delivery across the India. I would like to especially thank Uber for providing the provision of free sanitary pads at the point of highlighted today about removing barriers of women drivers. This focus is about our special progress. Finally, thank you to hands and minds that turn this idea into a concrete reality implementation terms from both Uber and Sulabh, and especially our Sulabh maintenance teams who will be on the ground daily. We look forward to a successful partnership dedicated to the health and dignity of every Uber Deliver partnership. Thank you once again, everyone, for joining this landmark launch. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you everyone for joining us today to celebrate dignity, inclusion and progress. With this, we bring this evening to a close. I request everyone to join us for dinner and drinks. I'm your host, Nancy Narang, signing off. Good night.